decades ago. The year 2001, known as the third millennium, stands out for some individuals. It was thought like every other regular year to some people, as they express the excitement that comes with experiencing a new millennium. While many carry on with the feeling of entering the 21st century, some visionary individuals saw it as a strategic period to bet their thought-provoking plans and business goals. Among these visionary leaders and innovators is Leo Stan Eke, founder of SOUQ Technology, bringing this tech-oriented company to life in 2001. How much do you know about this tech and business-driven giant? Who is Leo Stan Eke? Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke, popularly known as Leo Stan Eke, is one of Nigeria's dynamic and influential figures, an African entrepreneur born into the family of Ihentuge Eke on February 22, 1956, in Imo State, Nigeria. His mom, a dietitian, and dad, a nurse. His roots is traced back to Ubommiri Mbaitoli, where he was raised in the household that valued education and hard work. His parents instilled in him the values of discipline and perseverance from a young age. It was within this nurturing environment that Eke's entrepreneurial spirit began to take shape. Like many visionaries, Dr. Eke's journey to success was paved with academic excellence. He attended Holy Ghost College in Owerri for his secondary education, where he honed his intellect and ambition. Eke's dream of becoming the biggest transport company owner in Nigeria changed as a result of his encounter in India, where he had his university studies. It was a turnaround moment in his life. In India, he pursued a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from Punjab University, and the exposure to India's vibrant economy left an indelible mark on him and then tilted towards more realistic business ideas. This led him to get full involvement into ICT.
So I'm a very good testimony of an African who started from nothing. And got somewhere, not there, right? So in summary, I came in here first of all to the University of Nottingham, or Nottingham University. I was in Cork City University, where I was doing computer science, and I wanted to specialize in user interface as a postgraduate course. Okay, and the system, which I'm sure still exists in the UK, that you have university chancellors, SOUQ classes, and direct report. Since I was going back to Africa, there were no computers. And if I got there, I could be frustrated for another 32 years. So they discussed with my parents, and they wanted to know if I could stay in the UK and contribute computer science. I said, no, I was going back to Nigeria. I have passion to change the country, and by extension, the continent.
He later went on to earn a Master of Science in Risk Management from the esteemed University of Nottingham, England, further enhancing his acumen in the field. With his tech startups dating back to the 80s, Eke can be put in the bracket of visionaries who saw that ICT would define the world in no distant time. His ICT Solutions company commenced operation in 1989, focusing on desktop publishing and computer graphics. Over the last 3 decades, the company extended operations from Lagos to Port Harcourt and Abuja, implementing several ICT projects across the oil and gas, telecoms, manufacturing, and public sectors.
I started small, like any other entrepreneur you read today. Okay, some started in the garage. Okay, most of them didn't inherit wealth. Now, so how could they have started? You start with your own. During our time, you have to start with your own sweat. Okay, until you build get to such a level with a system and structure in place. and then people trust you. But because our kids today pass through business schools, connected to people, okay, and they now want to go from average above, you understand, instead of starting. A lot of us started from -1.
Leo Stan Akers' major hit into the business world commenced with the establishment of SOUQ Technology Limited in 2001. With a fervent desire to contribute to Nigeria's technological space, he embarked on a mission to manufacture computers locally. Now a world-class ICT company providing innovative products and solutions. Under his leadership, SOUQ computers have emerged as a trailblazer in the industry, earning accolades for its quality and innovation. One of his notable achievements was the attainment of the Windows Hardware Quality Lab Testing (WHQL) certification, showing SOUQ's commitment to excellence. In 2013, the company made headlines with the launch of its computer tablet line, ZPad, marking another milestone in its illustrious journey.
So if you look at the growth of e-commerce in Nigeria and Africa, it's been mostly driven by the sale of digital products. So you have people who are trying to sell smartphones, computers, such like. So that's what kind of like drove the rise of e-commerce in Nigeria. I wasn't surprised that SOUQ through Udala got involved in that space, but I was surprised that they took over a company as big as Konga. You know, if you are selling something and you have your own small space, not to say that Udala was small, so if you take over a bigger player in that market, it means that one, your own company is healthy enough and your balance sheet is robust and you have the might to absorb a company as big as Konga. Secondly, it gives the opportunity to show the world what you already have. Now, Konga at the time was a bigger e-commerce site than Udala was. Certifications by nature is validation from your peers, from your industry observers, from users and competitors alike. So having that type of certification validates the idea that SOUQ has done well in this regard. What it also does is perhaps you'll be able to access more funding from investors, access a bigger market. So if you have this certification, it's proof that your products are of a particular quality and standard. That tells users that this is not just a regular product, this is a product that is worth its title, and having that type of certification for SOUQ validates their idea, you know, it's proof that they are doing something that is right, and by and large improves their market share, which is what they've been able to do by having this certification.
Dr. Akers' entrepreneurial prowess extends beyond the realm of technology. In 2018, his company SOUQ made waves with the acquisition of Konga.com, a leading e-commerce platform in Nigeria. This landmark deal underscored Akers' strategic vision and his unwavering dedication to driving innovation in diverse sectors. Konga.com was founded by Sim Shagaya in July 2012 as a third-party online marketplace. 99% of its shares were acquired by SOUQ in February 2018. 3 months later, Konga merged with SOUQ's retail outfit Udala to form the biggest e-commerce company in Africa, retaining the brand name Konga.
So having taken over Konga, you already know that SOUQ through Udala has a bigger platform to show their products, and was smart in that they retained the name Konga. It would have been slightly difficult to completely rebrand since Konga already had that familiarity, that brand awareness. So it gives SOUQ and Udala an opportunity to use the large Konga brand name to scale up their operations. So whereas SOUQ was selling direct to consumers and through Udala, they now had Konga, that is a big marketplace for sellers across the African continent. That's one of the advantages of absorbing and taking over a big company such as Konga, but by and large is proof that you've been successful at your business, to do the computer hardware business and be successful at it, and then move into the e-commerce space before now taking over a larger brand name. And it just improves, you know, the brand essence and the equity of SOUQ.
Leonard Stanley Eke also founded BuyRightAfrica.com Limited in 2008, at a time when credit card and e-payment infrastructures were still strange to many Nigerians. He did this to resolve funding issues for ICT projects and companies. He partnered with international financiers to help Africans acquire technology and compete globally. Some other of his establishments are Technology Distribution Limited, Tax Direct Limited, and iTech Solutions. He is involved in ICT Brokers and ICT Connect.
Okay, but mine had a call. I had a call on the tech sector, and I've been consistent. And if you remember, my first step was to deal with the doubting Thomases, the media people. And it was like an evangelism. If you prove your worth to press people, to media people, because these are the critics of our time, then they follow you. You get to your destination faster. So when I did the whole media houses, transitioning them to digital economy through digital processing, through from typesetting to desktop publishing, computer graphics, okay, and multimedia. Then they started spreading the news. But again, we had to enhance that profile to the corporate world so that people can run offices with data analytics to guide them on advice, projections, okay, and where they're headed to. And then even our election. Okay, so today there would have been crisis in the economy if elections don't have facts and figures. And we did that with the DDC and then did authentication with a card reader.
If you've come this far, kindly like, comment, and share. Throughout AK's career, he remained committed to empowering others and fostering socio-economic development. His philanthropic endeavors and advocacy for youth empowerment reflect his belief in the transformative power of entrepreneurship. He launched the Computerized Nigeria project in August 2000, thereby encouraging development and the use of computers. He also launched the Can I scheme, providing affordable laptops to young Nigerians with a repayment plan of 24 months window. AK's foundation furthers his charitable efforts, supporting various causes with different donations across the country.
Now, I see entrepreneurs trying to live big. Are you with me? I see entrepreneurs trying to show off. You must have incubation period. Every successful entrepreneurs are seen to be stingy because they know the value of every dollar spent. But they use the same money to sustain the society. Okay, so I just want to advise Nigerians here. I see a lot of you startups now selling debt. It means technically you are leaving the company. And if I'm an investor, I watch your lifestyle. First of all, I see an entrepreneur, Nigerian entrepreneur, he hasn't started, he has expensive cars. Entrepreneurs, startups don't drive the best cars. They hide until they emerge.
He was bestowed with the Icon of Hope Award by former President Olusegun Obasanjo on October 1, 2002. He also got Nigerian Science and Technology Achievers of the Year 2003 and Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria OFR in 2004. AK is also a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group and holds a life membership Nigeria Institute of International Affairs. He also holds an honorary doctorate in business administration from Imo State University, Owerri, Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi, Federal University of Technology, Owerri, and the University of Jos. He is a fellow of the Lagos State Polytechnic, Lagos, Federal Polytechnic, Ida, and Federal Polytechnic, Nekede, Imo State.
The awards that Dr. Leo has received are in order. You find out when you read a story or go through it. This is somebody that started out with a graphic artist and desktop publishing outfit, and then many years later is comparable to all of the innovators in the world. You look at them, Steve Jobs, then Bill Gates. These are people that have built things from the ground up. There's no more deserving innovator than Dr. Stanley Eke for receiving all of these awards. In a society like Nigeria and Africa, where it appears that role models are in short supply, when you have innovators like Dr. Leo, who have spent their time, resources, and their life building from ground up, innovating, constantly doing things, it shows that these things can be done. So imagine a Dr. Leo being one that does this thing. It means that 100 more innovators can be like him. And that's the only way we can build the society that we want. It's not enough to have outliers like him. We appreciate it, but the most important factor is that he's representative of things that are possible. And looking at him and all the awards that he's received is proof of that.
Leadership is big crisis in the third world. Big subject to discuss. I don't have a complete answer, but as an entrepreneur, I can create platforms for you to decide who should be your leader. But my interest is that I'm excited with this 21st century, because this is the only century God did not create any person to be poor. In the past, many were called and few were chosen. In 21st century, many are called and many will be chosen. But you have to decide if you want to be one of those to be chosen.
Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke is married to Chioma Eke, the CEO of Technology Distributions Limited, TD Africa, and together they have raised 3 sons and 2 daughters who are doing well in their respective fields of endeavors, just like their parents. As Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke continues to chart new territories and inspire future generations, it speaks to the limitless potential of the African entrepreneurial spirit. With his visionary leadership and unwavering resolve, Dr. Eke embodies the essence of innovation and resilience, creating indelible marks on Nigeria's business in Africa and humanity. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke.
Hearts of Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. The National Theatre, Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment. Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve. Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market, located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, SOUQ Enlightenment.
A SOUQ morning. Welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape. I'm Hans Mba. It's the business headlines we'll be looking at across the world, from city to city, country to country, continent to continent. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we will be looking at them and letting you see how things are going this morning. Stay. Welcome right back. SOUQ Business Landscape, where we're looking at business headlines from publications across the world. We'll jump right on to the first one. Financial Times in the UK. Brussels outgoing competition chief hits back at push to ease merger rules. So the EU risks opening a Pandora's box of sorts by loosening its merger rules, warns Brussels outgoing competition chief after her successor was appointed, with a brief to being more supportive of companies scaling up. She pledged her support for the new successor as he steps in. Tie-ups and deaths of IPOs reduce picks for investors. Tie-ups and death as IPOs reduce picks for investors. So the removal of larger companies from London's stock exchange through M&A has created a worrying dynamic for domestic fund managers whose job it is to acquire attractive-looking UK stocks, as they are left with a smaller selection of quality stocks. They are stuck with choosing the best ones that work. Catch the full gist on page 11. Amazon Office Ultimatum. So this one is quite weird, because a lot of people have been enjoying hybrid working arrangements to even less than hybrid, because they're spending more time at home and less time at work. So the internet retailer Amazon has told staff they must return to the office 5 days a week starting next year. So they have been prepped to do this. This is touted as one. People are upset, right? People are not as excited because they've really relaxed and relapsed into getting used to working from home. So they're seeing this as one of the strictest crackdowns on the remote work that has become commonplace, that everyone, like I said earlier, is getting used to. Catch this on page 7. Instagram shifts on teens. This is another one that everyone should pay attention to. So Meta, formerly or popularly called Facebook, owner of Instagram, has announced that it will make teenagers' accounts on Instagram, of course, it's photo sharing app. They want to make it private by default. So it goes as far as helping screen and keep their privacy private, because they're teenagers, of course, but they still don't want to lose out on that market share. So they have the industry has come under fire because of all that has been going back and forth with teenagers and young adults. They've come under fire over their impact on young people and how the app is being used. Page 7 has more details for you. US and Japan near deal, right? So this deal is being curbed by experts to the Chinese chip industry, despite alarm in Japan about Beijing's threats to retaliate. What are they talking about? US and Japan. So the US has demanded new rules before November's election. This is what they're asking. What an ultimatum. Check out on page 6. Revolut set to enter India. So Revolut is a London-based online bank that's doing pretty well. It's quite new. Said it will launch next year. It's prepping all to launch next year. And last on the show on Monday, we were talking about how regular banks are losing clients and customers to these fintech banks. And this just goes to shed more light and prove that to be true, because they are targeting tens of millions of top-tier consumers. And in this key test for growth strategy of one of Europe's most valuable fintech, catch that one on page 8. World markets updates. So you catch this at the bottom of Financial Times. You check out currencies, stock markets, crypto, commodities, government bonds, everything you need, and at the correct time. On the bottom of that page, we move over to Gulf Times in Qatar. Qatar POS transactions. Qatar POS transactions have been on the news for a while. It has been on this show for a while. So Qatar POS transactions total 6.94 billion reals. E-commerce at 3.4 billion reals in August, says Qatar Central Bank. So the point of sale transactions that has happened around Qatar has been valued at 6.94 million reals just this past August. Central Bank Qatar says this. And they also report that in August last year, the POS valuations stood at 6.7 billion reals. That's a whopping sum. And in August of the previous year, 2022, these totaled 6.9 billion reals. Now, the total number of these POS transactions in Qatar stood at 32.2 million in August, compared to 27.7 million in the same period just last year. We're talking 1 year. And 24.02 million in August of 2022. That's a lot of POS transactions. It kind of reminds me of Nigeria, where you go to the bank, ATMs, there are no monies, and right next to it, less than 2 blocks away, you have 2 POS operators, and they have a whole load of brand new cash to give away. Sad, anyway. Central bank digital currency is growing rapidly. So a total of 134 countries representing 98% of the global economy are now exploring digital versions of their currency. And that's such a good thing. With almost half of this amount, should I say, that in an advanced stage. Pioneers of this is China and the Bahamas, incidentally, and amazingly, or rather, should I say surprisingly, Nigeria is in that mix. So it's Bahamas, China, and Nigeria, and they're starting to see a pickup in the usage of these instruments. The research by a US-based Atlantic Council think tank published on Tuesday yesterday showed that all G20 nations are now looking into central bank digital currencies because of these three countries, Bahamas, Nigeria, and China. So as they look into this, they are known that 44 countries in total are still piloting them, and that's good news. Malaysia Halal Expo eyes global expansion to tap MENA market. So the Malaysia International Halal Showcase, popularly called MIHAS, will be crossing over its domestic borders this year to tap into the very growing and vast Middle East and North African market, right? So the MIHAS is doing really great out there. The Minister of Investment and Trade Industry made this announcement at the opening ceremony of the MIHAS, and it's something that the GCC countries around are looking forward to. Baladna makes a comeback into QSE's main barometer. Lisha Bank, Media Care included in Islamic Index, right? So Baladna will replace Esithema Holding in the Qatar Stock Exchange 20 stock QE index, right? The exchange index effective from 1st of October. So companies with velocity less than 5% will definitely be excluded from the review, as are companies whereby a single shareholder can only hold less than 1% of outstanding shares. So these two groups of companies are excluded from that group. Sentiments weaken on QSE on foreign and Gulf funds selling pressure. Awaiting clues from the US Federal Reserve's decision on the interest rates, the Qatar Stock Exchange again on Tuesday lost more than 43 points amidst heightened trading volumes. So the local retail investors weakened their net buy as it had its influence in the main boost, which saw no trading of treasury bills. Not nice. So the domestic funds lower net buy also had its say in the main market, which saw no trading of sovereign bonds, no sovereign bonds, no treasury bills. How they get to proceed, you figure. So the Islamic index was seen declining slower than the main barometer in the main bulls, whose trade turnover and volumes were on the increase despite no trading in those two instruments. Catch that on page 8 as we proceed. What happens? This one is a personal favorite. So I wanted to really bring this to light. It's been on the news. It's been on the internet for a while. What happens if TikTok loses its fight over banning it in the US? Right? So Bloomberg took the time out to analyze and break this down in question and answer mode. Now, questions such as, why did Congress act against TikTok? Right? What's TikTok's response? If TikTok loses in court, would ByteDance is the parent company, will they actually sell TikTok? Now, if they would sell TikTok, who might the buyers be? More questions and all of the answers at the bottom of the front page. This is a great and beautiful read. Gulf Times Qatar comes to a close. So Business Post in Bangladesh. World Bank pledges $2 billion support to Bangladesh. World Bank pledges $2 billion support to Bangladesh. So the country director of World Bank, Abdullahi Sek, yesterday said that the World Bank can mobilize about $2 billion new financing in the fiscal year to support critical reforms, flood responses, and better air quality. Again, I'll say that, better air quality as well as health. Forex reserves crossed $2.4 billion, says Bangladesh Bank. So reserves rising in Bangladesh thanks to positive trends in the remittance inflow, says their central bank. Salido Saledohin for implementable World Bank loan assistance conditions. So Bangladesh has sought another loan, yet assistance from the World Bank, this time for financial sector reforms and budget support, says Ahmed Salahuddin, who is the Finance and Trade Minister, to the current interim government. So the demands came and the conditions given by the agency are implementable, says Ahmed. So World Bank will provide a loan of $1 billion to Bangladesh for financial sector reforms. Now, of this figure, $750 million will be provided as policy-based loans, and $250 million will be investment loans, and they will guarantee facilities. Again, ISDB to grant $4 to $5 billion to Bangladesh over 3 years. This is the third loan we're talking about here today. So Islamic Development Bank is to provide Bangladesh with up to $5 billion throughout the space of the next 3 years in support. So the Islamic Development Bank has announced this and has plans to provide Bangladesh with financial support totaling $5 billion over the next 3 years under its member country partnership strategy for 2024-2026. Germany to provide 1 billion euros to Bangladesh. The loans keep piling. I would have loved to have heard what Dr. Dahosa, my guest, who is not available today, would have had to say about this. We will discuss this off air. Remember, engage with us across board. It's #SBL. So still on this is another loan, and they're talking about environment, forest and climate change advisor Rizwana Hassan yesterday said Germany will provide 1 billion euros to Bangladesh within the next 10 years. Now, it's including 15 million euros this year, which will help in developing its renewable energy sector. Now, both countries will promote knowledge exchange and cooperation with non-state actors like the private sector, research institutes, academia, civil society, and a few more here and there. It's a lot of money to get things done. Kudos, Bangladesh. India wants to keep its relationships with Bangladesh stable. So India wants to keep its relationships with Bangladesh, its relations, quite on a stable path. The Minister for External Affairs, Jai Shankar, said this yesterday as a political churn in Bangladesh is that the country's internal matter is what is of utmost concern. But India is keen to continue what was a stable relationship. He just wants to do it whichever way, however. He further underlined that the maxim that neighboring nations are dependent on each other is key. We will take a quick short break, and when we return, SOUQ Business Landscape continues after this. Stay with us.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role
in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rate and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Welcome back. It's still SOUQ Business Landscape. Headlines from across the world as we look at it 3 times a week, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 7 a.m. in the morning. Business Day Nigeria. Marketers yet to lift Dangote petrol from NNPC over price. Marketers yet to lift Dangote petrol from NNPC over price. So this has been such a big deal the past few days. And there's been a lot of back and forth between Dangote and NNPC Limited over price. And many are actually contemplating and expecting that petrol would have been a lot cheaper because right now it's in our backyard, in their backyard, and things are not looking like expected. Hence the back and forth between both parties. We will stay on this news and keep you updated as long as you're on SOUQ News Television. Hunger looms as flood sweeps food belt states. So it's been a devastating flooding that has submerged about 70% of Maiduguri, the capital Borno state, which is a key supplier of food for the nation. FG concludes final investments decisions on $550 million gas project. FG concludes final investment decision on $550 million gas project. They aim to deliver 350 million per day, right? And it seems like a huge deal that folks are not looking at its ease and it's happening. What else is on the paper? We will segue away from here and go to Business Daily in Kenya. KRA catches 461 tycoons amid tax cheats crackdown. KSA catches 461 tycoons amidst tax cheats crackdown. So Kenya Revenue Authority has tripled the number of tycoons brought into its tax nets in the year ended June a couple of months ago, reflecting the results of a clampdown on super rich individuals who use nominee and offshore accounts to hide their wealth. The tax man has identified and roped in this huge number, 461 high net individuals whose gross annual income is roughly estimated at over 350 million shillings. So they grab them, they're paying them. Persons living with disabilities of various kinds, types, and degrees are entitled to total tax exemptions. Persons living with disabilities of various kinds, types, and degrees are entitled to total tax exemptions. Now, this is coming, as they say, only if they knew, if these disabled people knew, and only if also it is not a loophole for abuse for those that do not deserve them. So I see this is a happenstance across board, not just only Nigeria. People are taking advantage of these things that are beneficial to the disabled. And it goes on to say it clarifies that both local and international law gives sanctuary and benefits to those that are bedraggled with physical, mental, and intellectual infirmities. Treasury overdrafts rises to 70.68 billion shilling on interest payouts. Treasury overdrafts rises to 70.68 billion shillings on interest payouts. The National Treasury resorted to an emergency loan facility to repay more than 20 billion shilling in interest repayments that were due to bondholders at the beginning of the month, reflecting periodic cash flow challenges. This is such a huge deal, and many things are being done to face it. We'll run through a few of the headlines on Business Daily Kenya. CEOs face 3 million shillings fines, jail over whistleblower protection rules. Bonus freeze, layoffs hits pay as you earn collections. Court backs firing of NIS man in passport bribery rackets. Banks pilot new big payments system. September bond sales to chart the trends of interest rates. So over to Business Day, South Africa. Credit reviews rise as wealthy FNB clients feel more pain. So First National Bank, which has the largest, biggest, most vast private banking client base in the whole of South Africa, says this segment has not escaped the harsh realities of the country's economy as well. So with an increasing number of clients entering credit review, despite being the largest and the most, that's holding the most vast, they're still worrying about their client base, which is top 2, top 3%, are still crossing over to credit review. Governance still an issue at SAA, the board and management of South Africa Airlines, which posted irregular expenditure of 44 billion rand, irregular being the keyword, should improve the ailing airline's governance and internal capacity to turn it around. Officials responsible for financial statements and supply chain management must be properly trained, they say, and the department capacitated with qualified and experienced staff, warns the Auditor General, who is the one that's been on their case based on this. No chit-chat change, National Health Insurance Act states. No chit-chat can change National Health Insurance Act. So input was given and the law was signed, hook, line, sinker. So to forge the process now puts credibility into lawmaking and at risk. It will be at risk as well. Nothing can change the National Health Insurance Act unless Parliament passes amendment legislation, which is something that takes a process to do. So no matter how many meetings President Cyril Ramaphosa may have with organized businesses and others, this is a no-no. This is a very opinionated article by Marianne Merton of the Business Day in South Africa. China returns to South Africa. China returns to Africa as leader of the Global South, I beg your pardon. China returns to Africa as leader of the Global South. So more than 30 African leaders have just returned from Beijing after the triennial diplomatic summit with President Xi Jinping, China's president. While the meeting, the first in-person event between Chinese and African leaders since since before the COVID pandemic, this took place on Chinese soil. Symbolically, it signaled the return of China to its continent of choice, and that is Africa. Thank you for staying with me on SOUQ Business Landscape. My name is Hans Mba. Remember, interact, engage with us. Let's take these conversations offline to the internet across all social media, especially on YouTube, with the hashtag SBL. It's raining outside, but the weather is clement. I urge that you drive safely as we take a nod here. Have a lovely morning as our show for 8 o'clock comes on. Have a lovely morning.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Abdul Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, SOUQ Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa SOUQ Rabiu, founder of SOUQ Rabiu and Sons Group, a family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, SOUQ Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogun-Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute Chausseo. BUA invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogun-Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement Plc was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers,
are well, ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the MSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Yes, I'm still your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions
League. For different ways to make money. Sports is the best way to create it.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, it's another beautiful day, and actually it's a rainy day here in Lagos. Everywhere the rains are here, and for some people they'll believe that's a sign of good things to come. And yes, it's a sign of good thing. I believe that. What a way to welcome you to that program that sets the pace for your day. That program's where the big story lives, where we focus on the issues related to business, finance, and economy. This is Early Exchange, and I am Femi Ayodele. As you know that our obligation on this program is to shape policy. Today we will also do likewise. That's our business. We're proud to do that. We're proud to do that every day because our society needs to get better. And that's the essence of a program like this. Today we'll be looking at a special act called the prohibition of violence against persons. This we call it VAPP. It's an act that was enacted in 2015 to prohibit violence against people, most especially women and girls in public and private life. And the essence of this law is to ensure that the rights of women are protected, ladies are protected. Well, as we speak, the act is being considered in the Senate. There's a move to repeal the act, and most importantly, women and ladies are uncomfortable with this move. We're going to have that conversation today, and what will be the essence of this act, and what will be the impact, and if there's a need for improvement, what should be done to ensure that this act, the purpose is, intended, is achieved. Don't forget to become a part of this conversation. All you just have to do is to join us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, X. Just go to YouTube to search for us. Search for SOUQ News TV using the hashtag Early Exchange. Thereafter, we're also going to look at women taking the front seat when it comes to the banking sector. In Nigeria, we have almost 10 CEOs, female CEOs precisely, who are making waves in the banking sector. We'll do a spotlight on them to also establish the role of women in the corporate setting. All right, let's start the ball rolling. You know the usual thing is we usually start with news update. We switch over to our newsroom for news updates, where Shade is standing by to take us around the world. Shade, over to you.
Hello and welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am Shade Uwe. President Bola Tinubu has debunked the rumors making rounds that he asked the Governor of Central Bank of Nigeria, Olayemi Cardoso, to resign his appointment. The Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, revealed via his official X handle on Tuesday that President Tinubu gave no such instructions. Onanuga said that it is all a lie, that the president has not asked Olayemi Cardoso to resign. However, Nigerians are concerned that CBN governor has not lived up to his expectations, owing to his inability to stop the performance of the economy, most especially the free fall of Nigeria's currency, the naira. The Federal Accounts Allocation Committee has distributed 1.2 trillion naira earned in August 2024 to the federal government, states, and local government councils. This marks an 11% drop from July's 1.358 trillion naira. The revenue includes statutory earnings, VAT, and exchange differences. The federal government received 374.93 billion naira, while the states got 422.86 billion naira, and local governments were allocated 306.53 billion naira. Additionally, 99.47 billion naira was shared with oil-producing states as derivation revenue. The naira has depreciated to 1,656 naira per dollar in the Nigerian Autonomous Foreign Exchange Market, and this is according to data from FMDQ. This represents a drop of 109.98 naira from the 1,546.51 naira rate recorded last Friday. However, the naira appreciated slightly to 1,640 naira per dollar from 1,660 naira over the weekend. As a result, the gap between the parallel market and the NAFEM rate has narrowed to 16 naira 49 kobo per dollar, down from 113.59 naira last Friday. The global financial markets are on edge as traders await the U.S. Federal Reserve's rate cut decisions today, expected to trigger volatility. Major brokerages predict a 25 basis point cut, though markets are pricing in a 61% chance of a more aggressive 50 BPS cut. The U.S. stocks closed flat on Tuesday as investors prepared for the decision. Fed funds futures indicate a historic lack of clarity, with analysts divided over the outcome. Any decision could lead to significant market swings in stocks, bonds, and currencies, particularly affecting the US dollar and yen. And that's the update this hour on SOUQ News Television. I am Shade Uwe. The early exchange continues in a moment. Good morning.
All right, that was the news update, and we must thank Shadia and the rest of the news crew for giving us the latest picture of what is going on in the country. You've heard that news, the president dispelling the rumor that the CBN governor has been sacked. That rumor was flying on social media yesterday that Olayemi Cardozo, the CBN governor, has been sacked. But the president has debunked that rumor. All right, we'll take a moment now. When we return, we'll now look at our big story for today. All you just have to do is stay with us. We'll be right back.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history. An important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo, early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
in the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, glad to know you're still there with us. And now to our big story for today is to look at the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act. It's being called shortly VAPP. Now, this act was enacted in 2015 by former President Goodluck Jonathan. That was during his administration. And the essence of this act is to prohibit violence against persons, in the public and in the public space. Most importantly, it covers women and ladies. And now there are controversies trailing this act over the years since it's been enacted in 2015. In fact, as we speak, we only have 34 out of 36 states who have enacted this law or who have domesticated this law. And that's been a challenge over the year. And that's why we need to talk about it to see what can be done to reshape this act so that it can serve the purpose intended. Now, at the moment, there's a move to repeal this act at the Senate, but it's been kicked against mostly by women and ladies because they're going to be more affected. Let's see how we can shape policy in this regard by bringing in our guests. We're being joined by Juliana Jonathan O'Malley, who is a lawyer and acting Deputy Director, Directorate of Gender-Based Violence, Kogi State Ministry of Justice. Glad to have you join us this morning, Juliana.
I'm grateful.
All right. For those who don't have proper understanding about this act, I would like you to give a background to the importance, the necessity, and the details or the spirit behind this act. We'll call it Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAPP. I would like you to give a background to it, why it's so important, and why do you think it's been controversial over the years? This act was enacted in 2015, and there are several controversies trailing this act, especially when it comes to protecting the interest of violence against women and ladies. So talk to us. The spirit behind this act and what has been the success rate, or if you call it the failure that has been recorded in the last years since it's been enacted, precisely in the year 2015.
Thank you very much. I'm so glad to join you on this program. First of all, I would like to say that a lot of people have a misconception about what the VAP law is all about in the first place. The VAP law, which means Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act of 2015. This VAP Act, the main thrust, the main purpose, the main objective of this VAP Act is to prohibit all forms of violence, whether in the public or in the private life. It is also to provide some sort of, how do I put it now? The victims are supposed to be able to find solace in this law because it makes provision for the victims to be taken care of, and it makes provisions for the protection and the effective remedies to be provided for victims, which hitherto other laws before now had not been able to adequately do so. And then apart from that, it also is more detailed in terms of punishment for offenders of, for perpetrators or offenders, people who commit the gender-based violence. Now, in Nigeria particularly, the VAP Act can be seen as one of the landmark achievements of the federal government of Nigeria in trying to combat the scourge of GBV. GBV is gender-based violence. Now, what is gender-based violence? Most people have a misconception. They don't even really know what it means. But if you go through the acts that amount or that constitute gender-based violence are listed there. Hitherto, because of our cultural practices and because of the gender roles that were assigned to the genders that are recognized in Nigeria, that's the male and female, you see that there were some things that were just seen as being normal but have now been criminalized by the VAP Act. So the VAP Act is supposed to be a reprieve for those who have suffered one form of gender-based violence or the other. There are so many, but I'll give you an example. One of the most common and the most popular would be rape. But there is a misconception, like I keep insisting. People feel that it is only women and girls that are protected by this law, but it's not true. In fact, very recently, we had to visit a particular place for, I wouldn't want to mention where, but we were informed by someone who was visually impaired, a man, a male, a full-grown man. He told us that he was almost a victim of rape. So these things are everywhere. When we talk about the VAP Act, most people just limit it. And I think that's the mindset that the average Nigerian has. Most people believe that the VAP Act caters to just women and girls, but it's a misconception. It's for everybody. If there are some defects in the law to make maybe the male gender not feel really included, what I would suggest to be done should be an amendment and not a total overhauling of the legal framework for the GBV cases, because that would be a serious setback. What should happen? What do you think should become the fate of those who have been victims of gender-based violence? Or we like to refer to them as survivors. What should be their fate? So in my opinion, I would think that rather than asking for a repeal, what should be done should be an amendment. Even if you want to say another law should be enacted, it's going to be a lengthy process, lengthy and uncertain. And in the meantime, what of those who have benefited from the relief or the remedies that have been provided as a result of this law? Like you rightly pointed out, in Nigeria, about 34 states out of the 36 states of Nigeria have domesticated the law. The only issues we have, which I can point out, is the issue of implementation. Many of the states have domesticated this law, but we are not really implementing it as we should. And what I think the government can do for us is to try to strengthen the already existing VAP Act. Strengthen it if there are areas of misconception or ambiguity, or if there are areas that need better clarification, an amendment should be done But asking for a repeal will be like taking one step in the right direction and then 10 steps backward. Thank you very much.
All right, what a good opener there. Now let's bring in our second guest. It's looking like the conversation is getting bigger now, and it's looking like a day for lawyers to educate us. We're also being joined by Chimeze Onwama Esquire, who is a senior partner and CEO Million and Cross Commercial Solicitors. Glad to have you join us, Chimeze. If you can hear. All right, while we wait for the second guest, Juliana, let me get back to you. You started by giving us a background to the spirit behind this law. Now, I'm happy with the fact that you are a legal practitioner, and from your observation over the years, this law was enacted in 2015. Will you give us a picture of the success rate, the level of implementation? How many Nigerians has implemented this law, or has experimented with this law? And what are some of the controversies trailing this law? Why do you think, years after it was enacted, these laws are still being considered for repeal on at the floor of the Senate? What are the controversial clauses here, and what are the things that should be submitted for amendment as far as the Senate is concerned?
Thank you for that question. Like I earlier pointed out, I think the issue of, sorry, I'm going to digress a bit, but I think it's for the purpose of clarity. The issue of sensitization is very important. I gave an example. I told you earlier, I said that there were many acts committed by people before now, which were not criminalized because of whether you could call them gender roles that are assigned traditionally. There are some things that are believed to be the prerogative of a man or even that of a woman and all that. And some of those things have kind of made people not realize that when we are talking about gender-based violence is neutral. Any gender can be a perpetrator of gender-based violence. What I mean is that a male can be a perpetrator of gender-based violence. That means a male can commit gender-based violence. A female can also commit gender-based violence. And that's the same way gender-based violence victims can either be male or female, young or old. So it cuts across all borders. That's the first thing people need to understand, because from my little experience in working in this department, I understand that a lot of men, it will surprise you to know that despite the plethora of gender-based cases that we have, it will shock you, the statistics of gender-based violence cases that we have in Nigeria. But despite it, there are some people who still have this notion. They still believe that once you just mention gender, anything gender, or you say gender-based violence, they just feel, oh, that caters to men. I mean, that caters to women and girls. And that's what I was talking about when I said we need proper sensitization. So going back to the question you just asked now, are there certain sections of the law that need to be amended? Yes, there are some that need to be strengthened. But in strengthening them, we don't overhaul the years of progress that has been made. That is why we can amend. We can pick out those sections, like the one that talks about the consent and the fact that men feel that by the language of the law, it caters more to, okay, let me give you an example. Some of the offenses, apart from, many people believe that, oh, it's only women that can be raped. But I just cited an example earlier. I said a visually impaired man told us he was almost a victim of rape. These are things that people are not aware of. Because men hardly report issues and instances of gender-based violence. And many men are silent on it, even when it is being committed. They are silent on it. Maybe they feel it emasculates them. I don't really know. But I would think that Nigerians should really be glad for the enactment of this act. And what we can do to strengthen it, like I said, what we can do to strengthen it is to have a complete look at the act itself and the areas that maybe they feel are not really inclusive. They don't really include both men and women, or the male and men and women, or the male and female gender. The language is just a matter of language, and they can just be adjusted. These things can be taken care of. You don't need to overhaul the whole legal framework. For me, it's a no-no. I'm of the opinion that we don't need to repeal the act at all, because even within this period of time that the act came into place, we can see the advantage and the fact that it caters more to specific things that were not provided for by the penal code and some things. There are some things that by the language of it and the how do I put it now? There are some crimes. Let me give you an example. If you say somebody is guilty of economic abuse, those are things that you could never find in the VAP. I mean, you could never find in the penal code. But in the VAP Act, you see things like that. That if you even deprive somebody of liberty, if you deprive somebody of sustenance, if the person is your dependent, it's an offense. It is a crime. So I would think that we should work on strengthening the already existing VAP Act. A repeal for me is a no-no. It will be a waste of the time and the progress that has already been achieved in this regard. Thank you very much.
All right, you've made it clear that a repeal is a no-no for you. Now let's bring in our second guest. Alancha Chimeze is ready for us, who is a senior partner and CEO, Million and Cross Commercial Solicitors. Chimeze, glad to have you join us on the LX thing this morning.
Oh my. And it's Milton and Cross, not Million and Cross, although we're expecting the millions.
All right, thanks for that correction. Of course, the millions will come. All right, now
Amen.
Let's look at this act. You have VAPP. It's been considered to be very controversial since 2015 that this act was enacted. Now, I would like you to give us your own picture, your own account on the success or the failure that has triggered this act. Why do you think years after, we are still revisiting this act, even though the level of implementation has not been substantial? What are some of the critical controversies or issues that are trailing this law, this act, and what do you think should be done? Now, Juliana is saying she's kicking against the move to repeal the act. Let me have your thought in this regard and then your overall assessment of this act.
Okay, thank you. My first interaction with the VAP law, the VAP legislation, was around 2016. I had a client whose husband woke up one day and threw her out of the house. You know, he felt like, I don't want to marry this woman again, leave my house. Packed her load, packaged her and threw her out. As at that time, the VAP hadn't been domesticated in Lagos. You know, it was just being domesticated. It hadn't taken full effect in Lagos State. And I think we have to distinguish between the VAP Act and the VAP law, Violence Against Persons legislation of the states. Now, the VAP Act covers only the FCT. It applies only to the FCT. If you understand the principle of conflict of laws, every state is a country in and of itself. So Lagos State is a different country from the FCT. FCT is a different country from the from Ondo State or your state, and so on and so forth. So each violence against persons law legislation has to be domesticated in each state. Now, And at that point, we could not really implement. You could only go to police, and you went to the police. Police would ask, "Oh, why did you not?" There were questions of adultery in the situation, and Nigeria, we have a tolerance. It's unfortunately, attitudes are changing now, but about 10 years ago, there was a tolerance for domestic violence. There was a substantial amount of tolerance for domestic violence, economic violence, marital violence. There was a tolerance for it. If you got angry with your wife, you could just tell her, "Get out of my house." If you had a girlfriend and you've been living together for a while and you say, "I don't want to live with this woman again," you throw her out. You just stop taking care of your children. Attitudes have changed significantly. Now, people can do all with the enactment of the VAP and the domestication of VAP in other states. At least 35 out of 36 states. The only state that hasn't domesticated it is Kano State. A lot of family-based and domestic violence has reduced. I won't say it has stopped, but it has reduced. Yes, the VAP had its weaknesses. It does have a few weaknesses. But then if you look at the VAP alone in isolation, you will make a mistake. You have to look at the VAP vis-a-vis other existing legislations. Now, in Lagos, most people don't even really come under the VAP. Most offenses contained in the VAP are also covered by the criminal law of Lagos State. Let's use Lagos as an example. So, to a large extent, yes, the VAP has weaknesses, but most of the problems can be resolved through. It's actually being what Senator Issa Jibrin, that's the proponent of the promoter of this repeal law, the repeal bill, is saying is that let us repeal and reenact so we can fix all the errors in the VAP Act, which is not bad in and of itself. Most laws are repealed and reenacted every day. The KAMA was repealed and reenacted, and a better KAMA was enacted. Most other laws, a lot of other laws, tax laws a lot of our laws are repealed and reenacted every day. But the VAP, does the VAP need an update? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. There are new issues surrounding cybercrime. People now, you have sex tapes flying up and down. You have people sharing private issues surrounding privacy. Someone can blackmail you, cyberbullying, cyber blackmail. A lot of these things are issues that can be covered by the Violence Against Persons Act because they are emotional abuse. But on its own, does it need a full repeal? I don't think so. Now, even if they repealed the VAP Act, I don't think it would actually have a substantial effect because it will only apply to the FCT. It will not apply to the other states until and unless the other states domesticate it. In terms of from what I also I've noticed over the years, I've observed a part of my practice is dedicated to family and child law. And we've realized that prior to the VAP Act, there was a prevalent belief that we used to call it gender-based violence or SGBV. We believe that women were the ones being abused. Now, information coming out, statistics show that there is men are more abused than women. We hear about men abusing women. We hear more cases of it, but when you now see statistics being released by the DSVRT and other domestic sexual violence agencies, you realize there is a substantial amount of violence against men. And unfortunately, our culture different cultures. Nigeria is made up of over 300 to 400 cultures. Different cultures make it difficult for men to come out and say, "Oh, we are being abused." What point was it? When men are often subject to emotional abuse. We hear a man being abused. You hear men. I had to have this neighbor, and by the time you hear his wife talk to him, she will strip him down with her tongue. Now, if the man goes to the police station and says, "Oh, my wife is emotionally abusing me," what happens? Everybody will abuse him and say, "Guy, go and be a man." Now, so man life be. So there's a tolerance for it in Nigeria. So I would say the issue with the VAP Act is more one of enforcement and implementation. It's more of enforcement and implementation as opposed to the content. Because it's if you support the VAP, if you look at the VAP Act, Criminal Law, Children and Young Persons Act, and all that ecosystem that makes up child and family law, you see that it's substantial protection for children, young persons, and spouses. The VAP Act then only covered, VAP Act. Before the VAP Act, there was the Criminal Code. Criminal Code covered in fact, I just say the VAP Act even tempered the harshness of the Criminal Code in some areas. Before, rape was 15 years. The punishment for rape was 15 years imprisonment. But then you had a higher standard of proof. You had to prove that there was penile entry. That you had to prove, oh, this man actually had penetrative sexual intercourse with the woman. Any other thing was sexual assault. Now, the VAP expanded the definition of rape to include digital rape, where a man uses his finger or his mouth or any other object to penetrate the woman. So a lot of things he expanded, but when it came to punishments, which is one of the issues Senator SOUQ Jubreen raised, he said rape now has 15 years. Defilement, which is the rape of a child, that a person under the age of 17 years, which they say is I think how many years is it? 13 or 11 years. It's short, much less. It has a lower punishment in the VAP than in the criminal law. So the criminal law that covered criminal or penal laws that covered each state provide a more robust architecture for enforcement of the VAP. So you can actually any offense that, so most times they punish people under the criminal law. So I don't think would the repeal have any substantial effect on the states? No. Except the states update their own laws to reflect repeal. But I think for what the law is, it's a repeal and reenactment. The issue I have noticed is the key issue, the core issue is that we don't have there's a trust deficit in Nigeria. A lot of the Nigerian populace do not trust the legislation, our legislative agent bodies. One, and secondly, legislation, the National Assembly did not have, when they were first doing the first VAP, the civil society organizations were carried along. A lot of people knew what was going on. It was a long process. People followed it step by step to the point of enactment. Now, this one has been, and this is not the first time Senator SOUQ Jubreen is bringing this request for, is sponsoring a bill to repeal and reenact the VAP. It's not the first time. It came first in 2022. It was sent back. Now it has come a second time, and it has scaled to the second reading. So people, they are not carrying people along. We don't know the whys, we don't know the wherefores. So to my mind, There might be some
We'll
hidden
address
motive.
that subsequently, but let me. I like the fact that you've been able to provide the background to some of the things, the controversial issues as regards this act. But let's get back to Juliana, and I would like you to speak in this regard. Record has shown that out of 36 states in Nigeria, we only have 34 that has domesticated this law. Why do you think the other two are, foot dragging about domesticating this law? And what are some of the peculiarities about these states? Now, you talked about the peculiarity of Abuja and some other states. Do you think that the peculiarity of each state should be factored into this act when it's being domesticated? What are some of the issues around localizing this act, especially for the two states that have not been able to do that? What's your observation?
Well, I have an observation and I have a comment, but whether or not it's okay for me to express my personal opinion on national TV is another issue. The truth is that what is acceptable to some people may not be acceptable to others, and what is considered grievous and terrible to some people may not really be considered that serious. I want you to read between the lines and know where I'm heading to. I'm on national TV, so I just wouldn't want to go into saying some things, but I do know for a fact that whether we like it or not, in Nigeria, sometimes our religion or the things that we believe in, the things that we hold dear, they play a significant role in shaping who we are as a people, whether collectively or individually, or even as a state, what you hold dear. So for those who have domesticated the VAT law, it is because they've seen the importance of it. And for the other two the others that have refused to domesticate the law, it is because maybe or perhaps it is not that important to them, and maybe they feel, just like I pointed out earlier, the issue of sensitization cannot be overemphasized. The mindset of people need to change. People need to know that what is wrong and nothing can make it right. Let's be sincere and be serious with ourselves. The issue of gender-based violence is even humanitarian in nature. It doesn't have to, it's not because it's happening to a man or it's happening to a woman. This is just basic. There are some things that are repugnant to natural justice, equity, and good conscience. So I think in the spirit of that, that's where we should channel, that's what should direct us to take the decisions that we take. The others are a bit slow in picking up the cue that the 34, or will I say 35 states have picked, but maybe, let's hope, maybe in the nearest future they will have a rethink. I would just love to stop here for now. Thank you so much.
All right, I understand your point and the angle you're coming from, but at least you've been able to shed light on that. Let me get back to Chimeze here. I like the fact that you're a man now, so we purposely had to arrange these we purposely have to do this arrangement so that we'll have a kind of balance in the conversation. There was something crucial you raised earlier, which is the fact that when you talk about violence against persons, women and ladies are always in the picture. People hardly talk or think about men, but record or statistics are also shown that men are also victims. Now, what do you think can be done? You said earlier that most of the time, because of cultural belief or ego issue, men don't like to talk about it. Now, what do you think can be done to help victims who are men to voice out, to tell their testimony or their experience? Now that you have an ad that should be able to take care of that, don't you think there's a need to also look into this and also help these men who are victims, but they can't talk or they can't open up? What should be done to encourage these men to open up and tell their story?
It is a big thing. I find that the major issue is that safe spaces are not created for men. Most people, when we have issues, we go to our churches, our mosques, our imams, or our families. There are no real safe spaces for men. I think the only safe space many men have are beer parlors, which is why you have a substantial amount of alcohol abuse. I think the first step would be to create more sensitization. A lot of men do not even know they are being abused. Secondly, the creation of a safe space where men can come and get counseling without judgment or condemnation. Number three, most of the government agencies need to, if I would say, I've had the opportunity of witnessing quite a number of cases, and the way it's carried out is, instead of carrying it out in a private and confidential manner, it's carried out in a public manner. So when I was in the UK, I spent some time in the UK, and I worked as a family mediator in the UK. And we were trained in techniques where you would have, if you wanted to talk to the husband, you talk to the husband separately, you talk to the wife separately. Before you now know where both of them are coming from. So most times when you had those separate conversations, you would find that people were willing to divulge more about what they were going through. But now in Nigeria, it's handled you would see people, they would lump people together, they call them together and say your own in front of the other person. Tell me your own side of the story, you tell me your own side of the story, they start fighting. So our cultural approaches, the way we have approached this problem over the years has only worsened the problem. So I think there's a need for more training among the functionaries that operate in that space. There's a grave deficiency of training. A lot of them are trained, but they don't know. They need to go through more practical and experience-based training. They need to learn how to mediate. They need to know how to caucus properly. They need to learn how to men need to have safe spaces. Counseling is important. A lot of men are going through, when you as part of my divorce practice, I realized that when you sit down and talk to men, when you do a divorce for a man, when you do a divorce, you get close to the family. You start knowing their deepest secrets. And when you sit down, you see the load, the emotional load a lot of men bear. And you wonder how men are even safe. A lot of men are carrying mental health issues due to domestic violence, emotional abuse. I won't say violence now, I'll say abuse. So we need to have male spaces. Support groups need to be set up. There are inadequate support groups in Nigeria. Inadequate. I once had someone, I met a man whose wife would routinely beat him up. She would beat him up, she would injure him. You'd go to the police station, and she would go to the police station and report that he's the one beating her up. The man had until I got into the matter, the man had no safe space to talk. How do you tell your lawyer, how do you tell a man, how do you tell a fellow man that you are being beaten up by your wife? And a lot of, I would say a significant amount of women resort quickly to violence. When they have a quarrel with their husband, the first thing they will just throw something at him, or they'll just slap him. And even in our home video, you watch it in our home video.
Let me pause you for a moment. I would like Junior to react to this so that we'll strike a balance here. If you can hear me, Junior, I would like you to react to this issue as regards perception when it comes to the issue of violence. Then let's also talk about the issue of stigma for the victims. We've established that the victims are also, we have both men and women who are victims. But you realize most of the time the victims, they are always afraid to talk or to open up because of the stigma in the society, what might come after, especially when it comes to the issue of rape or domestic violence. Now, I'd like you to react to the angle that, gives the perception that when you talk about violence, women and ladies are usually in the picture, unlike men who are not in the picture. Then also talk about victims, the stigma in the society, how to handle the issue of stigma for victims who are going through all this and what they need to do, who they need to talk to, and how they can overcome this general perception about this act. Talk to us.
Thank you very much. Your question is, how do we handle the issue of stigmatization? And okay, let me start with how do we handle the issue of stigmatization? The truth is that there are some things you cannot help. When something has happened, it has happened. Rather, what should be done is how to encourage the person to come out of it and rise above the stigmatization. But I think even that issue of stigmatization will be handled. I'm still going back to the issue of sensitization. People need to be, we need to do, in Nigeria, we need to do a holistic, we need to address this issue of sensitization holistically. What do I mean? I mean both in the towns, in the villages, in the suburbs. Let it start from the grassroots. Let people know that, hitherto, before this time, these things were not considered bad, but now as it is, it has been criminalized and you can actually go to jail for it. I think when everybody knows that these problems are common to both the men and the women, the stigmatization will reduce. And I think it's even the stigmatization that makes it difficult for men to open up when they are being abused. My learned colleague mentioned that he's going to suggest that safe spaces be created for men to be able to vent. I don't really know.
All right, so we must apologize for that. The internet glitch won, but I'm very sure we're going to get us soon for her to wrap up our talk on the issue of stigmatization. Okay, let me get back to Chimeze now, which is the factor why we wait for her to join us shortly. Now, I would like you to address the issue of evidence. You realize most of the time when you talk about the issue of violence against persons, the most important thing when it comes to approaching the court is the issue of evidence, which most of the time usually jeopardizes most of the cases in court. Issue of rape, domestic violence, and all that, it's usually not that easy to provide evidence. So as a legal practitioner, what has been your observation in this area, and what should victims do, people who are being abused in one way or the other, to protect evidence? And immediately this thing happens, what would you expect victims to do? Are they in that position to secure these evidences or evidence or whatever it is that could also buttress their case in court? Talk to us about some of the mistakes people often make when it comes to handling this kind of case or approaching court for this kind of case in asking for their right or justice.
Thank you very much. The evidentiary burden in criminal matters is proved beyond reasonable doubt, which means that you must show that. I look at evidence. When you are building a case, you have to look at it like cooking a soup. There's a formula. A must enter, B must enter, C must enter, D must enter for there to be a clear-cut case. Now, so I will start. In order to prove a case of rape, you must prove that there was penetration, that you must prove that there was no consent, or consent was obtained through fraud or fraud. Number two, you must establish that. Now, that penetration, how do you establish penetration? That's where we have always had a problem in rape cases, in proving rape cases. Back in the day, so you have to establish The qualification is established through the medical examination. So that is, and the only time you can actually catch a person in Nigeria right now, where you are most likely to get a person, is when the man deposits semen inside the woman. That's where you have a clear case. But in situations where the man uses a finger, a tongue, any other part of his body, apart from penile penetration, we normally have consent is also a very hard case to prove, because there was a case I witnessed in court some years ago, many years ago. I was a very, very young lawyer then, and the man, they were able to win the case. The opposing counsel won the case. Then they asked the man, "Okay, why did you?" Because there was no clear evidence, and the man said, "Oh, sometimes." They were asking, "Why did you tear the girl's underwear? Why did you feel the need to tear her underwear?" He said, sometimes you have, when a woman says no in Nigeria, it doesn't mean she will say no, no, no before she says yes. So that's where we don't have. So mistakes that are made. Let me start from the mistakes women make. Women typically make. Number one, if there's any issue of rape, do not shower. Do not have a shower. First thing, because they need to have, when the first thing the hospital does is when you go to the closest police station immediately, they will swear the police is under an obligation to call in a medical practitioner or a medical note to go to the closest general hospital. Now you take the general hospital, they will perform a rape kit on the woman. They will swab her vagina and find if there is a semen sample. Or there are normally semen samples, skin samples. There are some samples the man will leave. They will get a medical report from the general hospital. Unfortunately, a lot of women, the first thing that a lot of women do is to go and have a shower because they feel dirty. After that effect, they quickly go and have a shower and they try to wash away the man. They try to wash away the events. Now, doing that, they destroy that evidence. Now, the second thing the woman should do, so the first thing, don't shower. Don't shower, don't clean, don't do anything. Just dress up, go. Number two, document. Document. Take pictures. Take as many pictures. Memorize where things are happening. Take pictures if possible. If there has been beating, if the woman is beaten up, always take pictures of the violence. I find that when there are pictures, it always makes a very strong case. Because if there it covers the issue of lack of. You can say if a woman gave consent, there won't be a black eye on her face, or there won't be an injury, or there won't be abrasions. Now, number three, the next thing the woman should do is ask for the human rights. When you get to the station, ask for the human rights officer in that station. Every station has a human rights officer. Those officers have proper training for human rights issues. They know the procedures and the steps to take. It may not be so in the rural stations. Unfortunately, sexual violence is more prevalent in rural areas and areas with low economic mobility. So they may not know these things. But the first thing I will say is don't shower. Once a woman showers, that the 99% is that the case will be scattered. If there's any exhibit, torn clothes, torn underwear, please carry it along. If the man used the condom, take it along. And then the third, what I find that women are now there's been more sensitization over the past 10 years. Women are more vocal about these things now. They are more educated about it and they're taking more reasonable steps. Before, women would just quickly shower, scatter evidence. Now, over the past 5 years, over the past 5 years, there's been a lot of, now women are smarter. You find that after sexual abuse, they tend to, I see a trend now, they lock the abuser in the house and go and report. Other times, if they are not careful, the woman should take steps to protect herself. Take pictures. taking pictures,
Permit
documenting,
me to
have a
come
voice.
in here now. You've been able to establish what should be done. Thank you for that. But let's bring in Julian, and I hope she's ready for us. We also need to have a perspective as regards this development. Glad to have you back with us.
Thank you very much.
All right. Earlier, you were making your submissions as regards the issue of stigmatization, and also you made a statement that you don't subscribe to men being given a safe haven to vent their anger. So I'd like you to continue your thought in that regard, then subsequently I ask another question. But I want you to wrap up on that before we go to another question.
Okay. Okay, let me wrap up very quickly. I'm not totally opposed to men being given a safe space. What I just mean is that a safe space should be created for everybody, whether male or female. Yes, I'm in support of the safe space, but saying that the safe space should be for men because they are men and they are not used to venting is wrong. I think it's a wrong approach for you to even, there's nothing wrong with you. If you're a victim, you're a victim, and it's not because of something you did or did not do. You shouldn't be victimized because of your gender. And if you are victimized, you should be taught how to survive, how to come out of it. So I feel like I keep hammering. I know even if you are not going to remember me for anything, I want you to remember that I keep hammering on the issue of sensitization. When people know that these things are more common than they think, you know, there are sometimes you're going through something and you just feel it's peculiar to only you. But surprise, surprise, only for you to discover that you're not the only man who has experienced such. Neither will you, you're not the first, neither will you be the last. So if you know that the statistics are now showing that even men suffer gender-based violence. Since you know that it's common now, the effect of that stigma will not be so much on you, especially if we can even create counseling centers where you can go to talk about it. Because once those counseling centers are established and they have people that you can confide in, the counselors that you can confide in, you don't necessarily need to know what I came in for. I may have come in because of being deprived of my liberty to do something. You may have come in because of rape. Whatever the case may be, everybody should be provided a safe space to vent. Sometimes even venting about it, knowing that the government is concerned about you and is willing to do something concerning the GBV cases. I always tell people, sometimes when I do rape cases, I tell, there was a time, there was a little girl, a 14-year-old girl who was raped. And I remember the first time I met her, she was busy crying, even relaying what happened. Sometimes, as in, it wasn't immediately it happened that I even met her. But just for her to relay the message, the story to me, she was crying. She couldn't even comport herself. And I remember there was one thing I told her. I called her name. I said, let me tell you, my dear, if you don't speak up in court today, what this man did to you, he will not only get away with it, he will do it to another person. Would you like that? She said no. And I tell you the truth, that was what gave the girl the confidence to open up. And she said it as it happened. And by God's grace, we won that case based on her testimony and based on the supporting evidence that we had. What am I trying to say? The issue of stigmatization, when something happens to you, it's not the end of the world. It's painful, but people should be taught to survive. People should be taught how to survive after that incident. We should not overdwell on it. And I feel that stigmatization in itself will be taken care of when people are aware that these things are, they are happening and government is making concerted effort to ameliorate or to reduce them drastically in the society. Thank you very much. You were going to ask me another question.
All right, which will be a way for us to wrap up. My next question will be for you to have your closing remarks as regards this conversation. Now, I'm going to start with Juliana. We often say ladies first, so I'm going to start with that, then I'll get to you. Now, the Senate is making move, to reconsider this act, and there's every tendency that the move might be to repeal this act. You've made your point earlier, but let me put you on the spot. If you have been consulted as a lawyer, what will be your final recommendation or your recommendations as regards this move pertaining to this act? Let me have Juliana first, then I'll get back to Chimeze.
Okay, thank you very much once again. I said it earlier and I still maintain my earlier stand. An amendment will settle whatever is there, not necessarily a repeal. There's no need for that. There's absolutely no need. And I want, as part of my closing remarks, I want us to know that, please, everyone should disabuse their minds of the notion that gender-based violence caters to only, gender-based violence cases only, they're only, the law or the act, the VAP Act only caters to women and girls. It is not true. Little boys are defiled every day. I can't even begin to tell you. Because of this directorate, this is the directorate, I work in the Directorate of Gender-Based Violence, Kogi State Ministry of Justice. In the bid to do this work, I know the stories and the things that we've had to listen to. So I just want people to disabuse their minds and to know that these things are happening, and we must join our hands together to put a stop to it. God helping us. Thank you very much.
All right, let me get to Chimeze now. Your closing thoughts or your closing remarks on this act as the Senate is considering a repeal. What do you feel?
But there is more need. They don't need to repeal the act. They should just expand its scope and deepen it. It's a fine piece of legislation. But there is more need for implementation, effective implementation, education, and sensitization. Out of every 10 sexual violence, domestic and sexual violence cases I see, 9 are settled due to stigmatization. So you find a situation where the victim is almost, I wouldn't say coerced, but is persuaded that, oh, look, if you go out and complain, you'll be stigmatized. Why not take some money and ease your pain? And unfortunately, it's Juliana works on this case from the government side. I have often worked on these cases from I would say sometimes on the side of the offenders. And we tend to just say, look, take some money and keep quiet. That's what tends to happen. So people find it the stigma and the lack of education is the biggest problem. People need to we need to create more safe spaces for, as Juliana said, I agree with that, male or female, but the safe spaces should be attuned to the need of the person of that gender. I think the Senate are more concerned about what the logic behind the reason behind the repeal. I don't think it's timely. I think they should just focus more on education and sensitization and implementation. Let them leave the act for now. They don't know what they're doing. I don't think they know what they're doing. They're just talking rubbish. So they should leave the act.
All right, it might not be absolutely rubbish, but of course, like you said, there's a need to give room for amendment, and that's what they're looking at now at the moment. Well, we just have to leave this conversation here, and I must thank you both. You know, it is often said that variety is the spice of life. Having this kind of perspective from the two sides has also shed more light on this conversation. I'm almost turning to a law student this morning. Courtesy both of you, and I must thank you for sharing your thoughts, spending time with us. I hope Juliana, she's in view. Thank you so much for your time, and Chimeze, thank you so much for your submission on this act. We hope to have you subsequently when we have more development on this act. Thank you so much for spending time with us on Early Exchange this morning.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome.
All right, this is Early Exchange, where the big story lives. We'll take a moment now. When we return, we'll look at another story with another guest. All you just have to do is stay with us. We'll be right back.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth report. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the SOUQ and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Right, this is your favorite program, and if you're just joining us for the first time today, you're joining us at the right time and at the right moment. Earlier, we had a conversation looking at that act, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, which is being considered for repeal in the Senate. We had two legal practitioners who shared their opinion on, shed more light on this act, and also shared their opinion as regards the development. And now to our second story for today is to look at the tourism sector in Nigeria. It's a crucial sector as the federal government has made a move now as a resolve to unlock the potential in that sector. We'll be looking at the potential in that sector, the journey so far for Nigeria Since tourism has been the rave of the moment, what has been some of the issues trailing tourism or tapping the potential in that sector in Nigeria? It has added a lot of economic value to the GDP in Nigeria, and there are stakeholders who feel that Nigeria still needs to do more when it comes to tapping the potential inherent in that sector. That will be the thrust of our conversation, but that will take place after this short break. Stay with us.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Yes, indeed. Our obligation is to shape policy and, advance development. In case you're wondering, why do we like saying it? Yes, it is because that's what we stand for. We want that thing to resonate with everyone watching this program so that you understand the essence of our conversation, because we need to make our society a better place. And now let's talk about the tourism sector, where the federal government has made a reserve to tap the potential inherent in that sector. Joining us for this conversation, we have Chimeze Mike Oyendeke, who is an expert when it comes to hospitality and tourism sector. He is also the founder, Tourism Africana. Glad to have you join us on Nelly Extinct this morning. Good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you. Good morning.
Yeah,
Can you hear
good morning.
me?
You're looking brighter and younger.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Perhaps you'll also be tapping the potential inherent in the tourism sector.
Of course. That's exactly what we've been envisaging for a long time, right from school days. As a graduate of hospitality and tourism management, we have ever been waiting for a moment like this, where our industry will have a separate ministry, and we are happy with what is currently happening. And of course, we are on the spotlight right now.
All right. Beyond just having a ministry, let's start by you giving an assessment of that sector, talking about taking advantage of that sector properly and the kind of contribution that sector ideally should make to the GDP and to the economy of Nigeria. Do you think Nigeria as a country has taken advantage of that potential? If that could be the starting point for our conversation, let me have your assessment.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's say, for instance, for Nigeria as a whole, we just have to appreciate the government starting from giving that opportunity for the ministry to have its own separate ministry for now. Of course, that's a starting point to whatever we're going to achieve. Okay, because once that is done, of course, there should be more either budgeting or probably allocations made for the sector, and that will enhance more work done when there is dedication towards it. And to be honest, I wouldn't say the current minister is not doing so much. She's doing her best, at least starting to understand what the industry is all about and what is required though without so much funding for now, but I believe the ministry is currently doing a whole lot from my own point of view. But then looking at the potentials ahead, I believe Nigeria is beginning to understand there is an opportunity in the tourism sector. And if you are very close to this area of industry, you understand that the commitment, the energy, the noise is becoming more alarming. Of course, I wouldn't say for just this administration, but then it's becoming more alarming because both the industry stakeholders, of course, the private sector, they've been doing a whole lot to see this industry come to the limelight. And to get the government support, of course, is what is required to get the potentials right. And just to look at it, if you look at the news, every day you could see the engagement of the Federal Tourism Ministry, engaging with stakeholders, engaging with the private sector, seeing reasons to see how to collaborate with them. And of course, based on where she's coming from, she's actually not coming directly from the tourism sector per se, however, from the banking sector, but then she has that openness, to engage with the stakeholders, to engage with practitioners, engage with professionals who has been in this system, trying to learn and underscore what is required. And I believe that is the best way to get things to the right direction. Just like an entrepreneur or business person going into a new business sector, you need to study that business. You need to get a feasibility study. You need to understand what is required and set the right targets and have a proper audience, segmentations and all of that. And I believe that's exactly the strategy our current minister is, applying. And I feel that works as a business management graduate. I believe that works. Having to use this first number of days or number of months in office to underscore and understudy the industry, I believe is the right moves, is the right, right step to the right direction, getting to engage with the right persons that actually will give the results that is expected, get the right consultation, get the right information, and of course, drafting a new policy that will actually lead us to the future we are anticipating.
All right, talking about policy, the federal government recently announced a draft of what you call the National Tourism Policy. What impact do you think this policy will make this time around, and what will be the advantage of having this kind of policy, given the example of other climes when it comes to having national policy when it comes to tourism? Will it make any difference this time around if we're going to have a policy, and what will be your expectation or your expectations from this policy, the draft from this as regards this policy? What are you expecting that this policy will cater for some of the things that will be inherent in this policy scheme?
Okay, yes, thank you so much for that question. Yes, we know that some of this drafting, some of this policy, submissions have been done severally in the past, but implementation becomes a big challenge, and support from the government sector becomes a big challenge. And but I'm feeling quite different this time around. I feel we have a minister who actually understands what business is all about, what investment is all about, and of course this ministry or this unit of industry requires someone who understands, infrastructural development, investment on a big scale. And I feel it is a big win for us once this is passed and is put into action. For me, I'm looking at the fact that whatever the policy is focusing on, such as sustainable tourism, considering community engagement and diversification of the tourism products, all of these are things that is achievable in as much as the right individuals are used to achieve these goals, to achieve this implementation process. So for me, I'm having a good feeling for it. I believe it's something that is achievable in as much as the right steps are taken, the right supports are gotten from the government, you know, for the ministry, and for the individuals who can actually achieve these results and not misappropriating the funds meant for this development.
All right, let me rephrase my question so that at least you could do more justice to it. I'm talking about the draft of the policy. What are some of the things you believe this policy should address? What are the issues, you know, the controversies, the challenges that have been trailing that sector, some critical development in that sector that you think that this policy should address? For Nigeria to have a policy, this is not the first time, and I must let you know that if this is going to make any impact or make any difference, what would you expect that this policy should cover or should address? What are the issues here or the areas you think this policy should cover?
Okay, I think that sounds more clearer. So for me, I know, of course, that the policy have to, you know, involve, you know, getting the individuals in the system understand what exactly is expected within the tourism industry. Of course, education, they should be able to encourage education. Education, I mean, the policy should be such that everybody in Nigeria should be able to have, you know, a full knowledge, a full awareness campaign of what is coming on board. So the policy should be such that we have a lot of implementation points of views that reflect, you know, educational framework from the academic point of view. And then I must say, I know the policy on its own has some couple of, you know, insights on it own, but on my own, I would think the policy should also include, how these funds that are meant for some of these development, some of these infrastructural setups, how these monies are meant to be spent, and how it can be accounted for at the end of the day. Because of course, whatever thing that is put on this policy is definitely going to be either checkpointing those who are going to be implementing and those who are going to be looking out for the implementation process. So I think every checks and balance should be put up on this policy. From my own point of view, I'm looking at the fact that there has to be more of a critical study for the policy to have its balance in order to achieve the results it's actually meant for.
All right, you will agree with me that when it comes to tourism, Nigeria is blessed. We are naturally endowed, you know, with all the resources. But you observe that over the years, taking advantage of this potential has been trailed with certain setbacks or shortcomings. I would like you to identify some of these issues and to see how we can provide solutions to them. What are some of the critical issues trailing or hampering Nigeria from taking full advantage of the potential in this sector?
Yeah, thank you. I think most times people complain so much about security being a very big challenge. And of course, let's see an investor who is coming to Nigeria to probably invest in a particular tourism attractive destination. But then some of them get discouraged about security. But I think most of the challenge here is use of the media. Our use of the media to project what we have, to project the opportunities in the Nigerian tourism sector is a very big challenge. The kind of stories that are written about Nigeria is also hindering the development of tourism in Nigeria, if you must ask me. A lot of West media writes a whole lot of stories that are not reflecting the true people of Nigeria, and I think that is a major challenge. So if we can rewrite our stories, if the media, Nigerian media as well, can begin to promote the huge potentials in the tourism sector within Nigeria, it can enhance investment. It can help investors to come into our tourism sector. And of course, that is one of the things I think is a challenge. Stories. We need to learn to tell the right story. And then going further to look at infrastructural development in terms of road networks and all of that. So these are the things that the government have to look into and put a critical measure into it. Of course, that shouldn't in any way still hinder some of this tourism progress, but of course is a major factor. Connectivity is a major factor to get into this tourism development, and the government has to give it a very good attention. And of course, we must also look at the fact that the people also, of course, the people in the rural community and most persons in the urban setup as well have little knowledge of the impact of tourism. And of course, like I said earlier, education will enhance these areas and getting to let people know the benefits the tourism brings, of course, by creating stuffs like souvenirs and all of that. For the tourists who are visiting destination, it can hence to create jobs and all of that. So most of this lack of education, lack of awareness of the tourism impact is also a major challenge for both even the government, the government leaders, the government administrators, and all of that is a major challenge for me.
Okay, I like the fact that you talked about the role of the media in telling the right story, the true African story, to unveil the potential here when it comes to tourism. And that's exactly what we do here at SOUQ News, which is why we're also having this conversation. But let's look at the African continent now, when it comes to the issue of tourism, the issue of infrastructure. Let's address the culture of, the issue of maintenance culture. You're aware there are certain monuments, there are certain sites that have been created years back, but if you look at the present state of these facilities, they are not in good state. So should this be looked into when it comes to the issue of maintenance policy as regards sustaining this facility, even if they are being improved on? There's also that tendency for this to still creeping over the time or over the year. What can be done to ensure that, talking about the issue of infrastructure, the maintenance, and also ensuring that we have the right attitude when it comes to tourism? If you ask an average African, you discover that they prefer to travel out when it comes to the issue of tourism rather than localizing it. How can we encourage the culture of patronizing our local sector as against traveling out to patronize other sector or other countries as regards tourism? Also, let's look at the dimension to sustainability as regards facilities that has to do with tourism in Nigeria. Let me have your take on these two aspects.
Okay, so starting from the maintenance culture, I think that's where this also part of the focus of this policy draft. Okay, so of course people need to understand what they actually stand to lose when they go against some certain important government policies. So that policy actually will be able or should take care of that area. And of course, maintenance culture should be understood as very, very important strategies towards a sustainable tourism. Of course, if an infrastructure is built by the government, there should be either an agency set up in order to maintain these infrastructures. Just like in Lagos State, I know there is a unit that is in charge of maintenance of roads and infrastructures and all of this. So there should be a set of units as well that can take care of sustainability of our tourism products, sustainability of our tourism infrastructures, and thereabout. So I think that shouldn't be something one should think twice in terms of investment. Whatever investment that is coming towards tourism, of course, we must ensure there is sustainability. But looking back to what has happened in the past, of course, looking at the different destinations that has existed in Nigeria and are currently existing, but they are in their in their devastation stages and all of that. You could imagine why people have to travel out to go and have experiences when we have places like Obudukatu Ranch and all of these fantastic destinations that gives you very interesting vibes, very foreign kind of vibes, but people will still decide to go out. Why? Because there's lack of maintenance. There's lack of maintenance of this infrastructure. They are not actually being properly taken care of, and most often than not, you begin to see that public-private partnership works sometimes in this area. Like if you look at Ekiti State, which you have the resort, all right, the resort in Ekiti State, which is currently being managed by a private sector. All right, you see that there's a lot of enhancement because there's a private hand in it. Most often than not, the government do not take seriously some of the things that are for the public interest. And I think this mentality have to change, where government begin to take some certain public offices much more seriously to enhance development, to enhance infrastructural development in their country. And of course, that's a big challenge. And if that can be put in place, I think we'll get it right. And then looking at the second question you asked, I must tell you that infrastructure in Nigeria is something that I must tell you, we still have a long way to go. And if these things are not put right in terms of road networks, in terms of electricity and all, you see people will continuously keep traveling out to have their family time and have a whole lot of these. But we have to find a solution to it. And of course, that's why the Ministry of Tourism is there to ensure these solutions are put in place. And of course, if there is much more attention into it, I know that the results will be gotten.
All right, interesting. I like the fact that you're advocating for PPP, which is having a proper alignment between the participation of the government and the private sector. There are those who argue that government has no business in business, but we'll come to that. We want to go on a short break now. Our guest is still here with us. When we return, we'll continue our conversation looking at the tourism sector in Nigeria. Stay with us.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you're quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But In all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve. Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Right, it's still your favorite program where we shape policy, and we're shaping policy looking at the tourism sector in Nigeria, spotlighting the effort being made by the federal government as the Nigerian government has made a resolve to fully tap the potential inherent in that sector. We still have our guest here with us who joins us virtually. Chimeze, glad to know you're still there with us.
Thank you.
Let's focus on solutions now, because the essence of having this conversation is to provide a roadmap when it comes to solving these problems. Let's look at what should be done in the area of attracting the right investment that should go into this sector. For investors who are perhaps watching, what area do you think they can channel their investment to when it comes to this sector? There's what you call comparative advantage Nigeria will have when it comes to tourism. I'd like you to talk about them and how the right investment can be attracted into these areas. And for an investor who wants to invest in this sector, what will be the critical areas that should be of interest and could also help the investor to maximize returns? Talk to us.
All right, thank you so much. Of course, Nigeria is a very interesting destination. Of course, a lot of foreigners want to visit Nigeria. Now, to start with, if the right stories are being put out there, of course, Nigeria wouldn't be, be able to contain the kind of receipts we're going to be having. Now, for any investor who wants to go into the business of hospitality or tourism, of course, we have very interesting gastronomy. Of course, looking at food is an interesting area for any investor. And of course, putting all of these with tourism in mind, you can have a lot of people visiting your outfit just for the taste of Nigerian kind of food. And then going into having some, destinations put into place. A lot of people want to see the culture, the different cultures, in Nigeria. If you watch the Nikkei Art Gallery, it tells a lot of stories. A lot of white people come to just see the culture of the Yorubas, the people of Nigeria. They want to, experience. Researchers want to come and find out some of the stories they have heard about this culture, the North culture, the different aspect of, stories within Nigeria. We have a lot of cultural products that can be, exported in terms of people coming to experience them as tourism. So all of these can actually be put into investment. You can create something that people can actually come just to experience Nigeria within a small entity. We have national museums out there that tell the story of the Nigerian people. All of these can also be privatized. You can privatize all of these products. You can create a destination within a particular community that people have been hearing about. You can see about the different places like in Osun State, like the Osogbo Festival. Of course, people visit these places just to go and experience. These are spots where you can actually, invest, either put in a hotel or a restaurant, and then use those destinations to attract people to your facility. You can talk about, if you go to the east, you can get Ohun Monastery. There are a lot of people in terms of those who are interested in Christianity and prayers and all of that. these places can actually be enhanced. They have potential for investment for anyone who wants to build either hotels, who want to build resorts. These places are very open places where you can actually build your facility and use this destination as a means of attraction to make the money you want. Now, the area of this investment is focusing on viable destinations where people can basically have experience, because hospitality has passed that level where it's just about coming to sleep and wake up. All right, there has to be an experience attached to it. So if you're focusing, or let's say your positioning of your product or your investment should be where you could have some certain amount of attractions, tourism attractions. Now you could see that in Lagos State, for instance, you have hotels like, perhaps, let me just use Eco Hotel, for instance, because it's a popular brand. Let's say all of these brands are in a state where you have different attractions. So you can actually focus your marketing with these attractions around, because people will want to visit this attraction and they need somewhere they're going to spend their night. Of course, tourism destinations doesn't go alone. It has to go with accommodation as one of its components. So all of these are important opportunity for all investors. When you look at the 6 A's of tourism, you could see investment in it. And one of these is transportation, which is connection. This is the aspect of when we talk about attraction, we talk about accommodation, we talk about amenities, we talk about, all of these are part of investment opportunities for anyone who wants to go into the investment aspect of tourism. Of course, when you look at transport, it's one of the means for those who have the finances to go into it. And then you have the accommodation. You can go into accommodation sector and situate it, because your location is what matters when you are considering anything to invest. So being able to situate it in either developed attraction or undeveloped, you can begin to work with the government to develop these attractions. And by so doing, Nigerian tourism will become a place that anyone out there wants to visit.
All right, nice one. Speaking about the right investment that should go into that sector. You mentioned a particular hotel in Lagos. I hope you won't get an invoice for that shortly. But that's just on a light note. Now, let's wrap up this conversation now by looking at other critical steps that the federal government should take. Oftentimes, when you hear this kind of statement that the federal government has reserved to tap the full potential in one particular sector, it sounds like a press release, not like a political statement. But for this one not to be like that, what other critical steps do you think the federal government should take to ensure that the reserve to tap the full potential in this sector becomes a reality? As we wrap up.
Yeah, I would like to get you clearly on that question so I can probably get the right answer to it.
What I'm trying to say, oftentimes when you hear this kind of statement that the federal government is prepared to do something or has planned or has promised to do this or that, there's likely this distrust until it is done. Now, there's this resolve on the part of the Nigerian government to tap the full potential in that sector. So I'm saying, for this not to look like any other political statement or press statement, for this to actually become the reality, what other critical steps do you think the federal government should take differently this time around?
Okay, yes. I understand the fact that a whole lot of political statements are made, of course, in Nigeria, and of course, that happens all over the world. But however, I must say that in this case, we just have our hands all crossed, and we just have to give all the necessary support we can to the administration, talking about the Ministry of Tourism. I may not be talking about any other sector. I'm only concerned about my own specific sector, which is tourism. And of course, from what we are seeing, the ministry is not doing that bad. And we just need to give the right support we can to be able to get the right result that is expected. And of course, we can understand that right now, the ministry is still undergoing to understand. But of course, in the long run, let's say perhaps starting from next year, Nigerians may probably be taking account to what is really achieved in terms of realization of actual results, and not just about understanding and trying to study the sector. But now we want to see that, okay, this is a project that is currently ongoing and is being commissioned, and let's say this attraction has gotten full attention by the federal government, and of course is in full functioning, all right, and people are visiting. We begin to see that there's a lot of campaigns that is made for Nigerian tourism attractions, from the federal government, support from the federal government to see that a lot of campaigns, media houses are promoting tourism, and we are seeing the result in full time. And all over the world, people are seeing reasons to visit Nigeria, courtesy of the Federal Ministry of Tourism, and of course, showcasing Nigeria in the world market. Of course, just like we usually have the London, travel market and all of that happening, the world travel market, seeing Nigeria also appearing there from the government Ministry of Tourism, seeing that Nigeria attractions are showcased all over the world, and everybody get to see reasons to visit Nigeria, to buy Nigeria, and to also ensure that when I'm talking about buying Nigeria, I'm talking about buying Nigerian products and getting to visit Nigeria for the experience and for the culture that we offer here in Nigeria, and for the different destinations. Of course, we have numerous tourism destinations in Nigeria, and that will be a better way to showcase what we have. And of course, that can lead to our economic development. Of course, our receipts will draw to the foreign exchange that we are also envisaging, that all of this goes to a balance.
Hi, Chimeze, what a way to wrap up this conversation. I can see how passionate you are about this subject, which is why you are the go-to when it comes to this kind of conversation. Let's hope that as the federal government has promised, Nigeria will be able to experience the full benefits of this initiative. We must thank you so much for your time, your thoughts, spending time with us on Early Exchange on this subject you are also passionate about. Thank you so much for spending time with us this morning.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. That's our offering for today. What a way to wrap up the conversation today. Earlier, we started by looking at the VAPPT, which is looking at the act guiding the violence against persons. And we had to wrap up by looking at how to tap the potential in the tourism sector in Nigeria. For those who missed this conversation, don't forget, you can do a catch-up on all our social media platforms, on our YouTube page at SOUQ News TV. Don't forget, Market Insight is also going to come up at 11, where we review some of the things playing out in global market today. You just have to ensure that you watch this program for you to get the latest developments across markets, across the globe. Early Exchange will always return tomorrow, as you know, not just the way it is, but bigger and better. And I remain Femi Ayodele. Thanks for watching. I'll see you tomorrow.
Right here at Femi Wash Media, call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hi, I'm Blessed Nation. This is SOUQ Exclusive. You know, when it's time for exclusive, we've got a big fish in the pool. All right, this time around is JJ Ekwega, the name that comes to mind when you're talking about talent relations globally, talking about media consultancy, as she has been publicist to renowned artists such as the late Judge Michael. All right, I hate to say late, but because his music feels so much alive whenever you listen to it, because they're classics. When you talk about Judge Michael, those songs is done, never fade. But let's meet JJ Ekwega. Good morning, welcome to the
Good
show.
morning, nice to see you today.
Yeah, I like to wake up to someone great, and this is it. Waking up to sit close to you and talk to you.
Oh, thank you, appreciate that, thank you.
All right. Now, for someone like you who's been around the high and mighty when it comes to the entertainment industry all along, it must have been a journey, and it must have been very interesting. Also good to know that your grand uncle, Orlando Martins, was the first African to go to Hollywood.
Yes.
So talk to us. How has it been for you growing up amidst celebrities and even working with them?
Well, I have to say the inspiration started with great uncle Orlando, really, in the sense that when we were teenagers, we didn't know in the 80s, just before he passed away, we used to visit him just in Lagos here, near the Marina area, and I think there's a street named after him.
This is the Marina area.
Oh my goodness!
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay, so this is like somewhere from my childhood. I actually left Nigeria when I was 8 to go to boarding school in the UK. And the journey, I want to say, was almost accidental, because I went to university in California, University of Southern California in Los Angeles. And I did want to study international relations, diplomacy, because I studied French, Spanish, and I have colloquial Arabic as well. So you'd have thought I would go into something where I would use my languages more. But I ended up at university in Los Angeles. And where is that the capital of? Entertainment. So I fell into entertainment. There was no other route to take. And ended up working in media relations. My first job as an intern. I was thrown into this agency and they said, oh, you're going to work for this gentleman called Michael Levine. And he's one of the top PRs in Los Angeles. And I was assistant to his assistant. And who was he looking after in those days? We're talking about the mid-90s. He was looking after David Bowie. So I ended up working in my first job as an intern. I was unpaid, so it was like a student job, working for the PR for David Bowie. So that's where my journey started. So it was almost accidental, because I didn't actually choose it. It kind of chose me.
All right. Even though it was accidental, you wanted to become a diplomat.
Yes.
But you stumbled into entertainment.
Yes, I
working
did.
as a publicist.
Yes.
What was it that kept you and you decided to make it your thing?
I realized that it was a vocation, that's something that came from the family. Going back to great uncle Orlando Martins, I came to appreciate in time when I told people that as a child he would show us pictures of him with Ronald Reagan or the great Audrey Hepburn, the actress from Hollywood, and other people, and we didn't appreciate it at the time. And when I told the story when I went back to Los Angeles, people would be like, but we know your great uncle's films. We've seen him in Hasty Heart. We've seen him in The Nun story with Audrey Hepburn. That was your great uncle? He was so eloquent. Because what was so good about great uncle was that he spoke Yoruba in his roles. He would never just make up gibberish. He'd say, no, I have a language, I'm Nigerian. And that pride, I think it came down to us. And my brother Babatunde and my sister Yewande were so lucky that we were around him as children, because he instilled that thing in us. So when I fell into entertainment when I was in LA, it was a natural progression. And I just thought, no, I should do this. He was an inspiration to me. So I think that's what kept me going on.
Did you ever find yourself in a conflict from being the publicist, the one who's behind the scene, working it out for the artist, and wanting to be in the stage, like being in front of the camera, being the artist yourself?
Do you know how I got around that? Our late mom, Ibiene Adokiapega, she was a journalist in the UK in the late 80s, and just before she passed away, unfortunately, in 1992. And growing up with her, She worked for the Daily Mail in the UK and as a freelance for papers in Nigeria, although she was based in London. And one way of me conquering that was also doing my journalism side of things, because my degree was in communications and journalism. So I went into journalism in the sense that I worked for a number of sites like HuffPost. I worked for something called the Luxury Channel, and I was a contributor for news websites. And I also did CNN Showbiz because I had a little spurt at CNN, which I loved. And that was a way of connecting with the entertainment side of things, interviewing people, going to events, writing up stories about movies, about special events, covering the Oscars, the BAFTAs in London. So that was a way for me to go around it, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. And I see that you've got the experience all round from media to entertainment.
Yes.
Now, when you first met the big artists, in fact, when you were asked to relate with someone like David Bowie, how did it feel for you for the first time?
I'll tell you a quick story. When I started the job working for the publicist that looked after David Bowie, on the second day I was told, you need to call David's office and you've not got to speak to him and prepare him and his wife Iman. They're coming to London. You've got to give them the itinerary. I was like, I have to call David Bowie?
I can imagine that.
I was trembling, but I just had to hold everything in and say, okay, he's a human being. Okay, let me just get on with it. And that kind of helped in the sense that they trusted me to do it. But then I had to hold myself together, and sometimes you just go with it. You just go with it.
So share with me your experience working with George Michael. I'm eager to know how it must have been working with him, watching him, on TV. I find him fascinating, unpredictable. But working with a man like that, how was it?
Oh, it was amazing. I'll tell you, I first met him when in 1990. Well, I say first met him, worked for him. I spent a day with him. When I worked at MTV Europe in the mid-90s, he was doing, this was 1996, he was doing the MTV Awards in London. And during the MTV Awards, everyone's assigned to a different artist. So back in those days, it would have been people like Robbie Williams, I'm a UK artist. George Michael was there. You had the Foo Fighters. You had Janet Jackson. You had different artists. But that day, I was assigned to George Michael, and they said from 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, you've got to be with him, you've got to get him food, look after him. So you have to imagine that I had to go and meet his car at the stadium when he arrived. It was at the Alexander Palace, actually. I had to meet his car, introduce myself, say, I'm going to be looking after you today. And they call it a talent escort. Okay. I'm going to be your talent escort. And it was just him that came alone. So can you imagine with my idol who I'd loved as a teenager, meeting at the car and having to just be with him all day. I met his parents, which was an honor because his mother passed away the year after. And he was just such a personable person. At that stage, I wasn't working for him. At that stage, I was just starting out in my career in 96. Starting out in my career, one of my second jobs actually at MTV Europe in London and looking after George Michael. And it was because of looking after him that day, and I kept in touch with his management team, that literally, I want to say 12 years later, I worked for him.
Okay.
In 2008. So for me, it was like a journey, and it shows you what a kind person he was, because he remembered. He said, oh, you were that young girl who was all nervous, and you looked after him, and I just loved your company. Come and work in my office. It's because of him I can say a lot that I'm here today, because he gave me so many opportunities. I met so many people with him. One of the people that was looked after in his office was Donatella Versace. So I did a lot of PR for Versace, dressing all these talents for the Oscars, for the Met Ball, for the BAFTAs, for all the concerts, things like that. So through him, a lot was achieved in my career.
Wow, good to know. Now, before we talk about you working with the Academy Awards and what it was like in that aspect of your career, when George Michael passed, how was it? How did you take the news?
On that night, it's odd because I was actually just reading a book or something, and my daughter turned to me and said, I was reading something and said, oh, look on the iPad, it just flashed up, George Michael has passed. It was the worst. I still remember it very clearly, 2016. It was the worst night, I must say. And my phone started buzzing, and I got a call, and I wasn't working because I'm currently working with the BBC now, but I wasn't at the BBC at the time. But my best friend was working at the BBC News, and he said, "Jay, you've got to come on. You know, we've spoken to the management and one of the other PRs, but I know you. I want you to come and say something." And it was the hardest. I spent 10 minutes on BBC News, Global News, talking about George. What a wonderful person he was, personable, kind. You know, and when we worked for him, we would get bonuses so we could go on holidays. He was just the kindest, most humble man. He wasn't fond of doing PR, oddly enough. He was quite shy, very shy.
Strange.
Yes, and he'd say, "Oh, we have to do it," and he'd roll his eyes. "Oh, do we have to?" Like, yeah, oh, you know. But he was such a kind, personable, fun person. One of the greatest bosses I've ever had, and unforgettable. And I think his music, as you mentioned, you talked about listening to him in the office, is beyond time.
Indeed, it is beyond time. And when you listen to songs done by George Michael, you don't feel like he's gone.
Yes, you
just
feel
like
he's alive
still
again.
alive
Yes.
and with us.
Yes.
Well, while you were talking about him, you mentioned that he was a shy person.
Yes.
That brings us to talking about shy people in the media industry.
Yeah.
You also reckoned with that in an
Yes.
interview that you granted,
Yes.
talked about being shy.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to believe that you can be around so much buzz. You could be even the person of focus,
Yes.
but yet you're shy.
Yeah.
How do you manage that?
I think sometimes it's just taking a step back and sort of saying, okay, this is a little beyond me. I mentioned went to some Oscar parties just a month ago. We were in Los Angeles, and we went to this charity event, which we thought would be a friend of mine invited me and said, "Oh, come to this. It's called the Green Charity." I thought, oh, it sounds simple enough, but it was at a very nice hotel. And who should walk in? Zendaya. And she's like the biggest star in the world at the moment. And she said, "Oh, hello, what are you here for?" And I said, "Oh, I'm just visiting from London." And talking to people like that, you kind of realize that we're all human at the end of the day, but we're all giving our gifts in different ways. Like you're here today, you're a wonderful interviewer.
Thank you very much.
You know, lovely surroundings and everything. So I think everyone has something to give, no matter how high, no matter how the journey is going. I think we're all humans, and the way she, took the time to say, "Oh, hello," and "Oh, what are you doing here? Where are you from?" And I thought that was really nice, and we just connected as human beings. So little things like that help, that you overcome whatever the personality is.
Let's get to the Academy Awards now.
Yeah.
I'm eager to know. Now, being in that space, it's a very influential space.
It is.
It gives you so much power to do a lot.
Yeah.
I guess that there are not many Black persons in that space. So working in that space and doing your bit, how has it helped you? And how do you think it has also helped other artists of African descent in the entertainment industry? What have you learned that they should learn?
I think we've come a long way. It's getting better. We're not there yet, but it's improving in the sense that there are people now able to make films. Just recently, actually, just this time, a cousin of ours through our mother's related to his father, Miss San Harriman. His father was the late Hope Harriman, who's well known in Nigeria. And he was a business partner of my father's, Ben Ipega, Harriman, Ipega and Co. They were land property developers, well known in Lagos. Miss San had a film at the Oscars, a short film that was nominated with the actor David Oyelowo in the lead. And when you have our work being honored like that, he was a nominee. He didn't win this time, but the fact that he was at the Oscars shows you that we're being recognized, not only as working behind the scenes like myself as a publicist. No, there are not many of me, because I'll tell you a very quick thing. I've been at events in the past with George Michael and his entourage, and I was the publicist there, and somebody came to me and said, "Could you go and find the publicist?" And I had to say, "I am the publicist." and they had to apologize.
Why was it hard for them to detect who the publicist was? Is it that you're this person who likes to be in your space? Is it you're called out?
At that time, I was there doing my work and being respectful, but I was the only person that looked like me.
Oh, are you talking about color now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because especially even now in the sphere of publicists, I would say 3% of us are of ethnic minority in the UK, on par, on that level where we've grown, and the level working with very A-list talent and things like that. There are not so many of us. It's getting better, but we still have a struggle. I've still had issues lately in my life, in this role that I've been in, but I refuse to step back when I've started a journey moving forward.
You seem to be very comfortable in the UK or working in the UK.
Yes.
Most part of your career has been in the UK.
Yes, most of it.
What's it about the UK that makes you comfortable? If you were in America, would it be any different?
I have worked briefly in the US and lived there as a student as well. And basically, and my ex-partners from the US, Los Angeles. But essentially, the UK, because I went at 8, because I think I went as a young child, I went to boarding school there, so I really cultivated the culture there. And when you grow up somewhere, it becomes more familiar, if that makes sense.
More like home.
Like home. But again, it's a similarity with Nigeria. We all speak English, and this was a colony in its time. But there's that similarity with Nigeria and England in the sense that we're not far. Like, look at the time now. We're both on the same time zones at the moment. There's just that closeness to home. And I think that's why I became more settled there and became like a second home to me.
All right, let's talk about your first home, Nigeria.
Yes.
So you're in Nigeria right now.
Yeah.
This is your home. No one should ask you, why are you here? But I want to ask, what's up this time that you're here?
This time is very special. Well, essentially, again, we go back to George Michael because I am here for the GT Food and Drink Festival. And basically, the person that I came with, we all came yesterday with Dylan Alora, who's an artist who's actually in the UK at the moment, but over in Lagos. And we came over with Tom Parker Bowles, who's the son of Queen Camilla. And we all flew over last night. And George Michael gets involved with this again because I met him because he was a friend of George Michael and someone that we organized tickets for back in 2008. So we thank George Michael. Because of George Michael, Tom is here. And so we're here for the food festival for a few days to enjoy, see what it's all about. I haven't been to any of these festivals. I think it'll be fascinating. And they have other people attending like Aldo Zilli, Jean-Christophe Novelli, and some US chefs as well. And yeah, very much looking forward to it. So that's brought me here for 5 days to enjoy Lagos. And I'm always happy to come home.
So it's a food festival. I'm going to tell you a bit about it because I was at the last year's edition. It was a while. Events talking about having.
So you've been?
Oh, yes, I haven't been. But I'll leave you to have your experience.
Okay.
But let's talk a bit about Thomas Parker Bowles. So, being a food critic,
yes,
that's not very common. Now, how do you become a food critic? It seems like you've got to be a chef first, or you've got to have great love for food to be able to criticize the cooking of different people. Now that looks like a career that is not quite common. And working with someone like that, from where you're coming from, working with those in music, it's different.
It's still in the realm of, in England, it's very popular actually. It's a very popular thing to be a food critic. There are quite a few that I can name in the sense of, you don't have to be a chef per se. It's more like you're an editorial person. It's like you review films, review music, review films, and you review restaurants. So, for example, we took him to, there's a restaurant called Enish in London, Nigerian restaurants, and they have them in Dubai as well. Very popular outside Nigeria. And the people, critics have often said, we've written about food, Italian food, Spanish food. Why not Nigerian food? And what I've really admired about him is that because he's written books, he writes recipes, and he works with chefs, and that's what food critics do. And it's a very popular thing to do in the UK right now. A lot of people are food critics, you know, writing for the Times. You either write for a magazine or you write for the Bazaar magazine, Vogue, GQ magazine, Esquire. So the role of food critic is really, really something that's done worldwide. But I know maybe here, maybe in Nigeria, it's not so common, but it's very lucrative. Yes, it's very lucrative.
All right, so what would you think a Thomas Ball coming to the food court, the GT food court, writing about Nigerian food, giving reviews, is going to do for Nigerian food? Yes, there is a food that is very popular when you talk about Nigerian food. Even those who haven't had a taste of the Nigerian jollof just want to talk about it and maybe look forward to tasting it. But there are different kinds of food that will be sampled.
Yes.
What would that do to Nigerian cuisine?
You see, there's a perception in Europe and in the bigger world. People assume, unfortunately, going on the darker side of things, they see a lot of people coming on boats trying to get into England. They feel like we don't have anything back here. We don't have the development here. You know, some of the buildings, the aspirational things of it. People are business-minded. Coming to these studios, for goodness sake, you can't imagine that this is all going on in Africa. I have people up to this day say, "Oh, do you have buildings in Nigeria? Do people eat? There's no food," you know.
Funny.
And they don't realize. So when you have an ambassador like Tom Parker Bowles come to Nigeria, and when he writes anything in England, everybody reads it, they comment on it. The fact that his mother's Queen Camilla of England, that might have something to do with it, but his voice is very loud. And what I'm really proud of him is that he said, "I want to come and see Nigeria for myself." You know, I hear these things at the foods, you know, people like, "Oh, nobody goes to Nigerian restaurants. Who wants to eat Nigerian food?" It's growing now. There's that interest. And it's good for us because we can bring our food to the world. You know, for people who can't come to Nigeria immediately, people want to come and people will come. But people who can't come, people like him, food critics, can come back with that message that we've been to Nigeria, we see what they do, they're really doing well, they're trying. Yes, there's good and bad in everything, but they're promoting our food, promoting our culture, and it gives us industry, it gives us some business opportunities, it gives us partnership opportunities, and it's increasing our voice in the big global stage.
I'd like to get back to your first love, which is being publicist for entertainers.
Yes.
Now, in Nigeria, we have A-list artists that are known worldwide.
Yes.
They have managers.
Yes.
Some of them also have publicists.
Yes.
Looking at the way they're managed and the way the publicists run, is there a thing or two you think they need to know and understand when working with artists? How could it also help their career?
I think to realize sometimes it's not overnight and it shouldn't be so gimmicky. A lot of the time people want Instagram followers and let's do this crazy thing or let's do that crazy. You want it to last, you want longevity. So it might be that, you know, we all love Burna Boy or whoever the big star is. But what I like with people like, I want to give someone an example like Skepta. Do you know Skepta?
I do.
He is wonderful because he's done things like with Channel 4 in the UK where he's done content with young people to try and bring them, you know, let's take them away from the knife culture or any crime and trying to inspire younger people to do business, to do different things with their lives. So I think what the PRs can do is like use them as like an influence, as a force to say, come into this, you can do your career here. It doesn't always have to be in entertainment. You can be a lawyer, you can be a lawyer for an actor, you can be a lawyer for a singer, you can be a lawyer for whatever, or you can do different jobs, but just to aspire to do better. And I think that's what PRs can do a bit more of and use the talent, that platform they have, those 22 million followers on Instagram, use it as a platform to inspire young people to come up.
And good enough, you are inspiring a lot of young people watching SOUQ News TV because this is what it's about.
Yes.
Changing the narrative, inspiring people to be better.
Definitely.
As a wrap-up, what's next for you after the GT call?
Oh my goodness. There's a lot because, like I said, my main role at the moment is working with the BBC. So working on different shows. I've just done something called The History of Disco. And I was thrilled to see it on the flight over on British Airways.
Do you dance?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I won the Michael Jackson dancing competition
Really?
as a teenager. Yes,
I'd like to
did.
see that.
I want to do it here. But yes, so there's a lot in the pipeline. Lots of new programs that we're doing with the BBC, and they're trying to make people more cultural and diversity aware. And I want to be part of that journey with the BBC because it has been in the States where people that look like me feel that we're not taken, in the sense that we're not taking the direction that we want to go all the time, but they're trying to readdress that and make things better for everyone. So yeah, my future, I'm hoping to get involved with things like diversity causes and work with teams and everything, and work with new talent and new TV shows.
Okay.
So it's very exciting time, and get Nigeria involved as well. And do a bit more writing for BBC Culture and write about Nigeria and Africa.
Well, you've got SOUQ News TV with you.
Yes.
You want to do things, and we want to thank you for being here
Thank
today.
you so much for having me.
Oh yes, I like that you had this energy from start to finish.
Thank you.
It means that you're very passionate about what you do.
And grateful.
And you really want to change the narrative for people of color and make the world a better place, like Michael Jackson sang about.
Yeah, I know. God bless his mind.
And God bless the soul too of George Michael.
Amen. Amen to that. Thank you. Thank you.
It's a wrap on SOUQ Exclusive. We've been talking with, I like to add the to him. I hope the GDTI would not be angry. The JJ Ekwega, because this woman is awesome. Trust me, it's never been a dull moment talking with her.
Thank you so much for having me. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
Until the next, I'm Blessing AG. Thank you for watching.
Lagos came alive with a dazzling fusion of music and fashion as the all-white group made its triumphant return for its 8th edition. Fashion designer A.O. Afrique chose the iconic Freedom Park for the event with the theme Groove Meets Fashion. People flocked to the park from outside the country and different walks of life, adorned in pristine white ensembles, creating a breathtaking visual spectacle.
Chebi, person from Ghana na Ghanaian abi, person from Togo na Togolese abi, person from Zambia na wetin, person from Mali nko, Malians ko, Naira Mali ni, oya person from Holland na wetin, Hollandia you got.
It was a radiant spectacle that transformed Freedom Park into a vibrant atmosphere of music, style, and culture. The event delivered an unforgettable experience for attendees. The display of lights and visuals created a magical ambience that complemented the music and fashion perfectly. Attendees showcased their unique interpretations of the all-white dress code with a touch of Ashoke, Ankara fabrics, and more. From minimalist chic to bold avant-garde, the fashion statements were as diverse as the crowd itself.
Pictures and the vibes. The whole fashion scene and the African attire is that, apart from the fact that African has taken over the world in entertainment, I believe that it's going to rule the fashion industry global-wide.
Beyond the music and fashion, the event also showcased AO Afrique's latest designs, a blend of ashoke with a mixture of trendy Gen Z style and a variety of local brands. Pop-up shops and stalls offered attendees the opportunity to discover and purchase unique pieces in tie and dye and batik and Ankara fabrics.
One of the things I try to do for him, and he knows that, I'll buy his design and give it to people in the US to wear. And we don't cherish what we have. You go to a church, you go to a mall, and you are dressed up, and they come to you and say, look, where did you sell this? That's how we'll be marketing it. And it's really a good success for him. And I know the story is this.
Oh, I've been waiting for ya. I've been wanting, I've been praying for ya. Hey, where will you find me, my love? Don't be scared, baby, because I know ya. See, where will you come? Find me, baby, I'm not lost. I don't want to wait for long. I know they get waiting rumors later. I can show you, if you want to know, baby, you're lost. I don't want to wait for long. I know they get waiting rumors later.
Oh, so good. This night has been a pleasant one. What has been the high point for you, and why? What do you think this night has been able to achieve that perhaps other editions of the All White Group did not attend to?
To me, every moment is high. Every moment is a high point. You don't enjoy an event in 5 minutes. You see it or two, and then you can now finish. So I walk in, the music is good. I walk in, the models are good. That's fine. I will just say that the next edition, maybe we'll have more models. Maybe we'll have some other designers come join in. So the runway will not be his own designs alone. We'll have other designers come. Maybe we'll have something that we can bring in from international press to see what's new. So I think it will. Knowing Agbo is a crazy guy. Knowing him, I know he's going to sit down. He's going to call me like tomorrow and next and say, so yeah, start writing. What do you think? And how do we do it? So next year I hope to see a bigger, better, AWG. So it to me, it keeps getting better every year. So that's what I say.
Tonight is all about AO Afrique's designs, even as celebrate African fashion, African music.
6 or 7 years into All White Group, we added fashion into it, where we showcase through runway at every event. So this gives us courage because our designs are unique. It gives us courage, it gives us inspiration and motivation to do this year in, year out. And it has helped the brand, and it has, changed the lifestyle of so many people. And I am happy to see that our designs are appreciated, welcome, and then turned into a dressing style of so many people. Just like worshiping. I thank you, everybody. I thank you, our fans, for believing in us, for keying into the little things we do, and also for helping us grow. Thank you very much.
As the event drew to a close, Star Kids, one of the up and rising dance groups comprising children and teenagers, gave an energetic dance performance, with the crowd dancing to their favorite tunes. This created a sense of unity, and it was truly inspiring.
I'm coming here for the very first time, and I'm wowed by what I saw here today. And for those who are unable to make it, they missed greatly. And let me follow the words of Donald Trump, they missed greatly.
That's a good one. The All White Group was once again proved to be more than just a party. It was a cultural phenomenon that brought together people from all walks of life to celebrate music, fashion, and the vibrant spirit of Lagos. Lavina Emma, reporting for SOUQ News Television.
My name is Dr. Rafiu Oladipo.
My name is Baba Jalal Repega.
I'm Reverend Juliet Benite.
I'm Godi Odidi.
My name is Professor Oladokun Sulaiman Olarawaju.
SOUQ News is on the ground, loading.
Very enlightening, very educative, and entertaining.
Thank you to SOUQ News.
So I'm happy that SOUQ TV has come into existence.
I'm happy to be here in the SOUQ News.
I want to encourage you to subscribe to the channel and keep watching news that makes sense.
As Browning said, one's extension of one's reach should not exceed one's grasp, or what is heaven for. And I think SOUQ News is doing that.
Africa needs a voice of truth, and SOUQ News has become one of them. And get ready, get ready, get ready.
And keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. It's a place to be.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
As responsible members of the global community, Africa and China have created a reliable path towards a shared future. It is indeed in Africa that the Chinese concept of a global community of shared future is gaining a broader and deeper meaning and setting a clearer goal and blueprint for the peoples of the continent. To have a common future where there is prosperity and people-to-people connectivity, the Chinese footprint has begun to be seen across much of socio-economic lives, infrastructure and technological modernization of the peoples through the China-African community of shared future. Like a consensus decision, African countries quickly embraced the idea and took it up from there to build partnership based on equality, secure environment, promoting harmony and inclusive development, respect diversity, and building green ecosystem. The two parties already shared some levels of history, culture, demographics, and external imperialism experience. Today, the two parties are forging steadily to concretize the ideas that is defining the kind of world they think they need and to coexist with other races. Trust and confidence is being built into the friendship. In today's New Talk, I shall be discussing how Africa-China cooperation is forging a path to a shared future. I am Bayo Olaoye. As a student of the society and globalization and an ardent follower of great power politics in Africa, I have come to the realization that Africa's development to a very large extent is gradually bearing Chinese characteristics, as China too is tremendously benefiting from the continent's rich resources and large market. Through bilateral and multilateral frameworks across different human endeavors, African countries have found and pursuing common purpose and common destiny with China. For example, initiatives like the Belt and Road Initiative (BRI) and the Forum of China-Africa Cooperation (FOACS) are building common prosperity in some African countries as a clear evidence of win-win cooperation. This means that both the developed China and developing African countries are creating a community of shared interests, responsibility, and destiny whose well-being and security are interrelated. But come to think of it, we are all one human family, living in a shared earth, our only home, the only planet we have, and the only one that is known to support life. It behoves on us to care for each other and its future. Humanity, that is, all human beings collectively living on earth, should take responsibility in caring for its peace, security, health, happiness, and sustainability. Africa, too, is making attempts to strike harmony between humanity and nature. To get there, humanity must cooperate across every sector: climate change, food security, debt management, and pandemics are some of the areas where interdependence and interconnectivity of nations are needed to address them. Therefore, the support from outside to mitigate Africa's challenges received attention from China. Many African countries are addressing poverty, diseases, illiteracy, violence, and insecurity through trade and economic and security cooperation with China. While some are being solved, others are getting more complex and intertribal in some African countries. Amid the great power rivalries in the region, Cold War mentality, and the weakening global governance, the situations in Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, are giving way to alternative and responsible partners. For instance, Niger complained that what is called of the condescending attitudes of France and Western powers in negotiating with them to resolve ongoing political impasse. On the other hand, China has demonstrated itself as a responsible partner to lift those countries out of economic and security challenges. No complaints of discrimination or domination. The no-holds-barred modernization and revitalization of many cities and towns in Africa are also development in terms of roads, bridges, rails, airports, dams, hospitals, fintech, and economic mutually beneficial cooperation. They are good testimonies of these infrastructural initiatives from Mozambique, South Africa, Zambia, Tanzania, Kenya, Ethiopia, Djibouti, Ghana, Senegal, Morocco, Egypt, and other places. Africa's mode of production and services have significantly improved through Chinese technology and innovation. Information, communication, transportation, power, agriculture, defense, and security, and other engagements have received the quality boost from China. Africa's connectivity and exchanges have become faster, deeper, broader, and more extensive than ever before. In the past, telephone calls were routed through Europe. To build a genuine shared future and prosperity, Africa and China need greater cooperation and solidarity in working together and aligning individual interests to solve problems. There is no better place to forge than in Africa. The way Africa and China are going promises to build a community of shared future for humanity. But Africa must adhere to principles of openness, inclusivity, mutual benefit, equity, and justice for its people, for this cooperation with China to be viable and beneficial. I am Bayo Olaoye.
My name is Veronica Nkechi Eze.
Charles Abana. My name is Professor Martins Emeche.
Professor Sylvester Odion Akaine.
Keep
watching
SOUQ News TV.
The best news channel online.
It's elevating, it's enlightening, it's educating.
Muhammad Ali found this truth in Africa. Rumble in the jungle. I swear the king is humble.
Jesse Jackson, O.J. Simpson, this is Black History. Andrew Young visit Africa in the late 60s. Legend, Bob Marley make the life different. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X are big names. They fought for Black Americans in the old days. We need the same revolution in our own ways. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Mr. Jay-Z, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre and Eddie Murphy. American prosperity ain't complete with African poverty. It's legendary Idris Abdul Karim, and you are on to SOUQ News. You don't touch that dial.
You are unable to understand why the Imo man, Imo woman, Bayelsa man, Bayelsa woman will blow egg to chicken and chicken will cry. What is, you are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans are trooping to China to study TCM. They are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos. At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria, and by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, you know, when we talked the other time and you said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ of that. Let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry date. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Walsh Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Walsh, the vice president of Femi Walsh Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said, as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of post television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine. I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers and who were moved from this place.
Oh, yes.
So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency. Because now there's no budget in it, that's why people are not struggling.
Oh, yes.
But very soon budget will come to
Yes,
and then everybody can live a decent and good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision that in the next 4 years as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of SOUQ News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orouje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Yunwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching
SOUQ News.
The unchecked activities of the touts and extortionists at Lagos seaports and along the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS corridors, have severe impacts on trade facilitation, transport businesses, human lives, the maritime industry, the economy, and the country's international image. Despite promises from the state government and calls for collaboration among government agencies and security authorities to address the menace at Tinkan and Apapa ports, as well as the Mile 2 Lagos-Badagry Expressway extension points, continue to increase. SOUQ News found that the number of extortion points along the port corridors manned by both state and non-state actors, which was estimated at 30 by the Nigerian Ports Authority 2 years ago, has increased to about 60. In July 2024, the NPA lamented the increasing extortion activities at Lagos ports as its investigation identified collection flashpoints ranging from 500 naira to 15,000 naira. From Ijora Olokpa to Apapa Port and Mile 2 to Tinkan Island Port, there are about 60 points where truck drivers pay between 1,000 naira and 5,000 naira daily. The most notorious checkpoint collects between 5,000 naira and 20,000 naira daily from each truck accessing the two ports in Lagos. Truck drivers I spoke with lamented that they are forced to pay about 70,000 naira daily to access the Lagos ports to these touts and extortionists who use dangerous tactics to collect money without minding the lives at risk. The Mile 2 Lagos-Badagry Expressway, which is a critical international corridor, also suffers from over 20 extortion points, with each truck paying about 60,000 naira daily. Approximately 3,000 trucks access the Lagos ports daily, each spending about 130,000 naira on extortion, totaling 390 million naira daily. This is a huge loss to the country and its citizens, and yet our security personnel are always there. What a waste. This menace not only causes financial loss to truckers, but also significantly increases the cost of transportation of goods, with customers ultimately paying 20% more. The NPA, in collaboration with the Lagos State government, last month went on a week-long clearing of illegal structures used by extortionists along the corridors of Lagos ports to enhance trade facilities and improve the security and safety of port users. However, the NPA soon decried the resurgence of extortion points along port access routes, noting ineffective efforts to curb the menace. The General Secretary of the Association of Maritime Truck Owners, Amato, Mohammed Bala, raised the alarm over rampant extortion checkpoints surrounding Apapa and Tinkan ports, with violent activities of both governmental and non-governmental entities on container trucks along port corridors and international routes. According to Bala, these issues severely hamper the progress and stability of trucking operations and the country's gross domestic product, GDP. Bala pointed out that despite his position as one of the largest employer of labor in the maritime industry, contributing significantly to Nigeria's GDP and being the lifeline of ports and supply chain, its operations are under constant threat. The General Manager Operations of the Nigerian Association of Road Transport Owners, NARTO, Mr. Stephen Okafo, noted that extortion activities translated to budgeted expenses for truck owners, contributing about 10% to 15% of their daily overhead costs. He said the cumulative financial loss runs into billions of naira yearly, affecting not only the transport sector but also the broader economy. According to the findings of SOUQ News, these hoodlums compromise safety by climbing onto the trucks, dragging the steering wheel with drivers, cutting container brake hoses, and unlocking container twists, sometimes causing containers and trucks to fall. Bala stated that truck drivers face brutal attacks while their trucks are often damaged, rendering them non-compliant with minimum safety standards. He also mentioned frequent thefts of truck batteries from vehicles queuing along the port. A truck owner, Collins Ejiofor, told me that an average of 20 truck drivers die yearly due to the activities of these hoodlums. So, what is the federal and state governments, as well as the Nigerian Ports Authority, doing? Are they going to fold their arms and watch helplessly as these hoodlums bastardize our economy? I thought we have a Minister of Maritime and Blue Economy. Where is he? What is he doing? Is this not his job? Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
One thing that worth being treasured and celebrated is having a family of intellect, especially a father full of wisdom to lead aright. On Saturday, April 20th, a heartwarming ceremony unfolded at Brookstone School Hall in Owodionere, Ikorodu, Lagos, as the UK-based Nigerian Pa Michael Onafuye launched 3 inspirational books. The event not only marked the culmination of Pa Onafuye's literary endeavors but also served as a testament to his zeal for intellectual exploits, spiritual gifts, and guidance, as well as laid down legacies for his family. The books, titled War Against Limitation, Maximizing Divine Mandates of God on Your Life, and God's Word of Assurance is Your Sure Word of Insurance, brought together family, friends, and religious leaders from within and outside the community.
In the midst of this, delivered me.
During the event, Dr. Ayo Onafuye, doctor of the celebrant, read an excerpt from one of the books highlighting the importance of maintaining faith during difficult times. His son, Dr. Tosin Onafuye, also delivered a keynote address pointing to his father's wisdom and spiritual leadership.
He is one that seeks to redeem the value of humanity through service and the production of service. Too often we hear preachers saying that we are here to serve humanity, but you look at their portfolio and it doesn't match up. But my father is one where his sermon is embedded in his daily practice. And Dad, I don't just say that because we are in front of people. Like I said, the MC has given a brief background about myself. I'm university this, university that, but that is not possible without you. My dad has emphasized the importance of education. He's not a shepherd that declines or puts to sleep the importance of reading. He is one that even though he's not at a PhD level, when he speaks, the wisdom that comes from his well of understanding is above the certificate. Because the certificate, to an extent, will fetch you money, but the wisdom my dad will give you will help you navigate life.
My father, a devoted shepherd of our great parish, CCC, White City Parish in the UK, has dedicated his life to serving not only his congregation, but humanity as a whole. Through his unwavering faith and timeless efforts, he has used his spiritual intellect and charitable practices to touch countless lives, offering guidance, comfort and hope to those in need all around the world. His commitment to spreading the message of love, compassion and forgiveness has inspired me and my many siblings. So every section in this, every beginning of each section offers you a Bible passage to tailor your prayer points to. So the passage from the prayer of praise is from Psalm 107 verse 8, and it says, "Oh, that men would praise the Lord for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men." So to start off, in my book, Living Above Limitations, I emphasize that choosing to rise above traumatic experiences and embracing the joy of praise is key to embodying the ideal spiritual life for genuine believers.
The ceremony also marked the launch of the first book by the author's youngest son, Temi Onofuye. Temi expressed gratitude to his family for their unwavering support throughout the writing process.
When I started writing, I never knew I would come this far. I mostly thank my dad for encouraging me to start writing in the first place. And I also thank my mother and my siblings for supporting me throughout my journey. I also thank God for guiding me when I'm writing the stories, giving me the ideas. And I thank God again for giving me this opportunity to come up in front of all of you and speak my mind.
The president and CEO of Femi Wash Media Limited, a special guest at the event, commended Pa Onofuye for his dedication to his children's education, noting their achievements in academics and their commitment to following in their father's footsteps.
So you're a good example for every UK resident like you and I and some other people that are here to emulate, because you're a shiny example, you're a shiny light. I'm proud of you and I'm proud of your children. So for you to be able to conceive that idea, write the first book, the second book, the third book, and getting up to this one, I'm proud of you, sir. I'm very, very proud of you. It means you're a winner.
Speaking with SOUQ News, the Onofuyes and well-wishers shared their thoughts.
Focus, have faith, have the Spirit of God in you, do the will of God, do it good, do it right. When you do it right, you get it right. And when you have time for God, God will make this possible for you. Just have hope in Him. And whatever you believe in, focus on your belief, work on your belief, and don't just sit back. Strive in that belief. And one way or the other, God will pull you through. God will take you there to that destination.
We've seen him as somebody very unique. He's always different. Everything about him is always different. So we knew that God's grace is with him, and that's why. And that his dad, being an author, noticed in him that he had something in him. He loves writing as well, just like his father. So he actually, encouraged him to start doing that. And if you read the book, it's all about what's happened to him. That's why that title comes in as, the world around me. So that's why he is an author, the young author for today.
What mostly inspired me was my dad, my father. He became something that I could look upon and look forward to, and he's already a great example of what would happen if you started writing. So now every day he just encourages me to start and pursue my career that I want to achieve, which is writing.
To be fair, I saw him go through a few challenges, which hasn't always been easy, obviously, as his child. But at the same time, it was remarkable the way he came from those challenges and how he handled them first of all, and then what he produced through those challenges. And that's always been something that has inspired me.
We've been for a few years, and since I've been with him, I really like him. I really enjoy him, having him as my in-law, because he's very quiet, jovial, then intelligent, then accommodative, and very spiritual. So I learned a lot of him from him. Even I told my niece that I feel jealous of him.
One thing I want to say mostly that I know about him is he's always learning. As he is always learning, he's always also teaching me. There is no day, even in church, that we're doing maybe a spiritual program, he will always want to bring something out that you, as an individual, as a youth, as a child of God, something to direct you back to God.
It is with great pleasure and excitement that I stand before you today as we gather to celebrate the launch of a remarkable literary work.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
West has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Hello and welcome to Market Insights. I am Lavina Emma. Today we will dive into the heart of Africa's growing e-commerce industry. Now,
in a continent where we have traditional markets, I'm sure we all enjoy going to the markets, even if it's for food items, for cosmetics, for clothing, for anything we want. We have these traditional markets that we have been going to, and these markets serve as a cornerstone of commerce. They have done this for centuries, but online shopping is rapidly gaining ground. Now, as the digital landscape, especially in Africa, keeps evolving, a new approach is emerging, and that's hybrid solutions. Now, let's picture this. For example, now a trader sells goods in the market. It could be food items, it could be clothes, it could be cosmetics, anything. But he also takes orders online. Now, how has this hybrid approach been able to help this trader's business? Now, I'll tell you, he can reach customers beyond the market. He can even start exporting some of his products, not just limiting it to where he's selling alone. That's the state alone he's selling it. He can also take it outside his state and also outside his country. Now, that's the beauty of e-commerce, and that's the hybrid solution we're talking about this morning. Now, the combination of online and offline sales will definitely boost income for the trader and also for our economy. So that is absolutely fascinating. So it's not just about replacing the traditional market, but rather enhancing it with technology. So this hybrid approach seems to be striking a chord with consumers. And you have these days, a lot of consumers purchase their items from the internet, not just from our local markets. Now, let me ask you this. Why would you choose to buy things online? I'll tell you, it's convenient. I, for one, find it very convenient to purchase things that I need, whether it's household items, whether it's things that I need, food items, whether it's even writing materials. It's more convenient to purchase these things online, and you have them delivered right to your doorstep. But I also love the experience of going to the market. I mean, after all, it's part of our culture. So that's the beauty of hybrid solutions. They allow us to enjoy the best of both worlds. And as Africa continues to embrace technology, we can expect to see even more innovative ways to combine the digital and the physical realms. So whether you're a seasoned entrepreneur or a curious consumer, it's clear the hybrid solutions are the future on our continent. So after the break, we have a distinguished guest who will be joining us virtually to discuss more on e-commerce and hybrid solutions. So join us after the break. Thank you for watching the program. Now we have a guest who has joined us virtually live from United Kingdom, and his name is Dr. Ibukun Aino. He is a data analyst and also a business intelligence analyst, and we're going to be discussing African e-commerce and the need for hybrid solutions. So welcome to Market Insights, Dr. Ibukun Aino.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me this morning. It's my pleasure to be here.
Okay, that's good to hear. And how's everything in the United Kingdom? I hope you're enjoying the weather there.
Yeah, we are enjoying the epileptic kind of weather, and yeah, it's cold. Thank you.
Okay, that's good to hear. Okay, now I'm talking about e-commerce, or what are the let's just first of all start with looking at the landscape in Africa. Now, what are the primary challenges facing traditional e-commerce models in Africa?
Yeah, thank you so much. I would like to compare what we have in the Western world and also in Africa. And I will really say that the technological trend in Africa has been so exponential, which I really commend the youth, and I will give kudos to the youth for doing that. And to a reasonable level, government is also supporting, but not as expected. So e-commerce in Africa is kind of growing, not as fast as some other parts of technology, such as social media, because people still believe that I want to see my money before, I want to see the product before I drop the money. And that's why hybrid system is so encouraged for any organization that is going to start an e-commerce business or is going to have a e-commerce products out there, you need to be able to embrace hybrid systems such that even when you are still able to order online, before you get your products, you see it physically, and before you make your payment. So when you make your payment physically and get your product and be able to input the hybrid system into your market or into your product, that will encourage a lot of people that are still doubting the e-commerce system in the society, especially in Africa, to get encouraged and be able to put in their resources. And I believe with time, we'll get there.
Okay. Now, let's really delve into the challenges that might affect any potential business owner who want to start any e-commerce business of their choice. Now, looking at our continent, so let's be more specific now. Our country, Nigeria. Now, we have a lot of infrastructure gaps. For example, we have the internet connection issues also. Now, do these things impact e-commerce growth? With talking about internet connection and also logistics, will these things definitely affect the e-commerce growth in our country, Nigeria, before we talk about the wider continent?
All right, thank you. In Nigeria, if you are starting an e-commerce company, the first thing you should think of is the problem that is peculiar to your business environment. And take, for instance, Nigeria, just like you said, the transportation issue is very, very important to be considered, compared to the Western world, where everywhere is the road to everywhere is okay and is good, and you get to everywhere easily. Then the address system should also be considered. In the Western world, all houses have got a unique code, which is called postcode in the United Kingdom, and it doesn't exist like that in Nigeria. So combining these two problems now, you should have a solution. First thing you should consider as an e-commerce founder is, how is your product going to get to the destination? There are so many solutions you can consider. The first one is trying to liaise with the local community. Trust me, there is always a shop close to you. There's always a talk shop close to you, a family shopper shop close to you, that everyone in that street understand how it works. That is, they know the location. Why not, as an e-commerce company, partner with such company that is such local shop, and instead of you going straight to their house, not finding them at home, finding it difficult to locate the house because most houses are not even numbered, why not partner with them and drop it in that location? Whereas your customer can go to that location and pick it. And trust me, every of those local shops knows every individual in their environment, because that is where they get their local products. That is their daily products. So take, for instance, if you are living in Ojuelegba in Lagos and you live in very close to Ojuelegba Bridge, there is always a merchant selling daily needs there. So if you partner with that particular person, everyone in that axis can go there to buy or to pick whatever goods they send to that environment. So with this, it will conquer the issue of I can't find them at home, the issue of finding it difficult to locate the houses. Then also, it will also conquer the issue of transportation, because there are some areas that are not motorable. Now, it costs a lot of companies to get there, because you need to get to the house. You need to get to the house address. But if you have that local merchant where you can drop it there, you don't need to go to their house directly. They can locate it straight up there. Then the issue of trust. Unfortunately, there are a lot of scams everywhere, especially in Africa. And internet scam cannot just stop. We need to be able to build a system that is going to trust, that people can easily trust. Take, for instance, as a tech expert and also a tech CEO, we are also working on the products which are going to launch in Nigeria very soon, that is going to conquer a lot of scams on all the social media scams for buying and selling, for services and all. So such that the product is going to handle all the ups and downs of social media scam or online scam and things like that. So I believe taking security of your product will make it so easy for people to trust you and be able to get your product used easily. And this will conquer a lot of problems in the e-commerce world right now, as it is in Africa and also in Nigeria particularly.
Okay, thank you for that, Dr. Ibukun. Yes, you mentioned, there are two things that you mentioned. The trust issue. Now, that's something a lot of consumers complain of when they're purchasing things online, especially from people who advertise, all the social media vendors. There's the issue of, okay, I've paid for the item and then later on I'm expecting it to get delivered to me and it doesn't get delivered to me. And then I try to contact the seller and I notice that she blocked me. I can't phone her. I can't chat with her on social media, and there's no way to reach her. And I have already paid for this, and that trust issue is something that really needs to be looked at. And then congrats on the upcoming product that you want to use to combat scams on the internet, especially when it comes to buying and selling online. That's something we definitely need urgently. But this trust issue now, what would you recommend to solve it? Because it's something everybody who buys and sells online, particularly the customers who buy online, have complained about. So what advice or what would you do what kind of solution would you recommend?
All right, thank you. As a customer, unfortunately, the level at which you can be so sure that your vendor is legitimate is so minimal, because internet cannot be as perfect as physical. However, there should be a level of trust you can have before you can put in your money. You should ask some questions. Firstly, what is the refund policy? You shouldn't just meet a vendor online and you feel like, okay, because he has got a very nice catalog on Instagram or Facebook or any social media, then is a very good product or is a very good vendor. You should be able to know if the organization is registered. If the organization is registered, you can easily trace it with EFCC or any security outfit in Nigeria. So that is why, and I'm happy that CAC is also encouraging every company to register such that they can easily be identified. They will have a physical location. Even if you are not trading there, they will have a particular number you can reach. So ensure that the company is registered before you put in your money as a consumer, if you are going to patronize online, because you cannot avoid patronizing online either now or in the next generation, because everything is going digital. And digitalizing the world will be the best thing that will happen to the world, especially with the invention of AI. AI has helped to do a lot of things easily. And trust me, it is easy to window shop online because by human nature, you want to see a lot before you pick one so that you know you are getting the optimal value for what you have got, or you are getting the best out of many that you have seen. So you can't avoid using the e-commerce, but ensure that you confirm the authenticity of this particular vendor before you bring in your money, by firstly checking if the company is registered. If it is not registered, it is not traceable. Another thing is check the reviews. Review for every product, there's always a review online. Check the review online, read about their challenges, read about their the good parts of the reviews. If the challenges are things you cannot handle, run away from it. Then, though there's no perfect product out there, but at least they should have like 4.5 star or 4 stars, if not 5 stars, which is almost impossible. So with this, you can trust the product. Then another thing is, if you are using a product that has got to do with consumption, drugs, that we deal with NAFDAC, check the NAFDAC number. You don't want to use the product that will jeopardize your life because you bought it online. So with all of this, then the payment platform, there are popular payment platforms. Before you use any payment, there's what we call payment gateway. A payment gateway is a particular API, that is application programming interface, that is going to be connected to the e-commerce platform you are using or any online platform you are using to buy your product. Please ensure that those payment gateways are authentic. They are authentic. There are quite a number of them in Africa, which there's Paystack. There are so many which you can check, and there's Flutterwave. Check them. Ensure that these ones are known, so that they will not take your money through a particular API or particular gateway that is not legit, and you just end up seeing your money being deducted every time. And those are the common issues that happen with buying products online. And if you are making a transfer, before you make the transfer, please ensure that the product is authentic. If you can drop your deposits, and when you get the product, you paid the full payment. With that, you can also reduce the risk of losing all your money in case anything happens. And just like I said, that we are working on the product. The product, before the vendor will get paid, your product will have been delivered. However, you must have paid to an escrow. There's a particular type of payment which is called escrow, such that when you make payment, you will not get to the vendor, but it will be held somewhere until your product is being delivered and you confirm the delivery, or your service is being delivered, confirm delivery. Then you can get your money straight into the vendor's account. With this, it helps. And if you don't, in such a product, if you don't have a product that doesn't have something like escrow, you might try as much as possible to avoid it, because all of these things are ways to caution yourself by using the e-commerce or online platform to purchase your product and to get your services done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Dr. Ebukwan. I know, yes, you really went in depth to explain how people can avoid being victims of any not trustworthy online seller. Now, looking at this, we know we have this issue. I mentioned it earlier on, of the internet connection. That's something, and also with the people living in the rural areas and people living in the urban areas. Also, that's also a very big issue when it comes to on selling on this e-commerce, patronizing e-commerce stores. Now, what role does the digital divide play in limiting e-commerce adoption when we look at the people living in the cities and people living in the rural areas?
Thank you so much. In the rural areas, unfortunately, the internet connection in the rural areas might not be so strong. That is, if they have got one. But one thing about the rural area right now in Nigeria that I'm so sure of is they've got a mobile network. There might not be an internet network, but there's a mobile network. So if e-commerce companies can start using USSD or SMS to make orders, such as you can type star whatever, maybe 143 hash, and it will show the list of products you have got, and you can pick any, check it, pick any. Take, for instance, let's take a scenario of buying, let's say you want to buy a television set, and you press star 143 hash, and it shows the list of television sets, the products, that is the brands. You see Sharp, you see LG, Lenovo, and all of that, and you press 1 if it is Lenovo. Then when you pick Lenovo, the next thing is the size. Press 2 if it is so size, and all of that till you get to the last part. And you can also use this USSD to make your payment. With this, people in the rural area can also enjoy using e-commerce platform, such that when they get to the urban city, it won't be strange to them, and they can also benefit from a lot of things which the people in the city enjoy, because the way the tech is being structured right now, you just need to have an internet. But there are alternatives like the USSD and the SMS. So with this, they can also benefit the e-commerce trend and enjoy it maximally. Also, in the rural area, there are so many local merchants you can also partner with. I have lived in the rural area, I've lived in the urban area, I've lived in so many places, and I know there is always a notable person in that place that sells virtually everything. Why not partner with that person to ensure that the person can even use the USSD, or you can get recently the Starlink in Nigeria. Get a Starlink for that person, and Starlink can get internet anywhere. Let the person be able to use it and encourage all the rural people living in that rural area, and they come to that shop and they'll be able to buy whatever they want to buy using that person's gadgets without any stress. So with this, you'll still be able to capture the rural area, and the people in the rural area can also enjoy the benefit of e-commerce, because the earlier you embrace it, the better. And the more you embrace it, the more you enjoy it, because it is flexible. You've got many options. It is so accessible, and it is available 24 hours. You can go on the internet at any time, browse wherever you want. In fact, you just need to study the environment. If that rural area, if their business happens to happen between maybe 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock, just ensure within that time the system is available for that local merchant so that they can come there and do. So in the UK here, there's a company called Every. Every has partnered with virtually all the local shops in your environment, such that you can drop your parcel.
What's your thoughts for now? Okay, yes, thank you for this. Yes, I understand what you're saying, giving more and more examples. You actually, yes, you really explained that very well. Yes, but let me just pause your train of thoughts for now. Do you really think that e-commerce, yes, like you mentioned, it's something that is spreading all over the world. Do you think it's going to take over our traditional markets here in Africa or here in Nigeria?
Well, if you could take it over, if you could take over traditional markets in the Western world, then you can take it to Nigeria. And the earlier, the better. And that is why any organization or any company that is not tech inclined right now is tend to fold up, because things are changing. Okay, take for instance, in the UK right now, there's a company called Wilco. Wilco sells a lot of stuff, a lot of things. And
yeah, sorry to interrupt you now. I just want to say, let's not mention brand names. We can give examples without mentioning brand names.
All right, that's fine. So there are some brands in the UK where they've moved totally from traditional to e-commerce, because they realize a lot of their customers come from online, come from the e-commerce market, and they feel like going physical might be it might make them lose a lot of money, whereas just do it e-commerce, we make them gain a lot of money, reduce the number of staffs to be used, and still be able to make the profit. So it can happen in Africa, and it's definitely going to happen. So the earlier we embrace it as a company, or as a vendor, or as a particular consumer, so it is going to happen. And we should be prepared, just like the way AI is taking everything right now. I believe before now, we cannot have this kind of conversation because of distance, but technology has made it easy. So that's how e-commerce is going to happen. Right now, people can easily buy things from any part of the world using a lot of brands out there, where you can get your things from any company, any country, or any company in the world. So that is how e-commerce is going to be also in Nigeria and in Africa at large. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's take a break now. When we return, we're going to discuss more solutions to the challenges, and also how we can adopt more effective business strategies for e-commerce stores. Join us after the break.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we'll provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market rulings, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rate and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Thank you for watching SOUQ News Television, and we are still discussing on the program Market Insights. African e-commerce needs hybrid solutions, and to discuss this with us, we have a guest who has joined us virtually, and his name is Dr. Ibukun Aino. He's a data analyst and also a business intelligence analyst. So thank you so much for joining us this morning, Dr. Ibukun. Now, let's talk about businesses generally now. How can businesses ensure that their hybrid solutions are scalable and adaptable to changing market conditions?
All right, thank you. First thing is you need to understand the market trend and to embrace technology because just like I said earlier, technology is taking over everything. So you need to study what will work for you. And that's why we have a lot of experts. We have business analysts, business intelligence analysts, data analysts that can help you to understand the behavior of your customers. And they can give a required recommendation or business solutions towards that in order to implement your hybrid e-commerce system, or possibly if you want to go fully into e-commerce. But it is advisable that you test run. That is, after they must have done all the analysis, then they can give you an insight to the behavior of your customer and develop a business model that will work for you in order to use that hybrid system. And it is better to start with hybrid so that your customers will not going to have just a to change, and you can still retain the same customer. Then there are so many approaches to this hybrid system. You can do it like pay online, pick physically. You can do it like pay choose online, pay physically, and pick up physically. So there are so many models you can use, but you need to firstly study your customer, study the environment, your business environment, so that you can give the required solution and underline the required solution, not just giving a solution, because what works for company A or product A might not work for company B or product B. So understand how it works for you and take experts. Just like I said, business analysts, data engineers, all of these will definitely help you to know how to migrate into the hybrid system or e-commerce system of trading.
Okay. Now, well said, by the way. Now, how can data analytics inform this personalized customer experiences in African e-commerce?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
How can data analytics inform personalized customer experiences in African e-commerce?
All right, thank you. So the first thing is, it is high time we understood that every customer has got a behavior, and that is why you should have a database for your products. That is, record every of your customer behavior. So if you have a large data, that is a database for the behavior of your customer. So it is easy for you to pick it up and analyze it, check how the particular product they consume more or they buy more at a particular period of time. And at the same time, you'll be able to relate with your raw materials. If you are manufacturing, relate it with the future prediction. So with all of this, it will help you to avoid making some business errors. So the basis of being able to use data analytics or data analysis is ensure that you have a database for your customers. And there are so many ways you can extract your data. You can possibly get it from questionnaires, interviews, and if you've got an e-commerce system, ensure that your database is strong such that data analysts can connect to it and be able to fetch out the data which will represent the behavior of your customer and make a lot of predictions which will really help you to grow your business, avoid so many errors, avoid so many losses. Because in business, I know business is about profit and loss, but if you can use data analysis, there's every possibility of taking off about a reasonable percentage of your loss, which will give you more profit. And it will also help you to know the type of staff that is redundant. So there are so many analytics you can do, or so many analysis you can do. You can do it on your employees, you can do it on your customers, you can do it on your vendors, you can do it on your partners, that is business partners. And so all of these things will help your business to grow more than the way it has been, because things are not the way it is right now. And making use of tech and data analysis will help you to predict what will happen in the future, avoid errors, and at the same time make a much profit that is higher ROI, return on investment. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, I understand what you're saying. Now, as an expert data analyst, Dr. Ibuku, now, can you tell me what factors influence consumer preferences, whether they are shopping online or offline, or even for hybrid shopping experiences?
Oh, sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay, I said, as a data analyst, now, what factors influence consumer preferences, whether they are shopping online, offline, or generally the hybrid shopping experiences? Can you share with us?
All right. So the first thing is your customer service, because having a live chat or live conversation with a product you are relating with gives a lot of trust. Take, for instance, you might buy a product, let's say product A, and in the course of buying product A, you realize that, oh, you have bought product B, maybe by error, but you don't know how to approach it because this is not a physical shop where you can go and meet the sales rep. But what if you have a live chat which you can easily communicate with and possibly tell you how to navigate on this particular product? That is, go to this part, because there's always a user manual for every online product. However, the user manual might not be enough, maybe the level of literacy and all of that. Then have a social media platform where you can put how your product can be used, the terms and conditions, how people can approach you easily so that they can trust you, because buying a product online is about trust. So having a good customer service makes it so easy for people to trust you and to patronize you as an online product, that is, as an online company. Then another part is you must be able to understand the user journey. What I mean by user journey is you don't want to have your product to be too long to have your service done or to have your product to buy a particular product. So there is what we call a UI UX, that is user interface and user experience in product design. So they are experts in that field, which they will tell you that to get this particular product, to use this particular service official, it shouldn't take you more than 5 seconds. So if you are making it 5 minutes instead of 5 seconds, it will be tiring. So I will rather just prefer to walk into the shop rather than going all around the app, navigating on around the app or the website before I can buy my product. That's why you should have a good user interface and user experience as a business considering e-commerce. And the last part is, as a company considering e-commerce, you should be able to understand that you must make your platform new every day, in the sense that ensure you bring interactive or new things on the platform such that you not get bored. You don't want to see it like that every time. New every time. That's why some social media products, they keep on rolling out versions upon versions, versions upon versions. With this, you will improve your system, at the same time gain more trust, and you will look more serious to your customers. So this will help you to grow your business both physically and online. And trust me, for you to be able to trust a product online, you definitely be able to trust it physically. And that is why hybrid system is encouraged. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I like that, the fact that we need to, as a business owner, particularly when delving into the e-commerce sector, you need to keep improving and keep changing. Like you rightfully mentioned, it will definitely attract new customers and retain the old ones too. Now, let's talk about our regulatory environments. Now, what kind of policy reforms are needed to support e-commerce growth in Africa?
All right, thank you. Fortunately, Africa environment has really encouraged e-commerce. And because checking the policy, there are a lot of, before now, a lot of payment gateways were not accredited, and a lot of online banking were not existing. But now in Africa, there are a lot of online banking, there are a lot of payment gateways, there are a lot of tech experts that are so good at developing that system for you. And now back to the government policy. For you to be able to scale well in your e-commerce business, you need to consider what policy is attached to the particular business you are working on. First thing is the data privacy, because during registration, you are going to take a particular data from them. This data needs to be well protected, and you need to state it in your terms and conditions and privacy and agreement on your app. Then it should go along with government policy. As far as I'm concerned, the government policy is fair, and they are trying to protect the consumer. There is a consumer protecting agency in Consumer Protection Agency in Nigeria, which can protect any consumer. So if you are having any issue with your data, and you should ensure that you reach out to the right organization, that is, as a consumer. However, as an expert, that is, as a company that is into e-commerce, please check the government policy. That is, there are a lot of them. It depends on the kind of product you are working on. If you are working with services, there are a lot of terms and conditions, government policy attached to that. If you are dealing with finance, please ensure that you are going along with the CBN policy. And if you are dealing with transportation, I will just encourage that, please try to patronize insurance and also the government policy associated with insurance. So just like recently, there is a trend, or there was an issue or an accident in Nigeria about someone driving a car and something like that. I don't really want to go into that. But if you have followed the government policy and you are working with the right steps, that is, you insure your car and things like that, you'll be able to avoid a lot of issues. So please, whatever product you are working on, just ensure it aligns with the government policy. Government policy is so fair enough. I cannot be so particular because there are many. I would just like to generalize that make your research on the policy you're working on, and ensure that your product meets with that. Because in products or software development, there's management, there's what we call the stakeholders. And one of the stakeholders you need to consider in developing your tech product or any online product is the government. So they might fall in the category of just satisfying them so that you'll be able to meet up with what they want. So that when your product is online, you are not going to be brought down. So just ensure that we've had some experiences even in Nigeria where some products are being brought down because of government policy, and also recently one in
There's
Brazil.
something I would like to ask you now, Dr. Ebukun. Yes, yes, we know it's very important to obey the regulations from government organizations when setting up an e-commerce platform. But now, how can the government balance regulation with innovation in the e-commerce sector?
Yes, thank you. The first thing is government should look into customer protection so well. If the consumers, that is the customers, are so sure that I am being protected, then there will be high level of trust. So what the major challenge in e-commerce in Africa right now is trust, because it's scam everywhere. If you tell anyone in Africa right now that buy this thing online, the first thing is, do you trust them? But what if the government has provided a policy that we say, oh, government is in charge, I know I'm safe. If you are being scammed on Instagram or any social media now, there's nowhere to go to. There's no government policy in charge of that. But what if there is a government policy handling that, or a sector, an agency handling that? Because it is high time we understood that the internet, the social media, and the online has come to stay. Everything is happening online right now. So government should really, really delve into it, look into it, protect lives and property online, such that we can gain the trust and get everything done online with ease, because we know we are protected.
Okay, so apart from consumer protection, what else would you recommend for government to ensure that this space is the regulations are obeyed?
Yes, then another part of it is government to also encourage and partner, because one of the major challenges for companies now that are into that is finances. Government should be able to bring out loans for companies that are ready to go online, that are ready to get that online space set, because that is where things are happening right now. And making that happen, it might just bring out a lot of policies in order to checkmate if you are really using the money for what is being used for. So I believe bringing loans for companies that are ready to go into e-commerce, we also encourage a lot of developers, a lot of tech experts to get into e-commerce and get, because to be honest, it is not cheap. You need to have a robust pocket before you can venture into a successful e-commerce, because there are a lot of logistics, a lot of cost to be incurred. But partnering with the government and government bringing out loans to support the people interested in e-commerce, we also go a long way. And with that, everyone, so imagine you have the government policy protecting the consumer, and also the customers rather, and also the companies that are ready to venture into e-commerce. They are being given finance, given loans, and they are being monitored, and they get it done. Then I don't need to go to a physical shop again. I can get everything done online because government is in charge, and everyone will be okay. And we have a very decent, secured online e-commerce platform for everyone to use happily.
Okay, yes. Well, we shouldn't really eliminate the use of going to physical markets, looking at the future. Yes, we know the future is e-commerce. We know that, but we should not completely rule out going to the markets or going to a shopping center, for example. Now, that being said, now let's look at the future outlook in a few words. Now, can you just tell us how emerging technologies like 5G and blockchain can shape the future of African e-commerce? Just a few.
Right. If I get your point, you said how can
emerging
e-commerce
technologies like 5G and blockchain shape the future of e-commerce in Africa?
All right. Thank you. In Africa right now, we are growing, just like I said, and the growth is exponential. But we need to understand that we need to embrace the trend in technology too. Just like you mentioned, blockchain. Blockchain, as it's not yet that popular in Africa, and embracing it and implementing it into e-commerce, we really go a long way in the sense that the traditional method, which is just about just bringing your money, paying physically, dropping your cash, or maybe POS and things like that. So there are so many alternatives like that, which you can use to help the e-commerce environment or ecosystem in order to get things done better in Africa. And also, we not totally write off, just like you said, we not totally write off the physical shops that is going on physical shopping rather than e-commerce, because sometimes too, you want to leave your physical environment, you want to leave your home to go to the shop to also walk around, especially if you are working from home or you work very close to your house. You also want to take your family out to shop, to just see things and all. But there are so many times which you wouldn't want to be out. And this e-commerce can serve you so well as far as it is being trusted. So the digital technology in general, it can easily be implemented in e-commerce. And I would just advise the organizations or companies into e-commerce to embrace that. And embracing it, we also make it give it a different look to the traditional way we believe e-commerce should be practiced.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Ebuku, for your time this morning on Market Insights. As we discussed, African e-commerce needs hybrid solutions. It was really great talking about this with you. And it was also very good, all the advice that you had to share, especially with consumers buying things online from any social media vendor, and also how people can protect themselves against any kind of scam or being patronizing products that are not very good. Thank you so much for sharing your insights into this discussion. We really appreciate it, and we do hope you can join us again on Market Insights. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Okay, now let's look at the money markets this morning, how the Naira is faring when selling against the dollars, the pound sterling, and the euro. So for today, Wednesday, 18th September, we're looking at the Central Bank of Nigeria rates and the parallel markets rates. So for this morning, the dollar, the CBN rate, the dollar is currently selling at 1,678 Naira to $1. At the parallel markets rate is selling for 1,660 Naira to $1. And for the pound sterling is selling at 2,247 Naira to one pound sterling. That's as at the CBN rate. And at the parallel market rate is selling at 2,220 Naira to £1 sterling. For the euro, it's selling at 1,900 Naira. That's the CBN rate, 1,900 Naira to €1. At the parallel market rate, it is selling at 1,825 Naira to €1. So the parallel market figures are still higher than the CBN figures this morning. Yeah, well, there's a bit of a difference this morning. Surprisingly, the CBN rates were actually higher than the parallel market figures, which is something we don't see too often. So thank you so much for watching Market Insights this morning, as our guest shared his insights into the discussion on African e-commerce and the need for more hybrid solutions. It was really great discussing this with him, and I hope you were able to learn a lot from this discussion. Do share your comments on our social media handles on Instagram, on Facebook, and on Twitter, and also on TikTok. Many thanks for watching watching the program. Do stay tuned to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am your host, Lovina Emma.
Long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from China and Malaysia. Similarly, some of the challenges plaguing the sector include declined production, outdated equipment, and insufficient financing, resulting in a notable production deficit. To address these challenges, government intervention is imperative, necessitating increased funding, favorable policies, and enhanced environmental protection measures. Furthermore, Nigeria and other African countries must move away from the local way of producing palm oil to a more mechanized method for effective and efficient production. Additionally, fostering collaborations among farmers, processors, marketers or consumers, and equipment fabricators is vital for sustainable production and value chain development. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enuowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as Executive Governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Welcome to News Update on SOUQ News Television. I am Grace Komalafe. Starting with the foreign exchange markets, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has announced plans to develop new guidelines and legislation to regulate operations in the foreign exchange market for 2024 and 2025. This move aims to ensure the proper functioning of domestic and foreign exchange markets, transparency, and harmonization of market operations rules. The CBN also outlined its commitment to providing monetary, price, and financing system stability, discounting direct quasi-fiscal interventionist activities, and implementing an explicit inflation targeting framework to enhance the effectiveness of monetary policy during the period. In addition, the CBN revealed that it will retain ways and means advances to the federal government to finance deficits in its budgetary operations, but at a maximum of 5% of the previous year's actual collection revenue. These advances will be liquidated as soon as possible and will be repayable at the end of the year in which they were granted. The guidelines also stipulate that ways and means advances will be determined after recognizing the sub-accounts of the various MDAs, which are now linked to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, CRF, to arrive at the FGN Consolidated Cash Position in line with the banking arrangement of Treasury Single Accounts, TSA. These measures will continue in the 2024-2025 fiscal years. Moving to the energy sector, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPC, has begun supplying petrol from the Dangote Petroleum Refinery, marking a significant step towards boosting local refinery capacity. However, oil marketers under the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, are yet to access the petrol due to unresolved pricing issues. The NNPC revealed pricing details ranging from 950 naira to 1,019 naira per litre, depending on location, but marketers expressed concerns about high prices potentially justifying continued importation. Despite this, industry experts view the development as progress towards Nigeria's energy self-sufficiency. The Dangote refinery's 650,000 barrels per day capacity is expected to enhance local production and reduce reliance on imports. NNPC's Executive Vice President Downstream Adedakpo Shegun clarified that marketers cannot purchase petrol directly from the refinery due to subsidized rates. The situation is seen as temporary, with marketers expected to purchase from Dangote once market prices align. NNPC will continue to play a key role in ensuring energy supply. Away from that, Nigeria is facing a severe food crisis due to devastating floods that have submerged about 70% of Maiduguri, the capital of Borno State. The floods have affected over 1 million farmers and residents in the northeast, where key crops like sorghum, tomatoes, rice, millet, and sesame are produced. The region is also significant for livestock and cattle production. The impact of the floods extends beyond Borno State, affecting other major food-producing states like Ebonyi, Sokoto, Benue, Kano, Niger, Plateau, and Kwara, which are responsible for producing staple crops like rice, maize, wheat, tomato, and beans. The floods have resulted in displacement, damage to homes and farmlands, and loss of livelihoods. Experts want that the flooding will exacerbate Nigeria's already strained food security, which is compromised by violence, insecurity, storage, and foreign exchange crisis. The Food and Agriculture Organization (FAO) reports that food production in Borno State meets only 5.9% of the state's food needs, with 94% of food consumed being imported. To mitigate the effects of the flood, Nigeria needs to prioritize flood risk management, focusing on prevention rather than reaction. This includes developing early warning systems, implementing robust urban planning regulations, and ensuring flood-prone areas are equipped to handle excess water. Moving ahead, Malaysia's King Sultan Ibrahim is set to visit China, marking the first visit by a Malaysian monarch in a decade. He will meet with President Xi Jinping and Premier Li Qiang to strengthen ties and discuss projects boosting connectivity between Malaysia and Singapore. The visit is seen as an opportunity to reaffirm the country's commitment to a dynamic and prosperous relationship. The key reasons include reviving the stalled high-speed rail project and developing a rail link between Malaysia and Singapore. This visit follows Premier Li Qiang's June visit to Kuala Lumpur, where he backed Malaysia's plans for a $10 billion rail link connecting to China-backed projects in Laos and Thailand. Thank you for your time. Stay tuned for more engaging programs on SOUQ News Television. I am Grace Komalafe. Good afternoon.
And you know I told you yesterday I'm going to start tonight. So it's another briefing and another opportunity for us to look at issues related to business, finance, and economy.
Yes, and it's really, really extremely powerful just to help you start to inspire you to have.
On Thursday, 8th of August 2024, Sky Girl, Nigeria chapter, an initiative supported by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, premiered a teen-themed TV series, Journey to Bloom. According to Dr. Peju Adenusi, sexual and reproductive health consultant on the project, the production is a blend of key elements essential for raising a balanced adult.
Journey to Bloom is actually a TV drama that one has been looking forward to seeing. I was privileged to go through the scripts as it relates to sexual and reproductive health, which is an aspect of health that we're trying to introduce through the Sky projects in Nigeria. And as you can see the TV drama today, we just had about 2 episodes. So it's more like giving you a tip. Yeah, a new face, the tip of the iceberg, but there's still something deeper coming in the different episodes. So it's looking at financial inclusion. How do you get teenagers, because Sky Girls looks at teenagers between the ages of 13 to 18, working with both in-school and out-of-school girls. And as you can see, you could see the Sky project itself, the background songs, you could see the girls themselves. So how do you, started with financial inclusion in Nigeria, how can they be money smart? Which you saw in the first episode. You saw Tife, having it out with her mom to say, look, I've been saving. How do you go into my savings without letting me know? So there's that sense of responsibility to save for the future. But also there's still an aspect that is coming on. So I'm not going to say it all, but it has to do with relationship, How do you take decisions about yourself as you grow, the issue of puberty, and then the issue of managing relationships, to make informed decisions based on the information that is available to you. To know that your no is no, your yes is yes. You heard a statement said, we no go gree and no go gree. So that means you already know who you are, what you want, your self-esteem, confidence in yourself, and the trust in your decisions, knowing that your choices are made based on the information that you have. So you will see how the information on sexual and reproductive health can actually make as a girl, to make decisions that will affect your life, and indeed, not just the journey to bloom, but the journey of your life.
Adenike Udutola, Country Director, SOUQ Girl Nigeria, shared the focal points that inspired the production and the aspirations for the project.
So what we have two critical focus issues focus issue areas for SOUQ, right? Sexual reproductive health and financial inclusion. There's the gender empowerment conversation in there, but it really just is hinged on those two strong, pillars. And you see that come through in the messaging around Journey to Bloom. It's a behavioral change drama series, so of course, what it means is we're going to see the messaging in there. We tried not to sound preachy, right? We tried to be as natural and as relatable as possible, and we hope that when the girls watch, that's how they feel as well. One of the channels that we realized is really critical, really key for us to be able to reach them was TV. They love drama, they love movies, they love great content. So that literally led us to creating this TV series for them, and titled Journey to Bloom.
One of the producers also had this to say.
Journey to Bloom highlights the story of two teenage girls as they navigate life. So as a teenager, you see different changes, start noticing different changes. So it's a coming of age drama. So these young girls, as we put them in this school where they start experiencing sexual reproductive health to financial inclusion.
It's an amazing movie, and you should definitely see it. Oh, watch out for amazing performances, watch out for new talents, and of course watch out for a reverting storyline and education, of course, because it's an educative one.
The TV series titled Journey to Bloom plans to address common issues faced by teen girls such as peer pressure, financial struggles, and the journey to self-discovery. The series aims to be both educational and entertaining, providing relatable scenarios and practical solutions to real-life challenges. SOUQ is a community of teen girls who are all about being true to themselves and what they believe in. The community helps girls connect, find a community, and discover themselves through social media. SOUQ is a movement funded and supported by the Belinda Gates Foundation in conjunction with international media agencies from around the continent. Juvi Ufiene, SOUQ News. The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The three wise men, Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment.
This is the story of Julie Coker, beauty queen, pioneer broadcaster, staunch Catholic, fearless woman activist, the Yaito of Lagos. From a historical viewpoint, the first terrestrial signals of television broadcasting in Nigeria occurred when the then Western Regional Government established Western Nigeria's Government Broadcasting Corporation, popularly known as WNTV, on Saturday, October 31, 1959 at Agodi. WNTV was not just a pioneer in TV broadcasting in Nigeria, it also enjoyed the status of being the maiden TV station in the whole of Africa. WNTV belonged to the Western Nigeria Television Service. Africa has seen the emergence of exceptionally gifted stars in the broadcasting industry, particularly television gems.
She's a wonderful woman.
An icon and a legend.
She's paid her dues in that industry. She's done so much.
One of those unique creations of history whose outstanding quality precede them.
Miss Nigeria. Julie. Now, so not be today fine. Long time she was hitting the headlines. When television started, Julie was already reigning as TV star.
Oh, she was a big superstar in Nigeria. She's a great woman and continues to be great. She bears nobody any grudge. She's a happy-go-lucky person, and she takes life as it comes. She's not envious of anybody.
This is the story of Julie Coker, beauty queen, pioneer broadcaster, staunch Catholic, fearless woman activist, the Yaito of Lagos.
A wonderful, wonderful woman. She's an inspiration. I mean, this was somebody that I used to watch on television when I was a child. And when I met her again in England, she would sit down with me, we'll have a good chat and about so many things. I've learned a lot from her. And there are times, you know, we'll go out for a meal and she'll be telling me about the good old days of Nigeria. And really and truly, I want the good old days of Nigeria to come back. She's mentored a lot of people, a very down-to-earth lady. And I saw her recently. It was amazing. When she gave me her contact number and she could recall the number from memory, somebody was saying, how could you have done that, Ma? I said, I really don't know. An eloquent speaker, elegant lady, a beautiful soul. I mean, there are too many qualities this woman has. And she was saying, do you know what? We have to do something for this generation. And these are people that we admire so much, and will continue to admire them because they are like an institution. What can we do? We should have something like a walk of fame, honestly, for people like her. Ms. Taiwo Ajayi Lysett. This is also an institution as well, the veteran actress. And she is a very strong advocate for arts and culture. People like her, people like Chief Julie Coker, they ought to be celebrated. And this is why I always say, maybe this is me putting on my Renew African Mindset cap on again, promoting healthy living in the elderly. They ought to be celebrated whilst they're still alive. And this is what we should be encouraging. To tap into their talents, to bring up the younger generation.
I am the adopted son of Chief Julie Coker. She's actually my auntie, yet or more. I mean, when my father, became late, you understand, she took me in under her wings, and I've been with her ever since the age of 6. And if I'm going to talk about her memories, there are so many, they are numerous. It's like the memories of a mother and a child. Yet we've done everything. I was almost everything we did together. We traveled to Los Angeles together for the 1984 Olympics. She took me along with the NT entourage. We covered the events together. I learned a lot from her. So there are so many memories. But whenever she travels, she along with her son, second son, Richard, always tag along with her wherever she went. So it's a normal, my memories are that of a mother and a child. Chief Julie Coker is, to me, an icon and a legend. And the history of Nigerian broadcasting can never be complete or even written at all without the mention of Chief Julie Coker. First, she was more or less the first woman in so many, in broadcasting. She was the first, before Nollywood, she acted. Before you heard any musician, she went into music. So, as I said, the history of entertainment and broadcasting can never be complete without her name.
Incidentally, Chief Julie Coker is a younger cousin to my late father, Wilbert Edenko Sr. My background, I'm a journalist by background. I'm a chartered member of the Institute of Public Relations. And incidentally, Chief Julie Coker is a younger cousin to my late father, Wilbert Edenko Sr. Well, we've had fond memories of Auntie Julie Coker, let me put it that way back as a child growing up. We used to be very proud and still very proud of her as a pioneer newscaster in Nigeria. She's paid her dues in that industry. She's done so much. She's done, as a pioneer newscaster, like I said, we've always been very proud of her. She has been very professional, and as children, we always look forward to 9 o'clock news where Auntie Julie Coker it's on to cast the news, and we're always out there to see her. She has paid her dues. She has spent all her time being particular about professionalism in the industry, even up till now. She's done so much in the industry. She's done so much in the industry. Growing up, she has never been someone, and she's a lovely auntie. We always go to her. She always wants people to come around her. In spite of her status, she wants us, the children of her relatives, to always come over to Ikoyi, to Victoria Land, wherever she lived. And there's one particular thing I know about her, is that she never discriminated. For the people who lived with Auntie Julie Coker, I never lived with her, There's nobody that lived with Julie Coker that never traveled outside the country for holidays. So she's always like that. She wanted the best for everybody around her. Coming to relationship in the church where I attend, where my father and my grandfather attended, she was not a member of my church because she was a Catholic, but because she had affiliation with that church, because her mother was a member of that church. She was always particular about the growth and development of that church. And that's Holy Covenant Family Church, that's the only Chekwe church in Lagos. She was always particular about the growth and development of that church. She put in everything to make sure that church is improving and all of that. Beyond that, our association with the church, generally our Catholic church, up till now, she's a strong member of the church. She has all her faith daily, has a very close relationship with our God, our Creator, and she's done so much in that direction. Up till now, as I speak with you, she's still a strong member of the Catholic Church, and she has both the UK, in Nigeria, the Holy Cross, the Falmouth Church. She's had a good relationship. She's a God-fearing person. She's lived all her life showing care and concern to people, and that has always been a hallmark. A legacy of hard work, dedication to duty, to our profession, a legacy of love. I think the legacy of believing in God in whatever comes her way. You know, she's had her vicissitudes of life, and she's been able to overcome all of this. I mean, losing 2 children, you never can, you know, the strength to overcome all of this is awesome. But beyond that, more legacy is that she has done so much for this country. I could remember that even, I think just quite recently, she was talking about retraining of broadcasters. That's her passion. She has a legacy. She's done so much. I mean, so it's a lot of things that she has put into making Nigeria, into contributing to Nigeria. So our legacy, I can't even say, I can't pinpoint to only one thing. She's done so much across board, and so she's worth celebrating.
Let us honor this world-class broadcaster, a national and universal figure of distinction. Chief Julie Coker was born on July 25, 1940 to an Egba father from the Coker family in Abeokuta, Ogun State, and an Ishekiri mother from the Okorogeye Bodo family of Warri, Delta State. She was raised by her mother on Lagos Island and attended St. Mary's Convent School for her primary education.
One of those unique creations of history whose outstanding qualities precede them. My own recollection is that she was already a public figure, very glamorous on television before our past crossed. And of course, as it so happens in such circumstances, you actually, the reputation precedes the actual meeting. So, and I think it must have been in the early 60s when she was the glamour girl of Western Nigerian television. And I think before then, she was at Holy Child College, and from there proceeded to a much more public posture. And of course, if you go even earlier than that, you have to admit that she is the product of the cross-culture of the Benin, Warri, Sapele axis, and then of course in Lagos where she went to school, and then to capital, Ibadan, which was at that time the melting, not just the melting point, but the boiling point in Nigerian political affairs. But So she was already in the public consciousness through being being a regular feature on television. And then, of course, she married one of the Nauros, Michael Nauro, was at St. Grace, who had, was an old boy at St. Grace College, and had been a superstar in football, athletics, music, and what have you. And I think at that time, St. Grace College boys had a monopoly on Holy Child girls.
Julie na Saple girl. I'm from Ogwanja in Saple. Right now, I'm president of Saple Boma Boys. So I know Julie after she was born. Miss Nigeria. Julie. Now, so not be today fine. Julie. Long time she was hitting the headlines. When television started, Julie was already reigning as TV star in Ibadan. That's where TV started in Nigeria. The rest is history. She's still fine. Making headlines wherever she is.
Well, people see her outside as a celebrity. I see her as an auntie. Like, she's my mother's first cousin. Her mother and my grandmother are sisters. Or we are sisters because they are all late. And it's an auntie I've always admired. As a child, she was a big superstar in Nigeria. And we grew up knowing Auntie Julie as someone who worked in WNTV, WNTS in Ibadan. And we all grew up to love her. She was very beautiful. She still tries to be beautiful now, even at her age of 84, she'll be 84 in July, And we worked together in NTA. I left NTA some years ago. We left NTA around the same time. I was the company secretary, legal advisor to the NTA. And I was the closest to her because we saw every day at work, being that she's my auntie as well. We got on very well. She's very patient. And she's a great woman and continues to be great. She bears nobody any grudge. She's a happy-go-lucky person. And she takes life as it comes. She's not envious of anybody. She's accepted all God has given her in a very, very graceful way. She continues to be happy, and I just wish her all the best. In those days, they didn't have the gadgets we have now. Then, most things were very practical. Today, a lot of things are automated. We had very hot studios. They used to rehearse a lot. But now the internet has made life very easy. Now you can just be in a room and have it as your station and everything. Then we had huge transmitters. I remember going from state to state to launch transmitters in the 80s. And Auntie Julie was one of those people who started television, one of the first broadcasters. And they did a very good job, and they should be honored for their role in the pioneering television services in Nigeria. We don't know the criteria they use these days to honor people. I've seen many people who've done so much, they are not honored. and people who've done nothing and are honored. At the end of the day, it's God that honors you. I know she's a very good Christian. She goes to church regularly. I'm not that super religious, but she is. She doesn't joke with her religion. She doesn't miss her masses. And I believe that's what has kept her going in spite of all the tragedies she's had in life. She has good relations and a big family. And she's, like I'll tell you, a very, very happy and contented person. Contentment is a virtue that one has to have. So at the end of the day, if they talk about television, I mean, she should be honored as one of the pioneers of television in Africa, because the first television in Africa was in Ibadan, like you know. So, and if she's one of the pioneers, I guess she has a place in history. That's what I've been talking about, being a pioneer television star, a superstar. I mean, she did a lot of programs, like you know. She was a beauty queen. We should not forget that aspect. So in those days, people want to see beautiful faces on television. And she combined both beauty, eloquence, gait. She was very calm. I've never seen her lose her temper. I do. I lose mine. But I've never, no matter how you sort of annoy her, she's always very calm. She never loses her temper. And she has a lot going for her. But contentment is the greatest, I say, and the fear of God. Like I told you, she's very religious. And I think that's her greatest strength.
And Only Child College, Obalinde, Lagos, for her secondary education. Her journey to the limelight began with her winning the Miss Western Nigeria Beauty Contest in 1957 and her coming second in the Miss Nigeria Beauty Competition in 1958. She joined the Western Nigeria Television, WNTV, in 1959 as the second female face on television in Africa. She attended numerous courses in England, United States of America, Germany, and Norway, where she was groomed in the art of television broadcasting. Upon her return from one of these overseas courses, she joined the Nigeria Television Services (NTS), which later became the Nigerian Television Authority (NTA). She became an icon at the WTA, where she anchored the network news and numerous programs and events. She retired as an Assistant Director, Marketing and State Operations. Though now retired, she is not tired, as she tirelessly runs a pet project, Richard Coker Foundation, a charitable organization established in memory of her late son, Mr. Richard Coker Enaro. The major objectives of this organization is to help people suffering from sickle cell anemia. This documentary spotlights Julie Coker, particularly her family life and her days in the broadcasting industry, from her humble beginnings through the various travels and triumphs of being raised by a lone parent, her dear mother, her meteoric rise to stardom, and managing fame and popularity at a young age.
I am a broadcaster by training, and broadcasting has been part of my life since I was 8 years old. And by the grace of God, I practiced the profession and got to the pinnacle of my career, having worked with the NTA as a news correspondent, sports commentator, and sports anchor. Chief Julie Coker is not only a beautiful, delightful, immensely talented woman, but is a Nigerian, and I dare say a human being that comes only once in a lifetime. And when God created her for a purpose, because she's been able to effortlessly, effectively, and joyfully serve God and save humanity. She is a Catholic by faith and religiously goes to church every day, even at the age of about 83 years old. And she's been a broadcaster by excellence. She's been able to impact the lives of not only Nigerians but foreigners alike, both in Nigeria and in the United Kingdom, where she presently resides. She's from Delta State originally, and we've known her and admired her and worked closely with her all these years till date. Reverberates in my heart and in my mind is the fact that she's been a beacon of hope for both young men and women, but particularly for women. Because for any woman that aspires to be something in life, you look at the life and time of Chief Julie Coker. You know, she's a woman who has gone to school, who has practiced her profession, who has served God religiously, and who is still serving God, and somebody that is a good example of what a woman, a mother, and a grandmother should be.
Yes, my name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a legal practitioner. I've been at the bar now for well over 40 years, and I'm also a former commissioner in Osun State. Chief Julie Coker. Well, Chief Julie Coker is an icon of Nigerian broadcasting. I don't think there's anyone of my age who would know her. I'm 64 years. And of course, I've known Chief Julie Coker since I was a young boy, when she was at the NTA. She also happens to be a good friend of my mother, and I've retained a good relationship with her ever since. But most importantly, she remains a household name. I think she's what we call a mother of the nation. Everyone is very fond of her, and everyone remembers her for the good and sterling work she did while she was with the NTA. I said, when I was a young boy, we used to watch her on television. She was very well spoken, very well presentable, and she came across very well. And that's an everlasting memory. That's the memory I actually still have in my mind. And obviously now she's much older now. She's like I said, the granny of the nation. But that long-term memory of her on the NTA, reading our national news, remains a lasting memory for me. Well, I think the most important thing they can learn from her is to be professional. Chief Julie Coker was professional and remained steadfast. Up till today, she is very committed to broadcasting. I don't think there's any broadcasting program that Auntie Julie Coker is called upon that she does not attend. She goes out of her way to attend, and she does her very best to promote Nigerian broadcasting and information in general. So I think that the lesson people can learn from her is the fact that you should remain dedicated and committed to whatever your lifetime profession is. Well, the legacy she has left behind in the media is the fact that you must make yourself enduring. You must also appeal to a wide audience as well. And actually, Julie Coker has done that very successfully. She remains an icon. She remains a woman who has appealed to the nation. Even though she's in her 80s now, she's still very fond of, still very much loved. And it's important, therefore, that whatever we set out to do, that we endear ourselves to the vast majority of the nation, or the people we work with, so that we leave a lasting memory and legacy for those people. And that's what Auntie Julie Coker has done rather successfully. Nowadays, our politicians, our leaders, enter government, get themselves engaged in all sorts of things, and there isn't what you call total commitment to the cause. They're not particularly interested in trying to improve the lot of the masses. Neither are they very thoughtful in the legacy they will leave behind. And I think the likes of Auntie Julie Coker, at least from that particular generation, have shown that it's important not only to remain steadfast in your chosen profession, but also to think of how you can possibly improve your profession, endure yourself to a wide audience, and always think about how you can possibly improve the lot of the people. And most importantly, it's not always about financial gain. It's more about service and commitment. And I believe those two words, service and commitment, are the important things that this particular generation of leaders can learn from Auntie Julie Coker.
Auntie Julie Coker is a legend. She's known globally for being a legendary broadcaster in the business, from Nigeria to the UK to the US. She's had a history in her career of being someone that everyone looks up to. She started her career in the late 50s, and even in the 60s she met people like the late great President of the US, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, and she also met people like Muhammad Ali in her time. She's well known as not just a broadcaster, but a music artist, and someone who has an album with an artist like Anderson .Paak, who sampled her song Erayon on his own album, Saviour's Road, a few years ago, something that got to #1 in the Billboard charts in the US. I know a lot about her. She's someone who has gone through life's tragedies, but through that, she's become strong in the sense of running a charity like the Richard Coker Foundation, which was founded in 2004 on the passing of her beloved son, Richard Coker Enahoro. And it's run by herself and my brother, Baba Epega. They are the chair people of the whole foundation. And they forge a way to make people aware of sickle cell illness, something that affects so many people in the diaspora of Africa and people of African background and some Asian people as well. And it's something that she's a very strong and vocal voice for, not just in the UK, not just in Nigeria, but all over the world. She's a relative of my mother's, and her son was our beloved cousin, so she's a great aunt to us. And in fact, like a mother, because on the passing of my late mother, Ibiene Adokia Pega, she became like a mother to us since 1992 and has been very close to all my family, myself, my sister Yewande, my brother Baba that I mentioned, and my daughter Dylan Ibiene. So it's something that I can say that she's very close to us, like a mother to us. There's in fact stood as a mother to us in many, many, many circumstances and life occasions. My memories of her go back to the first time I remember being at one of her shows, her 7-Up birthday party that used to be on Nigerian television. I remember attending that as a child, and it was a wonderful, wonderful experience, and something that I treasure very much so. You know, we shared so many wonderful memories with her. It's something that I just can't forget. And what legacy has she left in broadcasting? Her legacy is something you can't stop even, because it's something we all look up to. Most recently, this past April, we had a visit by Tom Parker Bowles, the son of Queen Camilla of the United Kingdom, who came to Lagos to take part in the food festival, Chiti Bank. And he spent time with Auntie Julie. We introduced him to Auntie Julie, and he was thrilled when we told him of her background and who she was. And it was something like meeting the equivalent of Elizabeth Taylor of Nigeria. She has left a brilliant legacy, not just in broadcasting, but in film, in her mentoring, in a legacy that goes back to even working with the late Orlando Martins, who was a great uncle to us and the first African actor to carve out a career in Hollywood. Orlando Martins was somebody she worked with over at NTA in the early 70s. Her legacy for Nigerian women, I would say, is that she's somebody we can look up to. She's somebody that we can regard. And we have great people like Sade Adu, who's the greatest singer of all time, I must say. But someone like Auntie Julie is somebody we can forge a career and look to her if we want our own career in broadcasting, in marketing, in entertainment, in public speaking, because she's just brilliant. And for all Nigerian women, she's somebody that we can all look up to and really admire, because when you think of great women of Nigeria, like her niece, Senator Danjuma, Senator Daisy Danjuma, she's in that scope of people that we look up to and say, yes, you know, someone that she can be a guiding light. Because like I say, my late mother, Ibiene Adokia Pega, was very close to her, and they were like sisters. And so for me, when I see her, I see a mother figure. And what the government should do in finality of this discussion is to give a Julie Coker Day. Why don't we have a Julie Coker holiday? I think it would be wonderful for the government in Nigeria to give up a day, a media day, where people get introduced to broadcasting the history of Nigeria, our influence in the arts, because we're doing so well. I mean, we have great artists to this day. We have people like Burna Boy, We have Davido. We have actors, Chiwetel Ejiofor in Hollywood. We have Davido Yellowo. We have wonderful talent, and people like Auntie Julie paved the way.
I retired as the Director of Public Prosecutions of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and later served as Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. It dates back 50, 60 years ago. We were young. We were just starting life. Then later she lived close to me. She's super. Her nickname is JC. JC, Julie Cooker, superstar. Not in the sense of acting on it, but because she's a unique person, a woman of empathy and concern for others' well-being. And she's very truthful and loyal, which are rare qualities around today. She's a very, very sincere person. If Julie tells you she's with you, you have nothing to worry about. You can't doubt her sincerity. We've had high and downs, and we've been there for one another, which is what life is all about. Julie has climbed so many heights and smashed so many glass, but she doesn't carry it as an ego. She's one of us. She's real. And whatever has happened to Julie in life has not weighed her down, has not stopped her from being who she is, which is a great talent, a great virtue, a great quality. That's what I like about her. She's not one of these people who worship for the sake of worshiping. She's of true faith. She's easygoing. She comes and goes with a clean heart. How many people do that today? How many people have been through what Julie has been through and still the same loyal, friendly, happy, easygoing person? Not many. She's received so many knocks, but she comes out in flying colors.
This documentary is a recount of her rise to stardom from a harsh start of life, which teaches us that with determination, perseverance, and aid of helpers, anyone can reach his or her divine destiny. She surmounted all the barriers that would otherwise have put down or derail the faint-hearted. In summary, this documentary teaches us that with doggedness, ability, creativity, and integrity, we can reach for the stars. Julie Cooker is an inspiration not only to broadcasters, but to all aspiring broadcasters. Life is an epigram, a vital spark, a quest, a solemn message to the world. We must do everything within our power to leave the industry better than we meet it.
Nigeria occupies a 18th position on the World Coconut Production Index and produced about 225,526 metric tons of coconut in 2021, according to data from the Food and Agricultural Organization FAO. Lagos, which produces half of the output, has doubled production from 70,000 tons to 140,000 tons in 2 to 3 decades to meet the demand. The number of registered coconut processors in Lagos State jumped from 500 to 3,000 in 5 years, 2024, according to the farmers. The chairman and founder of First African Coconut Company Limited, Mr. John Bede Antonio, has said that lifestyle and healthy living are fueling a huge demand for coconut products locally and globally. Antonio noted that the huge demand has spurred investments across the value chain as farmers were growing more coconuts to meet the rising demand. He added that Lagos State was also promoting support in the form of seedlings and training of new entrants of farmers. Coconut farmers were now replacing old trees with hybrid seedlings that brought fruits quicker. Coconut has numerous uses. It serves as a raw material for industries such as pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, food and beverage with limitless domestic and export potential. The most sought-after component of the fruit is coconut water, which is very rich in potassium and other electrolytes. It is considered a health drink and recommended for diabetes patients, among others. It is grown in 22 of Nigeria's 36 states, with Lagos having the largest population. The use of coconut oil and other derivatives is growing daily, owing to benefits, according to Mr. Olakunlehin Oladapo, General Manager of Lagos State Coconut Development Authority. According to him, this is driving local production of coconut, with more people coming into the cultivation, processing and marketing of the cash crop across the major growing states. Oladapo stated that despite the production increase, the state was still unable to meet the demand likely covered by imports from neighboring countries. Increasing demand is driving new investments into the production and processing of coconut in the country, so says Idowu Agbelekale, the National Financial Secretary of the National Cocoa Producers, Processors and Marketing Association of Nigeria. She explained that entrepreneurs were already exporting some of the byproducts of the crop on a small scale. Agbelekale called on the government to assist in boosting the production of the crop to enable it to earn foreign exchange for the country, saying that Nigeria was here to fully harness the economic benefits from growing the crop despite its huge potential. Also, the Lagos State government was helping farmers to get improved seedlings as it planned to stay ahead in growing the coconut, in growing the commodity in the country, while creating jobs and boosting supply for processors. Coir, the fiber from coconut husk, is used in making ropes, rugs, mats, brushes, caulking for boats and stuffing for fiber mattresses. The fronds, the leaves, are used for brooms, cooking squares, woven into mats, or burnt to ash to yield lime. Husk and shells are a source of charcoal and can be used for fuel. Ms. Chune Chukwu, an accountant with a manufacturing firm in Ikeja, told me that she started using coconut oil on her hair in 2022, owing to its health benefits, and has not applied any other oil to her hair since then. The increased demand is being felt across industries that use it as raw materials, suggesting that the price will continue to surge according to experts. The prices of coconut has increased by over 100% from an average of 250 naira in January 2024 to an average of 500 naira for a small size currently, according to our survey. There is hope in the coconut. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Her historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Yes, I'm your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight to drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Hello sports enthusiasts, fans and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports. It is midweek and the Champions League seems to be the biggest stories making the round. And of course, in the next 45 minutes, we'll let you know how that played out, games to be played, and of course, the show will take you around the world of sports. I am the Top Cat, TC Barr, and with me is none other than Charlie Montero.
Right, guys, it's a good time to talk about sports. It's a good day to talk about the Champions League, talk about everything that is going on in MPFL. So let's get the show on road.
Oh, where's the energy at, Charles? I think we need to pump you up just a little bit. But then first, got to start off with the MPFL, where the board has made changes to March Day 3 fixtures. Now, the current release, which was signed by the MPFL Chief Operating Officer Davidson Owumi and sent to concerned state football associations, we have 3 matches that have been rescheduled to take place on Sunday, the 22nd of September. Now, these matches will feature Sunshine Stars playing host to Abia Warriors at the Deep Dino, that's the International Stadium in Djibouti. And then the same as Sugida side, Kano Pillars will be welcoming league leaders Remo Stars at Mohammed Diko Stadium in Katsina. Defending champions Flying Antelopes Enugu Rangers will face off against Bayelsa United this time around at the Cathedral Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium in Enugu. Now, 3 out of the remaining 7 fixtures of Match Day 3, scheduled for Wednesday, October the 2nd, will be broadcast live. We've been talking about it here, and so football fans will have the opportunity to watch the matches from the comfort of their homes. Now, these games will include the clash between Kwara United and Ikorodu City, and that's at the Kwara Sports Complex in Ilorin. That face-off between Nasarawa United and Lafia Township Stadium, Lafia, and the fixture involving Plateau United and El Kanemi Warriors, which will happen at the Jos International Stadium in Jos. Let's hold it there. Guy, you've been talking about showing these games live. You've been talking about, I mean, you're so, you're like a crusader for live matches.
Live matches, I mean.
But now we have 3. What do you make out of that?
Well, it's a step in the right direction because now we can afford to see these guys, get familiar with them because not everyone can afford to go to the stadium and see them live. Now we can sit in the comfort of our homes and see our players, see the stars, watch their progress, and get to talk about it just the same way we talk about the EPL, the way we talk about Spanish, the Bundesliga, just get familiar with these guys, watch their progress and see how the things go, watch the progress of teams, teams that you want to follow throughout the season and, get to be familiar with what's going on and know the MPFL, because when you talk about the MPFL, not everybody can, discuss about the MPFL. Even when you sit down among your friends, not everybody can say, okay, this is, or say, let me just bring it down to everybody and say, name 10 players in a particular club, and you can't, because there is no relationship except for the ones that, that are close in proximity with us, say, Ikorodu FC, or the one that is on the island here. So I think it makes sense. It makes sense.
Well, the other 4 fixtures will witness Bendel Insurance and Shooting Stars reigniting their age-long rivalry. That's been a long time, and it will be going down at the Samuel Ogbemudia Stadium in Benin City. Heartland Football Club will be hosting Katsina United this time around at the Dananyam Stadium in Owerri, and Lobi Stars will entertain Rivers United at the Lafia Township Stadium in Lafia. Aimba will entertain neighbors. It's a bit of a southern derby there when they take on the Promise Keepers in Aba. And so those are some of the fixtures you should be looking out for in the MPFL. But there we bring you up to speed with some news making the rounds from the Nigerian scene as SOUQ Chibweze has secured a move, and this time it's to Moldovan side, CSF Spartani, and it's on a season-long loan from the MPFL side, Aimba. Chibweze's transfer was officially announced by Aimba on their X page, and his impressive performance during the 2023-2024 season with Aimba, where he scored a goal, is believed to have contributed to his opportunity to join CSF Spartani. So a lot of moves we've been seeing from Aimba players, even from, the female team and all that. And I mean, Kano-led Aimba seems to be paving way, if I use the word, for a lot of other frontiers and stuff like that. But still keeping with Aimba, Lerwaju Yemi, who is the head coach, is focused on guiding the team to victory. That's what he says. And that's in their upcoming match against Etoile Filante of Burkina Faso. The Aimba team, who managed the goalless draw in the first leg of the CAF Confederations Cup second preliminary round contest, are also preparing to host the opponent at the Godswill Akpabio Stadium. That is going to be on the 22nd of September in Uyo, the Nest of Champions. So ahead of the game, Olarinwaju is emphasizing the importance of continuing to work hard and stay focused, and has acknowledged the upcoming match will be a crucial test for the team. Do you think he has a lot of pressure? I mean, as a young coach, I didn't want to use that, but I have to.
Well, we always give expectations for coaches, especially when they, come from success, from where they are coming from. So I think, he has a lot to prove. He has a lot of learning to do as well. So I just feel like we should give him time, regardless of the pressure. He's going to perform within his capacity at the end of the day. So we should just give him room to improve. Get to pick up the points as he goes along the way, pick up the experiences as well. Get to know these boys and move up the ladder. There's a lot of pressure. Eyimba is a big club. Let's. That's
what I'm saying.
So the pressure will be there. Necessary, just like we talk about the Manchester United and all. The pressure will be there.
Here's how I think about it, right? In the long run now, what now happens to Olarinwaju? I mean, if he's been there, done that, he's at the biggest stage. He's Fidelis Electric is in charge of Rangers. You now have his former boss in Rivers United. You have Emmanuel Amunike in Heartland. You have Daniel Gumondede. What's that, Remo? I think Daniel is at Remo, right? So these are people who, big names. I'm going to have to compel Olarinwaju to, I don't know if you can remember the former assistant coach for Sporting Lagos who we've talked to on this platform, talking about...
his name is skipping my mind, right?
Yeah, but then he's on that level, assistant coach kind of level, So not to take anything away from him. Okay, Green, it was Green, Edward Green. Not to take anything away from him. Olarinwaju has gone into the first fixture or the first leg goalless at Toyo Filante. Do you think he has what it takes to get the results? I mean, that's where I am now.
Well, it's a good start going away and getting, a result. Let's see how it goes, in the return leg, playing at home. But I feel like it should give them a morale boost as to going there and performing, showing what they can do. I mean, the players now. And he also speaks to the coach, the mentality of the coach. Playing assistant role and now managing a club full time. You remember a certain Arteta, coming out from the shadows of Pep Guardiola and showing his power.
That example will always be right.
Yeah, so I think we just need to give him time. We should back him. I mean, the Imba fans can back him up, and with time he'll show what he's capable of.
Well, let's move on and let you know that Nassau United head coach Kabir Dogo has raised concerns about the performance of match officials during the team's recent goalless draw against Niger Tornadoes. It's not the first time anybody's talking about, coaches, I beg your pardon, referees, assistant referees, stuff like that, because we do not have the VR, we do not have the goal line technology, and of course we've talked about live matches not showing on TV. Some of those things contribute. Some persons, like what Dogo is saying here, that only the referee can explain why the goal was cancelled, right? And he said the referee was the person closest to the ball. So if you had live games, live recordings, you could do replays. Well, even these teams are not even helping themselves. They should have someone, different angles.
Yes, an analyst,
covering the game, doing a video of the game, not necessarily for broadcast.
So they can make a case out of it.
Exactly. Right. So when you're doing your reviews, instead of you to come and blatantly say, I'm not sure.
You come with evidence.
Yes. You're able to say, oh, watch here. From this angle, he made an error. And you can foul.
I mean, we have seen in the Western world and in Europe that technology plays a major part in sports. I mean, I think it's high time we start.
Because the human deficiency.
It's high time we start to implement technology in our own sports down here, in our local leagues, and brew these players to embrace technology in everything that they do, so that it can help the development of our sports, help the development of our league as well, because we cannot keep talking and worrying about all these deficiencies in human errors and all that. It dampens the performances of the players. They go out there and give their all, and at the end of the day, one error would tarnish everything or will set them back. But I think it's time for us to start implementing technology using the VAR. It's something that we can achieve. I mean, but kudos to them. We are starting to see live matches on our TV screen, so we feel like that is a step in the right direction, and with time we'll get there. We'll get there really.
Well, the National Youth Games is still ongoing in the South, and of course, we promised that we're going to bring you up to speed with a completion of all of the games right here on SOUQ Sports. So we're going to leave the shores of Nigeria, the continent of Africa, and of course, pitch tent in Europe, where the league campaign officially started on Tuesday evening with 6 mouth-watering games across Europe. I mean, I had to water my mouth, you know what I'm saying? So, Champions League games played on the first day in the March week 1 all ended in emphatic victories for the teams that won. So, the biggest and the most historic victory was recorded in the game between German Bundesliga giants, talking about Bayern Munich and Dynamo Zagreb. 9-2. They became the first club in the history of UEFA Champions League to score 9 goals in a single game.
It's mind-blowing.
Damn.
Because I remember watching that game yesterday, and once the Zagreb...
You know, this kind of thing is what they say, Dynamo collect woto.
But in the first half, it was a biased game. The second, towards the end, they scored 2 quick goals, and they kind of pinch themselves and say, we have to show that. And in the space of how many? They scored 6 goals. Man.
Another outstanding victory on Tuesday night happened at the San Siro. Premier League side Liverpool were stunned by a 1-0 defeat at Anfield when Nottingham Forest decided to take them into the forest and lock them down alone. They walked alone into the forest. They bounced back to winning ways by defeating AC Milan 3-1 away from home. Some of the scores are on the screen at the moment in the game between the reigning Champions League winners, Real Madrid and VfB Stuttgart. French striker Kylian Mbappe scored his first UCL UEFA Champions League goal for the Spanish Giants as Madrid beat their visitors 3-1. Now, we also saw some other score lines, very interesting coming in. Young Boys at home lost to Aston Villa, and of course we saw Real Madrid beat Stuttgart. I'm sure you must have expected that one to pan out that way.
Well, exactly, because these are the reigning champions. They need to start their campaign with a statement, and it wasn't really the statement win that we would expect, because it was more or less like it was an even match. Stuttgart came out and played them. At a certain point, I was scared that Real Madrid were going to lose the game because the intensity was highly in favor of Stuttgart. But Real Madrid being the team, clutch moments matters a lot. The big players, they took advantage of the opportunities that they got and, came out with the desired win.
Liverpool AC Milan. I would have hoped that AC Milan would have put up a stronger, a fiercer contest.
It was one of the underwhelming performances that I would say in yesterday's fixtures, because AC Milan would I remember, especially in the Champions League, they come out and they play. Especially being at the San Siro. You're not supposed to play like a scared cat. When they scored that first goal, I was like, okay, we'll have a contest here. And after then, they disappeared. The defenders were all over the place. Salah was running riots. I mean, the front three of Liverpool were dominating in both boxes. They were playing half the field against an AC Milan team that we saw, take the league by storm last season. Well, it's a contrast when you compare it to Bayern Munich game, because it was just running riot. Liverpool really came out of the forest and they were clearing
everywhere. Everywhere from the forest to San Siro with pride, and they didn't walk alone. Well, let's take a look at some of the games tonight. Bologna against Shakhtar that's at 5 p.m. Sparta Praha, they're taking on RB Salzburg at 5 p.m. PSG Girona, it's 8 later on tonight. Club Brugge will play host to Borussia Dortmund at 8. Celta Vigo taking on Slovan Bratislava at 8. Manchester City and Inter. I think that will be the biggest game.
That will be the highlight of tonight.
So from England to Italy.
Well, it's just a replay of the 2022 finals, and we can see that Inter they are an equal match now for Man City. Although they have been because the style of play is different. The new coach has come in and the style of play has changed in the past year. But we see that Man City is a force to reckon with, especially both in the EPL and in everywhere around the world. We can easily say that Man City is one of the best, or if not the best team when it comes to playing football and playing the tiki-taka or a beautiful football that we all love to see. So it's going to be one for the screens, really, and I expect Man City to come out victorious, just giving them the home advantage. Giving them the home advantage.
All right, Thursday 19th, we still have games because, of course, the UEFA Champions League format has changed. It's going to be a league format, not just group stages. And so Savannah Zvezda will take on Benfica. You'd also have Feyenoord taking on Bayer Leverkusen. Atlanta will play host to Arsenal. Atletico Madrid against Leipzig. Brest will take Sturm Graz, Monaco, Barcelona. Atlanta, Arsenal. Ademola Lookman, Golden Boy. Yeah. Ballon d'Or nominee. Finest player right now on African stage. Dude, what's going on? Do you think that Arsenal stand a chance? Considering all of the issues they had, especially going into the game against Tottenham Hotspur over the weekend.
But the fact that they were able to overcome Tottenham Hotspur gives us, like, say, a bright side.
Against the mobile Atlanta?
Well, Atlanta is a big team. Without disrespect to any of the players, but I still feel that Arsenal is complete in all departments, starting from the forward. We can say, okay, yeah,
that's not what you said though when we were talking about comparing to Chelsea.
No, Chelsea, come on, Chelsea is nothing compared to Arsenal.
That's not what you said when we talked about Chelsea and Arsenal.
But then I would say
Chelsea has a lot of players.
They do have
a lot of quality.
Well, you can make arguments. You're saying that some have shipped from Chelsea to Arsenal, and now we can say Arsenal boast of one of the best defense in European football right now.
Yeah.
So I would say Arsenal all the way. I mean, Ademola Lookman is a shining star in Atlanta, but his Nigerian blood will not be.
That's the reason for this conversation.
Exactly.
So where will your sentiment lie?
Well, I just say I would want him to score, but I don't see Atlanta at the moment dropping Arsenal. Okay, just give them the home advantage. Yeah, they would want to put up a show for their fans, but Arsenal, come on, it's Arsenal. They proved themselves over time. So yeah, I give it to Arsenal.
Red Star Belgrade will take on Benfica tomorrow as well. We'll see Monaco and Barcelona. Is that like a very...
Well, Monaco at home is a force to reckon with, regardless of the form.
French side. But then they say all French teams are... I didn't say it.
Really, Monaco in Champions League, they come up and they show up to the event. But Barcelona is a team on form, with new coach and new ideologies and new strategies, to topple their opponents. But it's still Barcelona. We remember Barcelona for the last.
I don't remember. I don't know what you say.
The last 5 years they've been
okay, but then there's not been that consistency.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
After they lost some of the finest players they had, it's not been consistent.
It's the rebuilding process, and every team goes through that rebuilding process. But we can see that they have a master tactician in Hansi Flick, building up these players. I can see Ansu Fati. Lamine Yamal is now building muscles. I mean, for his age, he's really one muscular player. So I think he's building these players, and they will show us what they can do tomorrow. It's their first outing for them in the Champions League. Most of them coming from the youth and the academy side. So we'll see how much these players want to be here and how much they want to show the world that they have. Been making some interesting signings in Dani Olmo, and he's shining light, even though he has injury doubts. But Barcelona should take this one.
Well, earlier, there's going to be a fixture between Feyenoord and Bayer Leverkusen. So some of the fixtures in the League Cup. But then, just before we take a break, let's talk quickly about this new format. How do you perceive it? Draining for me, really. I mean, we can get done with this, do the group, you have to qualify, and then we just move on. It's going to be longer.
It's a long process. I mean, it's a lot of teams.
But then, do you think it favors the team a lot more? I mean,
given that there is no home and away matches, I think it does. It does, but then it's a longer format. It encroaches on the normal, timetable that we are used to. The season now has been turned on its head, and everything is scattered. We see if.
But do you get to play more matches?
They do get to, especially those that are playing, Club World Cup as well. FIFA and UEFA are just bulking up the games for this, and they still have to play for the national side. So it's a lot of games.
What's the financial, benefits or implication? I think for logistics purposes, you spend more.
Yeah.
Does the prize money increase? Do people benefit more from having longer fixtures?
But I think, yeah, it does, because now you're having heavyweights playing against each other. So there's this tendency of fans coming out to watch these games. When you have fans coming out to watch, that means more ticket sales, that means more viewership, that means pay-per-view goes up as well. So a lot of revenue is being made. Talk about
and linkage. There's the different people benefiting from it and all.
Talk about also the domestic leagues as well. So a lot of revenue comes in. So yeah, the money would also increase.
All right, we'll take a moment now, and when we return, we'll talk about tennis. We'll talk, all the sports, and bring you sports business in earnest. We'll just scratch the surface just a little bit. So stay right here. It's SOUQ Sports and SOUQ News Television. My name is Tatisi Barra. I wanted to call myself the top cat. Yes, I am. I'll be back in a bit with my pack. Hello, sports fans, enthusiasts, and pundits. Welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best way to be creative.
Now, the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating. Glad to know you all the other end of the screen watching every bit of what we're putting out here for you. Yes, it's SOUQ Sports. If you're a lover of sports, draw closer, turn the volume up as we get into tennis. It's a ping-pong affair as Heather Watson is out of the Korea Open following a straight set defeat by Ukraine's Marta Kostyuk, and that went down in Seoul. The 32-year-old qualifier, who is ranked 183rd in the world, lost 6-2, 6-2 in the second round. World number 18, Kostyuk, who is also 22, will meet Russian Diana Sinaida, who's 20, in the quarterfinals after sealing a straightforward victory. Watson, who last month failed to qualify for the US Open main draw, responded immediately after losing her serve in her opening game, but then Kostyuk won 5 of the next 6 games to take the opening set. The Briton, whose opening victory over China's Jia Jingliu was only her 3rd main draw in the season, could not mount as much as a fight back as Kostyuk broke in the second set, raising to victory with a double break. Well, it's just been crazy, the fact that some of the big sporting, the tennis games have just been, but then to also see that you can keep up with some of the sporting activities to keep the body, soul, and spirit together is encouraging, really, Not much happening in the world of tennis, just expecting that some of these other smaller fixtures would improve on the rankings. But then Heather Watson, what do you make out of it?
Well, she has showed incredible fighting spirit, I would say, and she has pushed herself out there. But She couldn't just go all the way. She couldn't just go all the way. At some point, you have to take time out. You have to break. But I think there's a comeback for her. Every story has a comeback. So yeah.
Well, Emma Raducanu earned a hard-fought win in a tough match against Peyton Stearns in the first round of the Korea Open in Seoul. She's currently 70 in the world. She was playing her first match since her first round US Open exit. She emerged victorious 7-6, 7-4, 7-6, 7-5. And that was against a 48-ranked American opponent after 2 hours and 43 minutes. Raducanu started strongly by breaking Stearns in the opening game. And despite losing in the next game of her serve, she also broke her again, leading to a 2-1. It was a sign for things to come as there were 8 breaks of serve in that fluctuating first set. Raducanu eventually won on tiebreak after 74 minutes. Now, both players saved break points in the second set before Raducanu took one to lead 5-3. However, in keeping with the match, she was broken when serving for the match, while Stern almost, then she failed to hold her own serve when they were 6-5 up. The match went to another tiebreak, which Raducanu won to secure victory after a second set, which lasted 89 minutes. So Raducanu will play China's Yu Yuan, who is 40, and that's in the next round. And she's 40 in the world rankings at the moment. And so going into the next round, we hope that she's going to be able to hold her own end. Yeah. Talking about Emma Raducanu. So a lot of times, there's been talks about the Commonwealth losing its
value.
Yeah,
or essence.
Kind of. Do we still have Commonwealth countries? Is it a thing?
It's a thing because you can say that, identify as a one-time colonizer or being colonized by the British. Yeah. You will still say Commonwealth.
Well, the last time, Glasgow was in the contention to stage and host the Commonwealth Games, there was something that happened. A drama ensued. Now, in the bid to go see that through, the team called on the services of 007. And that was former James Bond actor Sir Sean Connery.
Iconic.
And then very iconic. Very, very iconic, I must add. Nice one, Charlie. But then, what did he do? He didn't pull out his gun. No. He didn't pull out, he pulled out his pen, exploding pen, and wrote personal letters to each of the Commonwealth Games Federation delegates to explain why they should pick Scotland's largest city over Abuja, Nigeria.
I know why he picked this sport, because it hurts Nigeria.
So he was joined by another Knight of the Realm, talking about Sir Steve Redgrave, the first British athlete to win 5 Olympic golds in backing the bid for Glasgow. So in total, more than 1.5 million people signed up to commit their support to hosting the 2014 Games, at that time when Abuja, Nigeria was scheduled to do the honors. So securing the 2026 Games has not required such a very, high profile campaign, no imploding pens, no night of St. Mulumba or St. John's, right?
No robbing Nigeria.
No robbing Nigeria, my brother. So Glasgow has not had to, turn on the charm. I mean, what I'm saying? Instead, it has had to convince itself on the merits of being host. So the 2026 edition was supposed to be staged in Victoria at Birmingham's 2022's closing ceremony. 4, elders from Australian state were handed the flag as the next host. Securing the 2026 Games has not also required a high-profile campaign. So Glasgow has not had a turn on that charm. It's not been very difficult, for them to get to do that. So the budget for the Games had rocketed. State Premier Daniel Andrew said that for all the loss of face, he did not have to think long about cancelling on the Commonwealth Games. But then Dame Laura, who is a former Commonwealth athlete, a former Olympian, she is insisting that somehow, the Commonwealth Games have to go on. Yeah. So the Scottish city was named official host. That, like I mentioned, Australia's state of Victoria withdrew due to rising cost, but a number of events may not take place at the Glasgow events. right? And that's in a bid to just manage to see if they can host the event. At all, they say,
Naim bad.
Naim bad pass. You know, come on, bro. At all,
Naim bad pass.
So, talking about Great Britain's most decorated female Olympian, she said that unless cities make a big effort to host the events in their entirety, the long-term future of the Commonwealth Games is at risk. And so they just plan to host few sports, even if it's 10. It might not be clear which sports will be the court, but you know, Kenny, who won the Commonwealth track cycling gold in 2014 and 2022, said there should be focus on prioritizing sports that are not included at the Olympics. I don't know what you make out of that.
I think inflation is affecting everything.
Yeah.
The rising cost of living, regardless of where we are in our climate, it's a global thing. It's a global worry, and it's just pointing out.
They should have just brought it back to Nigeria.
They should. Can we carry it? But what I'm saying, they should have decentralized it. Glasgow, can.
What they actually do is a city has to take responsibility
for the whole.
Yes.
Well, yeah. Then times are changing. Things are hard. Times are hard. But then they can, decentralize the hosting and give it to some cities. Host this game, host this game. To just in a bit to just share, responsibilities and allow these athletes come out and showcase their talent, because they are, in some extent, they are depriving some athletes from doing what they love to do, regardless of an opportunity for some rising talent. I would say, well, we cannot really put our hand in their pocket and drag this money out. But we can just say that. But I think it's gradually phasing out. But I think I'm with Kenny as well, who said that they can host games that are not in the Olympics. Just giving podium or giving a platform for other athletes that like I say maybe darts. That I know that there's no darts game in the Olympics. For these athletes, there isn't. There isn't.
You Google that?
Yeah, there isn't. I don't think there's a darts game.
Well, subject to verification.
Yeah, all right. You heard me. So yeah. So I just think it's a platform for new games. It's a platform for new stars. Maybe we should keep creating stars. And the game is beautiful. So let's keep making beauty.
Well, Roma, we here have sacked manager Daniele De Rossi, and that is just 4 matches into the new Serie A season. He was hired, to replace Jose Mourinho as the Stadio Olimpico in January, but he's not been able to win any of their Serie A matches this season. He has drawn 3 and lost at home to Empoli last month. Roma are currently 16th in the Serie A standings, and that's after a 1-1 draw at Genoa on Sunday. His tenure at Roma started superbly. In his first 11 league matches, Roma lost just 1, picking up 26 points from a possible 33, and that run took Roma from 9th to 5th on the table. They also reached the semi-finals of the Europa League, knocked out by Bundesliga champion Bayern Leverkusen. They had a 6th place finish last season, saw them qualify again for this season's Europa League. Among Roma's fixtures in Europe this season are a trip to Tottenham on the 28th of November. And of course, there's just been a lot going on with them. They signed top goal scorer from the La Liga, Artem Dovbyk, from Girona, as well as experienced German centre-back Mats Hummels on a free transfer. There's also been a number of exits, We had from Manchester United centre-back Chris Smalling leave for Saudi Pro League side Al Fire, and former Chelsea striker Tammy Abraham joining AC Milan on loan, and then Romelu Lukaku who spent last season. He joined Napoli. You also have Andrea Bellotti, Rui Patricio, and Leonardo Spinazzola. They've all departed in recent months. So De Rossi, all blame seems to be on him right now. As a player, he spent 22 years with Roma as well, between 1997 and 2019, and made, I think, about 616 appearances for them. I was also a very integral part of the Italy's 2006 World Cup winning side, So I don't know what you make out of this.
I think it's a shame, really, because you're brought in this guy to replace Mourinho. He has 7 months, or he has been there for 7 months.
Yeah.
And in that 7 months, he has lost major key players. He has lost Lukaku and, the names that I mentioned above. they have not given him, high-profile signings, no coming ins or no
just
signings,
exits.
just exits, and you expect him to perform magic. Now, you have not given him time to drill these boys that you have virtually promoted from the academy to save cost. You just sacked him. So where's the way forward? I feel like he was hard done by. He was hard done by because he's a young manager, obviously. He's a legend in the club. And he's just starting out his career as a coach. I was also skeptical about his appointment when he came in, but then he proved us wrong. The players were playing for him. He had Tammy Abraham, you had Lukaku, you had these stars, playing to prove something, of which they did. But then this is a new season, this is a new campaign. 4 games into the new campaign, and you're sacking the manager. Where do you want to go from there? I mean, I
have to get back to Mourinho now. I know he's free at the moment.
No, Mourinho is far gone. I think he's in Fenerbahce now, enjoying life.
Oh,
yeah. So where they go from here, I wonder. But it's left to see. But I feel like he was hard done by. Letting him go was a bad decision. But then his money moves for them. His money moves for them.
Well, done with some transfers there. Let's take a look at the money part of the whole conversation. As pay television operator Canal Plus has struck a late rights deal with ORF, which is Austria's public service broadcaster, and that's ahead of his debut coverage of the UEFA UEFA club competitions in the country. So as the UEFA Champions League, you're talking about, expansion.
Yeah.
It's expanding on different frontiers. We're seeing, different countries and organizations take advantage to broadcast within their locality and make money from that. FIFA has taken media rights for the 2026 FIFA World Cup to market in Cambodia, Taiwan, and Vietnam. And that is continuing in its house sale of rights in the Asia Pacific region. And so we're seeing a lot of development in the sporting sector where some of these sport rights are broken into compartments.
Yeah.
Compartmentalized. Oh, this word is so difficult. But then you grab the word.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's broken into different compartments and, sold in fractions. And so you come to Nigeria and you say, instead of just doing a West African block, we could pick out the Nigerian market and just sell in block like that. And I mean, doing that, FIFA, I'm sure they're generating a lot of revenue from it. Well, the Scottish government has finally backed the proposal for the Commonwealth Games to return to Glasgow. We talked about it. And the Commonwealth Games Federation claimed the event to be an important first step to reset and reframe the ethos of the games. I mean, if you don't have money, do what?
Hide your face.
I thought you were gonna hide.
Nah.
MotoGP hire of its first ever managing director of global marketing has been more than a year in the making and is being seen as a major landmark in the motorcycling series. So there's an aggressive growth plans, and we're hoping, all of that, especially someone who is very good with the marketing turf, would come in and revamp the MotoGP. SOUQ Circles is in advanced stage discussions to acquire the Spring Media Agency, and that's as it looks to scale up its broadcast rights distribution capabilities. Samsung Electronics is set to become the official TV partner of the National Football League in the UK and Ireland. The National Football League doesn't have to do with the EPL. It's American football.
Yeah.
It's rugby. Yeah. So
yeah.
just in case you don't know. All right. So the South African Premiership will remain on free-to-air television during the 2024-2025 season. And that's after a late sub-licensing deal was struck between the right holder, SuperSport, and public broadcaster, the SABC, which is what we have been gunning for.
Yeah.
Let it move away from pay TV. And let's have...
Is there local league?
Well, they've got the facility, they've got the tech. So SuperSport is more indigenous to them. Otherwise, most people who would have watched the local league would have had to pay.
Yeah.
That's the idea. But SABC reaching that deal, SuperSports is a good one for them. So it means people can actually go watch SABC to see, the local games. All right, Galatasaray has refuted criticism of the club's new sponsorship deal with Merit King. And then the news making the rounds claim of the website ties to an illegal betting site. Oh, I'm sure that illegality would have put a strain on the business part of it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not good.
It's not good. It's never. I mean, we always clamor for piracy and
curbing
piracy in the society is wrong. I mean, it exposes us to a lot of harmful, especially using your devices to log into this
very malicious
unverified sites. I mean, it's crazy, and we should really curb it. And I think the fight against piracy should be something that everybody join forces together and abolish, because it's really a menace. Because a lot of people are working hard to make this content out there, and then you are prioritizing it and you're making it your own, earning from something that you did not work for. So yeah, so the rightful owners of this content should receive revenue for it.
So let's get into the conversation of proliferation of betting sites in Nigeria, and also online streaming of European matches on free platforms. I mean, this is the thing now. This is the trend now. And do you think that companies that have paid huge sum of money to get this are not losing out on it? And I hear there's some plans to actually nip in the bud. You see some sites will open and for a couple of minutes it's down. There are efforts to, but then they keep springing up. Do you think there's going to ever be an end?
Well, the internet is free to everyone. Everyone with a laptop that has an idea in programming or can come up with these sites, and but I just feel they should up their game in trying to clamp on this.
So, but you don't think that some of these free platforms have helped?
It has. Some
helped, people have been able to
watch games and
follow.
Yeah, it has, but then it's harmful. It's harmful because the cycle is broken at some point. Yeah, because I'm an end user. I'm producing this for an end user to use. I'm an end user, or someone out there needs this content and they can't get it because you are prioritizing it, or I can't get the revenue for the work that I'm putting into this because you are, out there making money off this thing illegally, and it's wrong, and they should clamp down on these things, harshly. I wouldn't say sentence, but then they should, a penalty has to be given out.
Well, this penalty we're about to take will be the last for the show. Italian icon Salvatore Schillaci, the top scorer at the 1990 World Cup, has died at the age of 59. Schillaci, better known as Toto, I mean, if you call him Schillaci, it will work. He scored 6 goals to win the Golden Boot at the 1990 World Cup. I don't know if you were born then.
No.
And the World Cup was won on home soil. Italy lost in the semi-finals, but Schillaci was also awarded the Golden Ball as the best player and gained hero status. Schillaci was diagnosed with colon cancer in 2022, and he's been capped 16 times for his country, where he scored 7 goals, representing Italy's giant club Juventus, and as well as Inter Milan, after beginning his club career at Messina. Well, from here, it's SOUQ Sports, SOUQ News Television, commiserate with the Italian Football Federation, and of course the family of the legend.
Well, our hearts and prayers are with the family at this trying moment. I mean, no one likes to lose, a relative, or it's sad, and no one is expected to live here forever. So it's sad to see that this great legend is leaving us. Or
I mean, there's a lot that could, 59, not so old. There's a lot that he could have contributed.
A lot.
Administratively, on the pitch, otherwise, mentorship.
Well, it's just sad that cancer had to, grapple him. But then, sad. I'm losing words really to describing a legend that I did not watch and actually, but it's sad to see him go. Sad to see him.
Well, we also have to go, but not the great beyond. We have to take a moment away from the camera because we just have to wrap things up right here and look forward to the next edition of the show when we'll be coming back like bang, dang. Thank you so much, Charlie Montero.
Yep.
And of course, when we get to come back, we'll bring you up to speed with the Champions League results and tell you how the weekend is going to be right here on SOUQ Sports. I don't know if you have any other thing to say.
Nope. Top Cat has said it all.
Yep.
It's time for us to go. It's sad that we're going to be leaving you. I still remain Charlie Montero. We'll see you on Friday.
Until we come again, do stay tuned. We've got a beautiful programming lined up for you. So you watch, enjoy, and make sure you share. Check out our social media platforms, Facebook, X. I mean, Twitter is still on my mind. Instagram, TikTok, whatever. I mean, you can find us anywhere. And make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. Would want to also have you engage us. We'll be Looking forward to your feedback on how to be better. And just in case you want to sponsor, you want to be a part of it, you want to contribute in any way, well, we're looking forward to this kind of arrangements and partnership. As usual, the top cat will be leaving, but I'm not going away. Continued engagement on social media, and many thanks to everyone who has ensured that you can receive us crisp, loud, and clear. Bye for now.
In the realm of human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guaranty Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry.
So one of the things that lawyers and law students will have you know is that the knowledge that they acquire from studying law makes them able to operate in various disciplines. You know, personally, I think it takes a lot of guts to study extensively as law students do. And that's not to say that people of other disciplines don't do the same thing as well. But law is time consuming. There are facts that cannot be changed. So you have to study what was written many years ago. So it takes a certain kind of discipline to go to school to study law and then be called to the Nigerian bar or any other bar, as a matter of fact. So I think that discipline carries on when they now venture into other projects in their lives. And it's not just Mr. Ike that has done this switch from law to banking. The late Otumba Shubumi Balogun himself was a lawyer and now made a move into merchant banking. So clearly, there has to be something that bankers need from the legal side. I mean, if you are dealing with money and financial, there has to be legal regulations that go into it. So I think having a great knowledge of the law, which will have studied financial, policies and instruments and all whatnot, gives you a slight edge if you now want to move into the money market, which is what I think has happened for Mr. I thus far.
I think as a young man who was working in a finance company, with my boss then, I've had contact with him at Garatu Trust Bank, where he started his career from. I've met him one or two occasions at that level when he was a senior manager, where we were looking for treasury instruments and forward placement far back. But then his background is law, and he has used the instrument of law to advance his practice in the banking sector. But in my view, what is more remarkable in his journey to success, and having made success of banking, particularly with the acquisition of former Intercontinental Bank, which is now Access Holding, and with some other business that is involved, Coronation group of company, comes to me as a very shrewd businessman, somebody that is professional in outlook, the way he has operated within that sector of the Nigerian economy. But in my view, I think his public advocacy in terms of public sector reform is more remarkable to me as a Nigerian that is committed to seeing reforms work in the public sector. So he has an initiative that he has run with one of the schools of government at the Oxford University in the UK that find a way to support young people, and they find a way to develop those young minds.
Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian SOUQ Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability.
In every generation, there are outliers. There are people that are almost supernaturally inclined to do certain things, and that's not to remove the place of hard work. Now, if you look at how children today go to school, we tend to finish school early, like 19 and 20, right? So in an era that the average graduating age was, say, 22 and 23, and you have a guy that has graduated at 18 and 19, he naturally has a head start, you know, among his peers that will have gone to secondary school. But beyond that, genius, you know, it's not as important as hard work. You know, if you're a genius, yes, you might have that gift, but if you don't work hard at it, it's not going to drive you anywhere. For somebody to be this successful, it can't just be happenstance, it can't just be a gift. Yes, you might have the natural gift for learning quickly, for being brilliant, but if you do not study and apply yourself, there's no way that genius can shine through, which is what I think is the case, you know, with I at this point. So him having that head start played a role, but him also being aware of his brilliance and applying it appropriately plays a major role in some of his moves that you've seen. I'm sure there are other people that are graduated at that same age, 18, 19. In some cases, you might find 17, but how far have they gone in creating legacies such as this? How far have they gone in working on institutions that is going to outlive all of them? So those are some of the things that I think stand SOUQ apart, and the proof is in the work that is done thus far.
Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Agemokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Agemokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Agemokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria.
He also had done some great work beyond advocacy in terms of actual initiative, particularly in the health sector, health service delivery across Africa. To me, is corporate social responsibility beyond just giving handouts to immediate community, in my view, is one of the greatest testimony that we can say of Imokwede in recent times. So it's somebody to be reckoned with. For me, what is unique and what is outstanding, which you can describe as one of the best Nigerian men of this generation that have impacted their immediate community, that have impacted Nigeria as a whole, and that they are impacting Africa, particularly in the reform which is undertaken in the public service in Nigeria. That initiative has done a lot of service delivery in the public sector.
He is the founder of Chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Ike Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. This is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, from works, done by masters like that. After a while, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, her works, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
Even though he's not in the academics, I see some element of scholarship in him, in the way he drives his foundation in particular, and I've spoken to some of those aspects of Ike Mokwede. I think for people to see how they can impact society based on evidence-based research that they believe in, and that if we go into a certain sector, have them make good of their professional calling and investing in some other sector. I do know for sure that they have a registrar department. I think they have insurance businesses, they have services businesses. Just shows a man that is driven by an uncommon knack for entrepreneurship and enterprise development. And I think it's one of the iconic Nigerian of this generation that will continue to impart in terms of mentoring, in terms of coaching, in terms of providing a leadership compass to the new generation. And to that, I salute his courage, I salute his resilience, and I salute his simplicity.
He collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ike Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
A huge criticism of the Nigerian civil service is that civil servants are often disconnected from the nation building process. They just want to clock in, clock out. They have no vested interest beyond what the government pays them, per month. So if you were somebody that was restless, as a young Ike was, you want to input some kind of change into it. Working as a civil servant ought to be a thing of pride, and it is. But for many countries, Nigeria being a prime example, the process of civil servants interfacing with their duties with government is often monotonous and boring and mundane. So if you were a smart person that had experienced it firsthand, as I suppose that Mr. Ike had seen it, it naturally falls on you to want to lend your brilliance, to expediting the process of civil service. And it's incredible what he's been able to do, offering the services to the federal government, and also look at what he's doing with the art sector. It's not surprising, because if his mom was curator of the National Museum, you can see how Ito has invested in art collections, not just for himself, but to give artists, an opening to display their talent, to show up their works, and ensure that the creative sector enjoys the same type of access and privilege that banking has come to enjoy thus far.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion, and so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market, and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Igboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed, we scaled some pretty high heights and so on. In a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ige Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Iboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Iboje Ige Imokwede is back again. Ige Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ige Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
If Africans are not seeing the benefits in Western liberal democracy, what do they want? What kind of democratic system do Africans want? The problem, according to political scientists, is not the system but the practitioners, and the solution does not lie in twisting to indulge our undisciplined elites or shift grounds to accommodate a docile citizenry awaiting a benevolent dictator or an accidental messiah. Ironically, Nigeria has embraced Western economic prescriptions. We align ourselves, our economies, religion, medicine, sports, entertainment, and other values, institutions, and products after the West, but disagree with its democracy. And what exactly are the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, IMF, recommending for African economies that are unfavorable? What is detrimental in someone telling you to reduce your budget deficit? They are simply telling you to minimize your debts. Is anything wrong in redirecting subsidies from politically popular areas like petrol and pilgrimages to highly economic returns like agriculture and education? When they say that you should devalue your currency, they are only telling you to patronize inefficient state-owned enterprises. Is it not a way of raising needed capital, reducing cost and bureaucracy of governance for increased profitability? Moreover, you cannot blame the doctor or anti-malarias if you don't have the discipline to take the drugs as prescribed, diet appropriately, or clean up the mosquito-infested environment that caused the disease in the first place. Like the human body, the economics are complex, so that medicine that is not good for the heart may be injurious to the kidney. So while trying to lower inflation with higher interest rates, we should be careful not to discourage investments. So if Africans are not seeing any benefits in Western liberal democracy, the problem is not the system but the practitioners. And the solution does not lie in tweaking it to indulge our undisciplined elites or shift grounds to accommodate a melancholic citizenry awaiting a benefactor or accidental messiah. First, we should perish the idea that democracy is Western. It is not. It is universal. Like formal education cradled in the Middle East, which the Western world is leading today, Western democracy was conceived in ancient Greece, spread into Europe, and now propagated by America. Besides, democracy is both elastic in nature, in that it adjusts to the culture of the people it finds itself. Britain may be parliamentary, America presidential, while France is a combination of both, but there are variants across the globe. However, the fundamentals of free speech, citizen participation, human rights, free and fair elections are not compromised, no matter the geography. And democracy has found a way to adapt itself to the people of Africa. So looking for Afro-democracy or an African democracy is fruitless and time-wasting. The problem we have in Africa is the discipline to abide by the constitution we wrote by ourselves and for ourselves. Even if we call democracy Western and choose to reject it, what alternatives are we proposing? Are we as well looking for alternatives to going cap in hand, asking for aids from Western donors or vaccines from them? And it is not only their democracy and economic credits we are trying to reinvent. Besides, democracy remains an experiment whose success depends on inputting the right parameters. Also, it is an abstract concept that even the most democratic of nations still aspire to attain. Unfortunately, the likes of President Paul Kagame of Rwanda are poor examples of what an African democracy should be. What is significant about Paul Kagame is the uniqueness of his political party, the Rwanda Patriotic Front, and the Rwanda electorate. How can a country that still bleeds from the infamous Tutsi-Hutu animosity that led to an unforgettable genocide consistently give its votes to someone who divides without asking for balance of power? An election which barred key opposition parties from participating for flimsy reasons of not gathering enough signatures is not democratic, and this is where Africa keeps missing it. Democracy is not about wanting young people willing to protest to listen to the president. It is about the president listening to the people. Democracy is the rule of the people, not leadership. Constantly tweaking how we vote or changing who we vote for. Rwanda may be doing so well economically relative to sub-Saharan countries. That is the only tip of the spear. Firstly, that is an exception, and no one builds a doctrine out of exceptions. What we don't see in Rwanda is that it is indebted to the tune of 76% of its GDP. So like its continental peers, she's at the mercy of the Western world, whose liberal democracy they are frowning at. Rwanda sports washes by hosting American basketball matches for Africa and volunteers to accommodate illegal migrants ejected from the United Kingdom. President Kagame has learnt this act to turn away the eyes of media from all the human rights abuses in Rwanda. The past 24 years, Rwandans have known no other president than Paul Kagame. He had been the de facto leader since 1994, when he served as vice president and minister of defense before kicking out President Pastor Bizimungu. Authoritarian rule will continue for another 5 years after winning another landslide election victory recently. Under Kagame, landlocked Rwanda has been experiencing guided political stability, economic growth, and declining poverty levels, the supposed dividends of democracy that is lacking in many African countries. There have been calls for different quarters in Africa to craft an indigenous democracy that suits its peculiarities. This is wrong and misleading. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has also called Africa's adoption of Western liberal democracy a mistake, and so canvassed for a democratic model that encompasses the African culture and tradition. What does this mean? I disagree with this notion. I beg to disagree, sir. It is not workable. We must consciously continue to protect and nurture our democracy in spite of ups and downs in the process. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches if we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
So if you were to make a bank transfer anywhere in Nigeria now, it will take you a matter of seconds for the money to leave your account and be credited to whoever you're sending with. It wasn't always like that. And even right now, it's still not like that in many countries in the world. Some of the biggest economies, like the US for instance, bank transfers might take like a day. You know, what we've been used to in Nigeria is not what obtains in many parts of the world. And this is kind of the tech-driven innovation that Jim Ovia and Zenith Bank brought to the banking industry. ATMs used to be something that were not commonplace. And by the time the Zenith Bank ATMs flooded the country, it was almost like, where has this been all our lives? And this is coming from an era that you have to queue in the bank and collect your cash, and now you can use your ATM on the go. These days, it's internet banking, it's USSD banking. This tech-driven innovation is what is making the difference and what is ensuring that Jim Ovia's legacy in banking is never going to be erased.
Zenith Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to Support Total Education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM award by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best and nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council.
All right, Jim Ovia is a successful Nigerian investment banker who incidentally became a commercial banker. He followed into the banking industry in the early 90s when the industry was deregulated by Ibrahim Babangida. Over time, particularly with his IT skill from the United States of America, he pioneered some ICT-driven service in the bank. And Zenith Bank, which started as an investment financial service bank, so to speak, over time has grown in leaps and bounds, and this is salutary to the ingenuity, particularly entrepreneurial ingenuity of Jim Ovia in that industry. He has left a leading legacy in terms of perseverance, resilience, courage in the banking sector, and I think is a trailblazer when it comes to the level of development that has come into the banking industry in the last 30-something years in Nigeria. Based on the success, particularly in the banking sector, he has veered into other sectors, insurance, medical services, and providing civic space for people to do events and some other things. So it's a entrepreneurial ingenuity was novel, but now it has become a pathfinder for those who want to braze the trade in entrepreneurship, particularly banking, investment, insurance, and any other sector of the Nigerian economy.
Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, SOUQ, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents.
All right, Mrs. Kay Ovia, man, a great leader, very, very, very strong, great leader, a wonderful woman that has helped a lot of people, Woman, God sent woman. At the point, my mom was sick. Been, moving her from one hospital to another, from one hospital to another, spending. So we got to a point where we could no longer meet up with the bills. So I called my twin sister, my other siblings. What do we do? She said, she really don't know. As for me, I've even spent all I had. So she then said she would talk to her boss. She used to do manicure, pedicure for her. I really don't know his name anyway. She used to do all those manicure and pedicure. She now walked up to her. She explained everything to her. She now said, your mom is in the hospital. Don't worry, I'll send ambulance. They'll go and pick her from that hospital to another hospital. So one morning she came to me. She said, that they want to move Momsi to another hospital. I said, move her to another hospital, how? Who wants to pay the bill? She said I shouldn't worry, that Miss K will pay. Miss K. Have you spoken with her? She said yes, now that they are bringing the ambulance now. I said okay. We rushed to the hospital. They picked her from the general hospital to Havana hospital. I was like, man, this hospital is expensive. She said I shouldn't worry. Her leg was amputated, and after a month, she could not, bear the pain. We lost her, and then she now said, okay, since it's that I should pay the whole bills. I was like, pay the whole bills, care. How much is the bill? 6 million plus. She paid the whole bills, gave us money to go and buy coffee, buy land. After even burying her, she gave my twin sister money. She sponsored her family to the United States of America. I've not seen this wonderful woman in my life. I was surprised. I was amazed. I was like, how do we get, if we have 20 Miss K in this country?
Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities.
The weird thing about African billionaires is that they seem to not want to share their stories a lot. I know that a lot of times when you look at the story of billionaires in Nigeria and Africa, there's no link between point A and point B. But for Jim Ovia, his success has been trackable. You can tell when he was a clerk at the Barclays Bank in the 60s and 70s to where he became, the chairman and owner of one of the largest financial institutions in Nigeria, in Africa as a matter of fact. So it just underscores the fact that with a little bit of resilience and a lot of hard work and bigger dreams, you can achieve whatever goals that you set out to achieve. So for me, that's like the standard thing about Jim Ovia. And his foray into banking, they used to call them the cowboys of the banking industry, because at the time it seemed like the banking industry was a wild, wild west. You needed to have a lot of guts, you needed to have a lot of resilience to be able to make a mark in the banking industry. If you look at what it's been able to do with Zenith Bank, there was a time that I think that the second largest bank in Nigeria now in terms of subscriber base and branch network. And that's the kind of big dreams, that's the kind of really inspiring moves that people need to make to show that the rest of us, Nigerians and Africans, are not doomed.
The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
The rise and fall of Nigeria Airways is a story steeped in mismanagement and missed opportunities. Established in 1958, Nigeria Airways, the national carrier, initially soared as a symbol of national pride. However, a series of missteps led to its unfortunate demise. In 2008, financial mismanagement became its Achilles heel. The airline became bloated with an oversized workforce, hemorrhaging money on profitable routes while neglecting crucial safety maintenance. These issues stemmed from a lack of transparency and accountability. The government, as the majority owner, failed to implement proper checks and balances, allowing mismanagement to foster. Weak regulatory oversight likely played a part as well, with instances of impounded aircraft due to unpaid debts and safety concerns raised by international bodies. Ultimately, the crippling debt burden proved unsurmountable, forcing Nigeria Airways to cease operations, revealing a void and a valuable lesson for the future. This lack of transparency and accountability isn't unique to state-owned airlines. Several privately owned airlines have also suffered the same fate. Effective corporate governance, including robust financial management and adherence to safety regulations, is essential for any airline to succeed. The broader lesson here is the critical role of corporate governance in the aviation industry. Effective management, robust financial strategies, supportive economic policies, and modern infrastructure are crucial for the growth and success of airlines. Addressing these challenges requires a concerted effort from both the government and the private sector to foster a conducive environment for aviation to thrive. Corporate governance is a multifaceted discipline that encompasses a wide range of processes, customs, policies, laws, and institutions that influence how a corporation is directed, administered, and controlled. The primary goal of corporate governance is to enhance economic efficiency with a strong focus on maximizing shareholders' welfare. Effective corporate governance has been linked to improved organizational performance, a fact supported by numerous studies. For airlines, factors such as board compositions, management practices, and regulating compliance significantly impact performance and operational efficiency and customer satisfaction are paramount. Robust corporate governance ensures that airlines operate transparently, ethically, and in alignment with both regulatory standards and stakeholder expectations. This is crucial for maintaining public trust, ensuring operational sustainability, and achieving long-term profitability. Across the Atlantic, one airline consistently ranks among the world's most profitable, Delta Airlines. What propels this country to such heights? The answer lies in its unwavering commitment to strong corporate governance. Delta's governance structure is robust, featuring a strong independent board of directors, This board comprises individuals with diverse backgrounds, skills, and experiences, ensuring a wide range of perspectives in decision-making processes. As of December 31, 2023, the board includes 10 independent directors and 2 non-independent members, one being the Chief Executive Officer and the other a nominee from the Airline Pilots Association. Diversity extends to gender, race, and ethnicity, with 1 out of 12 directors representing historically underrepresented groups. Key committees including audit, corporate governance, personnel and compensation, safety and security, and finance play critical roles in overseeing various aspects of operations and governance. By bridging the gap between Delta's global success and the realities of the Nigerian aviation industry, a thriving future can be achieved. For regulators, strengthening regulations in Nigeria's aviation industry involves implementing stricter enforceable measures to discourage irresponsible practices while protecting consumers, employees, and investors. This includes a thorough review of ownership structures by setting up minimum competency standards for owners, exploring diversified ownership models, and enforcing stringent disclosure requirements. Regular independent audits should be conducted, extending beyond mere compliance to identify areas for improvement in operational safety and sustainability practices, thereby fostering a more robust and reliable aviation sector. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
In Africa, there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, but his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions, like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015. He won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal.
Over the past 20 years, D'banj has been a prominent figure in the African music scene and has been credited with helping to bring Afrobeat to the mainstream of global music. Now 43 years old, D'banj's latest album, released in August 16, 2024 to mark his 20th anniversary in the music industry, is a testament to his enduring legacy as a trailblazer in the Nigerian African music industry. Having dominated the scene in the early 2000s and 2010s, D'banj's smooth vocals now convey the tale of a gentleman entering middle age, yet still asserting his status as one of the entertainers who revolutionized Afrobeats. The new 13-song album featured carefully selected artists like Awilo, Akon, Wyclef Jean, and Youssou N'Dour, all pioneers of Afrobeats, reinforce this narrative. In today's News Talk, we are celebrating the evolution of D'banj as a Nigerian singer and entertainer, tracing his antecedents from Zaria in Nigeria to a global audience of fans. My name is Bayo Olaoye. Oladapo Daniel Oyebanjo, professionally named D'banj, was born on January 9, 1980 in Zaria, Nigeria. He studied at the Nigerian Military School and then went on to pursue a degree in mechanical engineering at the University of Lagos. After graduating with honors, he worked as an engineer for a few years before going to the United Kingdom to pursue music full-time. In 2004, D'banj officially began his music career under Blackbone Music, which was under the imprint of 419 Squad that was founded by JJC Skills, a veteran Nigerian hip-hop and music business mogul. Between 2004 and 2006, D'banj and another up-and-coming music talent, Don Jazzy, were managed by Ayo Shonaya under the R70 imprint. His first 3 music videos, which included Mobolowo, Tongolo and Tongolo Me Remix, were produced and directed by the R70 crew. Later that year, he signed a record and partnership deal with Don Jazzy to create the famous Mo Hits label, which launched him officially into the Nigerian music scene. His first single, Tongolo, was released in 2005 and was an instant hit in Nigeria. Since then, he has gone on to release numerous albums like Rundown 2006 and Entertainer 2008, and singles such as Why Me, Oliver Twist, Fall in Love, Emergency, Mr. Endowed, Igwe, Something for Something, and many more hits that has created a nostalgic era of the 2000s and early 2010s. In 2010, D'banj began collaborating with American artists like Snoop Dogg, and in 2011 signed a deal with Kanye West's GOOD Music label. That same year, D'banj scored a major hit with his single Oliver Twist, which topped a number of African charts and fared well in the United Kingdom and Europe as well. The Coco concert, which took place at HMV Apollo Hammersmith in London on the 29th of August 2011, was a highlight of D'banj's career. The event was hosted by comedian Eddie Caddy and featured stellar performances from the Mo Hits All-Stars, Don Jazzy, D'banj, Wande Cole, Dr. Seed, The Prince, and K-Switch, alongside top music talent Tiwa Savage, KAS, Dot Star, and the surprise guest Kanye West. The event was capped off by West removing his chain and wearing it on D'banj. To music enthusiasts in that area, that was a huge deal, as Kanye West was one of the biggest artists in the world then. Kanye West's performance at the Coco concert signaled the start of a new era of collaboration with international artists from all over the world. Today, Nigerian acts are celebrated all over the world with international creative collaborations and business partnerships and distribution deals. In 2012, the partnership between D'banj and Don Jazzy ended as the pair split up. According to reports, the decision to part ways was agreed upon by the two former creative partners. The once thriving music duo, D'banj and Jazzy, faced increasing tensions within their Mo Hits Records partnership. Disagreements over business structure, alleged D'banj's dominance, and financial disparity, among others, contributed to the strain. The growing rift coupled with the band's perceived absence during the crisis, ultimately led to the collapse of their successful partnership. The band, after dissolving its partnership with Don Jazzy, began working on a compilation album which will eventually come out with his new venture, DB Records, with the album The King's Men. The band teamed up with Akon on 2 songs in 2015 called Feeling, The Niaga and Frosh. These songs were part of his EP called An Epic Journey, which he released on a series of music videos. The band music was becoming more like an urban hip-hop at the time. He released another album called King Don't Come in 2017. In 2024, the band marked its 20th year with the release of the entertainer The Squirrel and still keeps a good relationship with Don Jazzy. The band has won numerous awards throughout his career, including Best African Act at MTV Europe Music Awards in 2006, Best International Act Africa at the BET Awards in 2011, Artist of the Year at the African Music Awards in 2014, Best Male Actor at the MTV African Music Awards 2016, and several others. He was nominated for a Grammy Award in 2013 for his collaboration with Kanye West on the song All of the Nights. As far as history can tell, the Cocoa Master, the band, is still a master of the art and an undisputed leader of Afrobeat in the entire world. He has carved a niche for himself as an outstanding and renowned Nigerian singer and entertainer. I am Bayo Olaoye.
It's progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ News Hour. This afternoon, I am David Chiedu. First, the headlines. Many thanks again for joining us with the public. This approach is a departure from the direct quasi-fiscal interventionist activities previously employed. Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Olayemi Cardoso, emphasized a shift towards orthodox monetary and a commitment to anchoring expectations and building trust among stakeholders. The Monetary Policy Committee has already made significant adjustments to combat rising inflation, including raising the benchmark interest rate to 26.75%. Additionally, the CBN will continue to use open market operations, discount window operations, and purchase transactions as the main tools for liquidity management. The cash reserve ratio for deposit liabilities will also continue to apply as part of the CBN's monetary policy implementation framework. And the Central Bank of Nigeria has introduced strict penalties for banks and financial institutions that delay resolving customer complaints. Under the new directive, institutions that fail to address issues particularly related to automated teller machine ATM transactions within 72 hours will face a daily fine of 100,000 naira. Additionally, banks failing to initiate automatic ATM reversals will incur penalties, including a refund of the disputed amount and a 50,000 naira daily fine. This is part of the CBN's 2024-2025 policy guidelines aimed at improving the efficiency of financial services. Banks are required to ensure accuracy in interest charges, refunds for errors, and prompt customer communications or face further penalties. In August 2024, food supply improvement in the Nigerian market, driven by the harvest season, led to a decrease in headline inflation to 32.15%, down from 33.40% in the previous month. The National Bureau of Statistics reported that prices of essential food items such as tomatoes, pepper, and yam declined, reducing inflation. Analysts at Cardinal Stone attributed the deceleration to the food basket, which moderated to 37.52% year-on-year, largely supported by the onset of the harvest season. Similarly, a survey conducted by Business Day in major cities in Nigeria revealed declining average prices of key staples, providing relief to cash-strapped Nigerians who had been grappling with accelerating inflation. However, concerns have been raised regarding the recent increase in petrol prices and its potential impact on inflation and food prices, with experts warning of a possible new cycle of food price rise. And to energy stories now, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has begun supplying petrol from the Dangote Petroleum Refinery, marking a significant step towards boosting local refining capacity. However, oil marketers under the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, are yet to access the petrol due to unresolved pricing issues. The NNPC released pricing details ranging from 950 naira to 1,019 naira per litre, depending on location, but marketers expressed concerns about high prices potentially justifying continued importation. Despite this, industry experts view the development as progress towards Nigeria's energy self-sufficiency. The Dangote refinery's 650,000 barrels per day capacity is expected to enhance local production and reduce reliance on imports. NNPC's Executive Vice President, Downstream, Adedapo Segun, clarified that marketers cannot purchase petrol directly from the refinery due to subsidized rates. The situation is seen as temporary, with marketers expected to purchase from Dangote once market prices align. The NNPC will continue to play a key role in ensuring energy supply. The Naira depreciated to 1,656 Naira 49 kobo per dollar in the official foreign exchange market on Tuesday, marking a 6-month low. This follows increased demand for the dollar after Monday's public holiday. The Naira previously traded at 1,546 Naira 41 kobo per dollar on Friday, showing a 6.6% decline within a day, according to data from the Nigerian Autonomous Foreign Exchange Market, NAFEM. Turnover in the market reached $100.39 million, with the highest intraday rate at 1,656 Naira 49 kobo. Meanwhile, in the parallel market, the dollar rate improved slightly, trading at 1,660 Naira compared to 1,665 Naira on Friday. In response, the Central Bank of Nigeria issued new guidelines for foreign exchange trading and lifted restrictions on 43 items previously banned from accessing FX. These measures are aimed at stabilizing the foreign exchange market and improving transparency, with the price verification system PVS now a mandatory document for importers. Now to some transportation news. Emirates tickets bookings have slowed in Nigeria due to dollar-based ticket prices and strict visa rules imposed by the United Arab Emirates. Travel agents report that while Emirates prices remain competitive, the dollar charges and stringent visa regulations, including a 6-month bank statement showing at least $10,000, have impacted sales. Although the airline resumed operations on October 1 after a 2-year hiatus, the lack of flights from Abuja and these financial barriers have discouraged many travelers. To boost tourism, the UAE has introduced stopover visas for Nigerians with UK, US, and Canadian visas, allowing easier short stays in Dubai. But despite this, agents believe that skepticism surrounding Emirates' return and the high cost of dollarized tickets are further contributing to the sluggish bookings. The airline, which once carried nearly 10,000 passengers weekly between Lagos and Dubai, may face challenges until these issues are resolved. And now to the capital markets. The Nigerian stock market kicked off the holiday-shortened week on a positive note, with the all-share index rising by 0.23% to close at 97,685.63 points, boosting market capitalization to 56.133 trillion naira. The surge was driven by investor interest in banking and consumer goods stocks, despite profit-taking in sectors such as insurance, oil and gas, and industrial goods. Analysts at United Capital predict continued bargain hunting as investors focus on undervalued stocks with strong fundamentals. Meristem analysts added that buying activity is expected to outweigh profit-taking this week, with investors taking advantage of stable fixed income yields and positive corporate actions. While the market's year-to-date return now stands at 30.64%, experts anticipate moderate buying interest to persist, driven by macroeconomic developments and corporate actions. The outlook remains positive, with the potential for further gains in the equities market. And going further with the equities markets, Guinness Nigeria PLC has secured approval from the Nigerian Exchange Limited to divest 58.02% of its equity, selling 1.27 billion shares at 81 naira 60 kobo per share. This transaction, valued at 103 billion naira, involves the transfer of shares held by Guinness Overseas Limited and Atalanta Limited to N7 Nigeria Limited. The sales follows Guinness Nigeria's announcement in June that Singapore-based Tolaram will acquire Diageo's majority stake in the brewer. Guinness, listed on NGX's consumer goods sector, holds a market capitalization of 139 billion naira. Analysts view this divestment as a strategic move by Guinness to strengthen its operation in Nigeria, a key market for the brand. The sale represents a significant restructuring, potentially leading to new opportunities for investors while maintaining the company's market presence. Stanbic IBTC stockbrokers will act as the stockbroker for the deal, with the NGX noting that the transaction will help enhance market transparency and investor confidence. MasterCard Foundation has promised to create 10 million dignified jobs in Nigeria, targeting Nigerian youths. The Nigerian country director for MasterCard Foundation, Rosie Finn, disclosed that the MasterCard will create this opportunity through the African Youth Employment Clock. Finn mentioned that the MasterCard Foundation has provided 3 million Nigerian youths with jobs. She further reiterates the main aim of the foundation is to address youth employment and create 30 million job opportunities across Africa by the year 2030. Rosie Finn emphasized the use of the African Youth Employment Clock, which she claims will be instrumental in providing critical labor market insights. The tool will help address shaping strategies for both the challenges and opportunities that Nigerian youths will face in the workforce. She adds that the clock tool is also a valuable resource for identifying gaps and strategic opportunities across various sectors, demographics, and designs. Nigeria is facing a severe food crisis due to devastating floods that have submerged about 70% of Maiduguri, the capital of Borno State. The floods have affected over 1 million farmers and residents in the northeast, where key crops like sorghum, tomatoes, rice, millet, and sesame are produced. The region is also significant for livestock and cattle production. The impact of the floods extend beyond Borno State, affecting other major food-producing states like Ebonyi, Sokoto, Benue, Kano, Niger, Plateau, and Kwara. These states are responsible for producing staple crops like rice, maize, wheat, tomatoes, and beans. The floods have resulted in displacement, damage to homes and farmlands, as well as loss of livelihood. Experts warn that the flooding will exacerbate Nigeria's already strained food security, which is compromised by violence, insecurity, and storage and foreign exchange crises. The Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, reports that food production in Borno State meets only 5.9% of the state's food needs, with 94% of food consumed being imported. To mitigate the effects of the floods, Nigeria needs to prioritize flood risk management, focusing on prevention rather than reaction. This includes developing early warning systems, implementing robust urban planning regulations, and ensuring flood-prone areas are equipped to handle excess water. By taking proactive measures, Nigeria can reduce the impact of flooding on its food security and alleviate the pressure on its already strained food crisis. And the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is making frantic efforts to reduce the economic challenges faced by Nigerians. As such, several schemes which are operational in other countries have been launched to cushion the effect of the economic challenge. In this report, our correspondent Chike Okolo looks at the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NEL Fund, why Nigerian students are skeptical as yet about accessing the schemes.
It is often expected that the success of a good West African Examination Council WAEC result is crowned with admission into a university. University admission for any school leaver is a dream come true. Sadly, this news comes with a bittersweet pill to every struggling parent, not because they do not desire higher education for their children, but because the cost of education in Nigeria is very expensive. You see, most families in the country are barely surviving on the meager income the parents make. So, with the addition of university tuition, hostel fees, feeding allowance, transportation, and other miscellaneous needed to fund university education, parents are thrown into a state of worry and confusion as much as they are happy. This is so because the economy in the last 1 decade has been going from bad to worse with inflation on a constant rise. There is insecurity, food scarcity, and economic challenges, among other problems. Noting these challenges, the administration of President Bola Tinubu, after announcing the removal of fuel subsidy, launched the Nigerian Education Loan Fund (NELFund) student loan program on July 17, 2024, to give tertiary students access to education. The loans are intended to help students pay for tuition fees and other costs while studying at approved institutions. Loan schemes such as this for tertiary education students already operates in about 13 African countries like Tanzania, Kenya, Rwanda, Burkina Faso, Ghana, Ethiopia, Malawi, Zambia, Lesotho, Namibia, Swaziland, Botswana, and South Africa. However, the reception towards the NELFund program from Nigerian students has been something of a concern. The students have shown skepticism towards the program for the following reasons. Many Nigerian students have a deep-seated distrust in government policies, largely due to previous programs that were either mismanaged or failed to deliver on promises. Past education-related initiatives, such as scholarship schemes or bursaries, have not always been sustained, leading to doubts about the continuity of this loan program. While the loan is touted as interest-free and repayment starts after gaining employment, students are concerned about the vagueness of the repayment process, meaning that there is no clarity on repayment terms. Among other reasons, the prospect of starting adulthood with debt in a country with an unpredictable economic climate is a significant concern. Eligibility concerns, job market and unemployment concerns are other reasons why Nigerian students are skeptical about this scheme. These concerns depict the need for better communication from the government, addressing these fears and ensuring that the program is implemented transparently to gain the confidence of Nigerian students. Chike Okulu, reporting for SOUQ News. It is often expected.
Away from that report, it's time to take us around the continent of Africa, bringing us happenings from within the continent. Join us shortly. Welcome back. Now casting our attention to news from around the African continent, JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon is set to expand its presence in Africa, planning a trip to the continent in mid-October. This move marks the largest U.S. lender's renewed focus on African markets, with Dimon's upcoming visit to Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, and Ivory Coast, signaling the bank's commitment to growth in these regions. JP Morgan has existing offices in South Africa and Nigeria, where it currently offers asset and wealth management as well as commercial and investment banking services. Overseas expansion has been a strategic priority for JP Morgan, which boasts assets of over $4.1 trillion and operates in more than 100 countries. Despite facing regulatory challenges in Ghana and Kenya in previous years, the bank has expressed its commitment to establishing a new office in Nairobi, as confirmed by Kenyan President William Ruto. This move aligns with the broader trend of major global banks seeking to tap into Africa's potential for sovereign debt, corporate transactions, and wealth management services. JP Morgan's efforts to leverage its international network for growth are in line with its goal to differentiate itself from local and regional competitors in the African market. And now we're from the African scene. We'll go over to the Middle East to bring you news making the rounds. Stay with us. Now to the Middle East. Malaysia's King Sultan Ibrahim is said to visit China, marking the first visit by a Malaysian monarch in a decade. He will meet with President Xi Jinping and Premier Li Qiang to strengthen ties and discuss projects boosting connectivity between Malaysia and Singapore. The visit is seen as an opportunity to reaffirm the country's commitment to a dynamic and prosperous relationship. The key reasons include reviving the stalled high-speed rail project and developing a rail link between Malaysia and Singapore. This visit follows Premier Lee Qiang's June visit to Kuala Lumpur, where he backed Malaysia's plans for a $10 billion rail link connecting to China-backed projects in Laos and Thailand. Away from the Middle East, now let's bring you stories from around other parts of the world shortly. Do stay with us. Welcome back. Now we move over to North America, where Canada's international student enrollment is undergoing changes due to recent policy updates. The Canadian government's new regulations, including a temporary cap on study permits and increased financial requirements, aim to manage international students' admissions. According to the organization Apply Board's study permits qualifications processed in Q2 2024 decreased by 54% compared to the same period in 2023. This shift may indicate students are exploring alternative destinations such as the USA, Germany, Italy, Australia, and the United Kingdom. Despite initial concerns, some experts view these changes as an opportunity for Canada to reassess its immigration policies and prioritize quality education. The cap-exempt master's and doctoral programs have also seen adjustments, indicating a potential shift towards advanced degrees. Key markets like India, Nigeria, and the Philippines have seen significant changes in study permit approvals. However, Canada remains committed to attracting top talent and providing quality education. Over now to Ukraine. The economy is showing remarkable resilience with a 3.9% year-on-year growth in GDP for the first 8 months of 2024. This growth is attributed to improved access to electricity, which has boosted business and consumer confidence. Key sectors driving this expansion include transport, building, and retail. After a devastating 29% GDP drop in 2022 due to the Russian invasion, Ukraine's economy bounced back in 2023 with a 5.3% growth thanks to significant foreign financial aid and the resilience of Ukrainian businesses. Although energy shortages pose a challenge, the government expects GDP growth to stabilize at 3.5% in 2024. Ukraine's ability to adapt and to innovate, particularly in the face of adversity, is noteworthy. By investing in new energy-generating capabilities and relying on imported electricity, Ukrainian businesses are finding ways to overcome obstacles and drive growth. This positive trend reflects Ukraine's efforts to revitalize its economy and demonstrates its potential for recovery and development despite challenging circumstances. Away now to Europe. Other parts of Europe, that is, Austria is taking significant steps to support regions affected by severe flooding. Chancellor Karl Nehammer announced that the Federal Disaster Fund will triple to €1 billion, up from €300 million. This increase will enable companies severely impacted by the floods to postpone tax payments, providing much needed relief. The flood, described as the worst in Central Europe in at least 2 decades, have caused immense suffering and destruction in Austria and neighboring countries. Lower Austria, particularly hard hit, has already received €45 million from Disaster Fund. This initial aid is part of a broader package of measures aimed at supporting affected regions. The The funding boost, rather, demonstrates Austria's commitment to helping those affected by the floods. While the opposition has raised questions about how measures will be funded, the government's swift response is a positive step towards recovery. With parliamentary elections scheduled for September 29, this support will likely be welcomed by communities struggling to cope with the aftermath of the floods. And to some energy stories. In recent news, oil prices experienced a decline following 2 consecutive sessions of gains as a result of a rise in the U.S. crude and fuel inventories. The American Petroleum Institute reported a 1.96 million barrel increase in U.S. crude stocks for the week ending September 13, with a corresponding rise in gasoline and distillates inventories. Brent crude futures for November dropped by 54 cents to $73.16 a barrel, while U.S. crude futures for October slid 46 cents to $70.73. Analysts attribute this downturn to the buildup in U.S. crude and fuel stocks, which offset the ongoing tensions in the Middle East. Despite the escalating tensions in the Middle East, oil prices faced resistance at around $75 due to weak global refinery margins, signaling sluggish demand. Additionally, the anticipation of a U.S. interest rate cut by the Federal Reserve has also contributed to cautious investor sentiment. The market is currently pricing a 2/3 probability of a 50 basis point cut, adding to the uncertainty. However, there is still some support for oil prices stemming from the risk of increased violence in the Middle East, disrupting the oil supply, particularly after reports of Israel's alleged attack on militant group Hezbollah in Lebanon. The Energy Information Administration is set to release the latest official U.S. inventory data at 2:30 GMT following the Tuesday API report. And Chevron CEO Michael Wirth emphasized the importance of natural gas in powering artificial intelligence growth, highlighting the Permian Basin's crucial role in meeting increasing energy demand. At the Gas Tech conference, Wirth stated that AI's advance will depend not only on the design labs of Silicon Valley, but also on the gas fields of the Permian Basin. He argued that switching from coal to gas could be the single greatest carbon reduction initiative in history, citing data from the International Energy Agency. Wirth outlined four, a balanced energy future, political support for gas as a key to a lower carbon future, recognition of technological advancement and innovation and collaboration. He encouraged policymakers to reconsider the approach to liquefied natural gas exports, warning that a moratorium would increase energy costs and slow the transition from coal to gas. By promoting a balanced energy strategy, Wirth aims to ensure natural gas remains a reliable and cleaner energy source, driving economic growth and reducing carbon emission. And elsewhere, new bank hubs are opening across the UK, but many are unable to provide basic services such as printing statements. According to Consumer Association, at least 6,000 bank branches have closed in the last 9 years, leaving many areas without access to cash. Under new rules enforced by the Financial Services Authority, banks must assess whether areas have reasonable access to cash before closing branches. If not, they must provide alternative facilities such as shared hubs run by the post office. However, problems have emerged at some hubs, including a lack of printers, leaving customers unable to obtain paper copies of statements and documents. The government has promised to have 350 hubs operating within 5 years, with 230 by the end of next year. Currently, 81 hubs are open, and however, critics argue that the rollout is too slow and that the hubs are inadequate. Chair of the Payment Choice Alliance, Ron Delvino, described the plan as an empty gesture, citing the lack of 24/7 ATMs and questioning the effectiveness of hubs in meeting community needs. 15 new hubs were announced as the FCA's new rules took effect, increasing areas with restricted bank branch hours. The Economic Secretary to the Treasury, Tulip Sadiq, has urged banks to improve services at the hubs. And that's all on the News Hour today on SOUQ News Television. Many thanks for joining us. Do stay tuned for more interesting and engaging programs. SOUQ News, SOUQ Pulse rather, at the top of the hour. I am David Chiedu. Good afternoon.
Africa has been infiltrated by the much-dreaded monkeypox, and Nigeria has just survived from the claws of free spree-killing cholera. The Lagos state has seen fit to provide a free medical outreach to residents. On August 12, 2024, in the heart of Lagos, the health of mothers and children were catered to by the Lagos state government under a free health program tagged Maternal, Newborn, Child and Adolescent Health. The program, organized by the Lagos Island local government, had in attendance the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, the Special Advisor to the State Government of Health Matters, Dr. Kemi Ogunyemi, the local government chairman, Muibi Alade Folawiyo, and the Senior Special Assistant to the Chairman of Lagos Island Local Government, Honorable Bola Oloniyi. The attendees had this to say.
So we've got family planning, we've got free antenatal, as most of you are aware, free antenatal for all our pregnant women up until when they have their children, whether by cesarean section or by normal delivery. One other thing is that we're also pushing our health insurance. We're trying to encourage our mothers and the general public at large to take up the Ilera Eco health insurance so that they can actually get access, which is very important, to quality care from our primary health care facilities before they are referred, if need be, to the secondary or tertiary.
I'm deeply happy, and you can see the people of this local government was happy. You can see how they troop out in numbers, and at the same time the women and the children are all here. You can see the kind of enthusiasm that people put in. It's a very good thing, and I believe that people sees good in what we are doing today, and by the grace of God, especially the area of vitamin A for the young ones.
The MNCH program provided free medication, food and health care for the children and the mothers of Lagos Island community. Tests were conducted for HIV, tuberculosis, and cholera, among others. The head of nurse at the Lagos Island local government, Oham Antonia, explained the importance of the care for mothers and their babies.
It's about nutrition, the kind of food to give to their children, even the kind of food pregnant women take when they are pregnant. And it must be what we have in the community, the food we can afford. So that is why we display all the foods that we have, especially what we can afford in our community.
Healthcare, generally being expensive and difficult to come by for the average Nigerian, was provided for free. It was a statement that Nigeria has the ability and the backing to provide for its citizens and its future. The event, hosted by Her Excellency Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, who later arrived at the event. However, the healthcare of mothers and children wasn't the only consideration, as men were present for x-rays and healthcare products on ground. Chike H. Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
Mrs. Patience Chima noted that a lot of children were becoming stunted and wasted, with them coming down with a lot of diseases because they did not eat well. She remarked that the cost of foods that supply average amounts of protein nutrients required for a healthy life, such as fish, had surged drastically, trapping millions of children and pregnant mothers in the web of malnutrition. 55% of Nigeria's public spending on food security and nutrition went into food consumption and health between 2018 and 2021, according to a new report on state food security in the world. Nigeria spent 45% of its food expenditure on tackling the major drivers of food insecurity and malnutrition within the same period, but the effort had little influence on access to nutrition such as fish. The global assessment was in collaboration between the Food and Agricultural Organization FAO of the United Nations and the International Food for Agricultural Development, the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, the World Food Programme, and the World Health Organization. The creation of a breeding population of genetically improved farmed tilapia fish to boost fish yield without compromising the nutrition quality was one of the interventions that the federal government implemented last year under a 5-year agricultural technology and innovation policy launched in 2022. The initiative saw high-yielding tilapia distributed to hatcheries and farmers in an attempt to diversify local aquaculture from catfish, which accounted for local fish farming. According to the Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research, this strain of tilapia originated from Nile tilapia, which has faced multiple generations of selective breeding, making it fast-growing, adaptable to a wide range of conditions, including cheaper feed requirements. It also provides many of the same nutritional value, such as zinc, iron, vitamin A, calcium, and protein as other fishes. In 2022, World Fish teamed up with others for a hatchery and fish farm in Ogun State to ship 60,000 tilapia pieces of fish from Malaysia to Nigeria, where they entered a mandatory months-long guaranteed period. By 2021, the altered fishes were used to produce a tilapia breeding population, with the resulting offspring supplied to farmers and hatcheries to establish their own production. The initiative went on to train about 200 farmers using the curriculum of tilapia breeding, nurturing, and grow-out farming. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News. Mr. Gbenga Oyerinde said that the Fire and Rescue Service of the state rescued 376 victims during the past 1 year, while property worth 152 billion naira was preserved, with property worth 25 billion naira lost. There were 82 casualties. We commend the agency for the presentation of statistics on human and material losses, painting a picture for anyone who might want to raise any argument about the reasons for the action. The Commissioner also announced that the state government was making efforts to improve infrastructure with about 3 new fire stations at Ijogun, Egba Satellite Town and Ijede, and an ultra-modern workshop at the Alausa headquarters of the ministry to cater for the fleet of vehicles. While we condemn the enforcement of laid-down safety procedures at these centers, we will draw the attention of the agency to the fact that there are too many mushroom and improvised event centers in state that do not comply to any basic rules in state. Most communities are burdened with noise pollution, which by all standards is a health hazard that is frowned at in other parts of the world. Most of the event centers have no proper buildings so designed. Some people use residential spaces as event centers, and some of the residents complain with no one to attend to their concerns. In other countries, there are dedicated phone lines to agencies in charge of the environment for citizens to report any infractions. Protecting citizens should not only be from fire accidents. The issue of noise pollution from these event centers and even some churches and even mosques in residential areas is a concern for many residents in Lagos State. Some hotels have facilities for nightclubs that blare music all night, even on regular days, disturbing residents. We suggest that beyond the ceiling of premises, the agency can build a sustainable system that makes sure that any organization that applies to government for such buildings is mandated to have all the required infrastructure, and that the agency, instead of this fire brigade approach, should enforce compliance at the beginning. Sealing 840 event centers in 1 year is a lot. Periodic inspections and sustained public enlightenment on the dangers inherent in not reporting such centers that might be flouting government guidelines will have substantially reduced the number. The agency must work with other agencies that operate with these centers, like the building and construction agencies, the Ministry of Environment, Town Planning, and so on. This will make it possible for certain standards of safety to be met and to avoid the disruptive effects of sealing off premises. What we are saying on New SOUQ is that the sealing up of the event centers should not be casual flash in the pan action that most government agencies do. It must be followed by monitoring and enforcement. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, SOUQ News.
At the core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
This hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. When I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come out with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very, very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
On Thursday, 8th of August 2024, SOUQ Girl, Nigeria chapter, an initiative supported by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, premiered a teen-themed TV series, Journey to Bloom. According to Dr. Peju Adenusi, sexual and reproductive health consultant on the project, the production is a blend of key elements essential for raising a balanced adult.
Journey to Bloom is actually a TV drama that one has been looking forward to seeing. I was privileged to go through the scripts as it relates to sexual and reproductive health, which is an aspect of health that we're trying to introduce through the SOUQ projects in Nigeria. And as you can see the TV drama today, we just had about 2 episodes. So it's more like giving you a tip, a new face, a tip of the iceberg, but there's still something deeper coming in the different episodes. So it's looking at financial inclusion. How do you get teenagers, because SOUQ Girls looks at teenagers between the ages of 13 to 18, working with both in-school and out-of-school girls. And as you can see, you could see the SOUQ project itself, the background songs, you could see the girls themselves. So how do you, started with financial inclusion in Nigeria, how can they be money smart? Which you saw in the first episode. You saw Tife, having it out with her mom to say, look, I've been saving. How do you go into my savings without letting me know? So there's that sense of responsibility to save for the future. But also there's still an aspect that is coming on. So I'm not going to say it all, but it has to do with relationship. How do you take decisions about yourself as you grow, the issue of puberty, and then the issue of managing relationships, to make informed decisions based on the information that is available to you. To know that your no is no, your yes is yes. You heard a statement said, we no go gree and no go gree. So that means you already know who you are, what you want, your self-esteem, confidence in yourself, and the trust in your decisions, knowing that your choices are made based on the information that you have. So you will see how the information on sexual and reproductive health can actually make as a girl, to make decisions that will affect your life, and indeed, not just the journey to bloom, but the journey of your life.
Adenike Udutola, Country Director, SOUQ Girl Nigeria, shared the focal points that inspired the production and the aspirations for the project.
So what we have 2 critical focus issues focus issue areas for SOUQ, right? Sexual reproductive health and financial inclusion. There's the gender empowerment conversation in there, but it really just is hinged on those 2 strong, pillars. And you see that come through in the messaging around Journey to Bloom. It's a behavioral change drama series, so of course, what it means is we're going to see the messaging in there. We tried not to sound preachy, right? We tried to be as natural and as relatable as possible, and we hope that when the girls watch, that's how they feel as well. One of the channels that we realized is really critical, really key for us to be able to reach them was TV. They love drama, they love movies, they love great content. So that literally led us to creating this TV series for them, and titled Journey to Bloom.
One of the producers also had this to say.
Journey to Bloom highlights the story of 2 teenage girls as they navigate life. So as a teenager, you see different changes. Start noticing different changes. So it's a coming of age drama. So these young girls, as we put them in this school where they start experiencing they experience sexual reproductive health to financial inclusion.
It's an amazing movie, and you should definitely see it. Oh, watch out for amazing performances, watch out for new talents, and of course watch out for a reverting storyline and education, of course, because it's an educative one.
The TV series, titled Journey to Bloom, plans to address common issues faced by teen girls such as peer pressure, financial struggles, and a journey to self-discovery. The series aims to be both educational and entertaining, providing relatable scenarios and practical solutions to real-life challenges. SOUQ is a community of teen girls who are all about being true to themselves and what they believe in. The community helps girls connect, find a community, and discover themselves through a social media. SOUQ is a movement founded and supported by the Belinda Gates Foundation in conjunction with international media agencies from around the continent. Juvi Ufiene, SOUQ News.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and beyond.
Investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ Pulse. It's a beautiful, beautiful rainy day in Nigeria, Lagos to be precise. For those that got drenched this morning, never mind, they are good showers. And for every farmer that has been praying for this, make the best of it. Then for those that have been hit with flood, our hearts are with you and our prayers are with you. Always know this, there are brighter days. Let's leave the blame and get people safe. Now, here we talk. On SOUQ Pulse, it doesn't matter how the topic come out, how we take it. As long as we talk. We take egos, we wrap it up, and we throw it in the trash. We take pride, we don't kind of wrap it, we don't look for a cage and just forget about it. Then we really talk, because we say nations should move forward. We say economies should progress. We say Africa should count. We say businesses should do better. So we talk. So if ego and pride is an issue, then we'll still talk. We don't have an excuse not to talk. My name is SOUQ, John Roger SOUQ. So today we will go somewhere that is as old as
as Africa. Like you heard me loud and clear. We'll go there. We'll touch on some particular points that people just read in the papers and they just look at it and say, it's life. But is it really life? It's SOUQ Pulse where we talk, and talk we shall. Today, don't shy away. Call your neighbors, call your friends. Let's gather and let's talk. We're going on a very short break, and when we return, it's me, my thought, and you, and we will talk. Don't go anywhere. SOUQ Pulse will be right back. Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse, and my name is still Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. We have heard this for a very long time, as long as I can remember, way before I was born, and everybody refers to Africa with this particular rhetoric. A narrative that have come to stay. And they look at us and call us a dark continent, underdeveloped, developing for those that are kind, third world, poor, corrupt. Now, whatever you think it is. Now, we are looking at this particular thing and we are asking ourselves this question, which makes our topic for today. Where exactly is our future? Who has stolen Africa's future? But while we're breaking it down, we are looking at it like the taker. You know what I say, the taker. And the keeper. You know what I mean by who is the keeper. Then we're asking ourselves directly. Among this taking, among those keeping, who exactly is the thief that has given us this particular narrative for a very long time? Whether we like it or not, we have funds leaving this continent on yearly basis. A particular article said well over 700 billion. That is way not true. Because you and I know that well over $50 billion leave Africa every year. That is stolen funds. You can calculate that in the currency of your nation, wherever. If it makes sense to you, beautiful. If your calculator is reading error, then you know that we have a problem. Now, this is aside natural resources, be it petroleum in your country, be it solid minerals, be it agricultural products, be it byproduct of any other thing you're digging up or getting from the sea. What amount of it is stolen on a yearly basis? Now monetize it. Now add that to the amount of money taken, stolen, bribed by your government officials, your politicians, your contractors. The normal person that has a way of getting this money is out of your country. That's where we are heading to today. Then now let's ask ourselves this question. Are we really poor? For centuries, Africa has grown the economies of Western nations and continue to bleed for some. Are we poor? Is Africa poor? 50 billion, over 50 billion every year. Now, this is money big enough for infrastructure in some small African countries. Let's take, for example, Ghana. If you invest 50 billion in Ghana in infrastructure for 5 years, Ghana will be something else. Now, let's take smaller countries. There's a Togo, there's a Benin. Yet, monies leave this country, be it directly, be it indirectly. Okay. Now, why do we still have this narrative? Year in, year out. Dark continent. For some that go extreme. Poor continent. For some that just want to keep you down. Then some will go further to keep telling you that you are developing. But whereas the person telling you are developing has a footprint right here on this continent and not letting go. How did we get here? Now, there's this particular analogy. If you put a harness on a horse or a donkey might be stubborn at times. But let's take, for example, a horse. After a while, even without the harness, the horse will still obey you or do the things she will do with the harness on, just by you practicalizing putting an invisible harness. Is that where we've gotten to because of time of indoctrination or the education we've had over time? or the narrative that have been preached to us over time. Is that where we've gotten to? That we have refused to look inwards and ask ourselves this question and tell ourselves some basic truth, or slap ourselves off the sleep. Where has the continuous narrative and education gotten Africa? Africa is losing way more than we are getting. Now, if we look at the natural resources, we are blessed from north to east, from south to west. Then we ask ourselves, where and how did we get to this particular point? Where African countries have come to a place where words are now being coined for us to believe and study, and we take it. African countries now, I won't say sell, they export their natural resources, those that have not even been paid for. In future, they call it resource-based loans. These are things that if your ancestors were told that, they will slap you before your own grandfathers were born. But that is where we are right now. Example, in Nigeria, crude has been sold years ahead. Let's break it down so that maybe you will get to understand it. In Ghana, in Congo, solid minerals have been sold that have not even been tapped, explored, or drilled yet. So which means you've collected the money and you will keep paying. Now we don't have the details of how long that payment is going to be. So you now look at me and ask me, how did we get here? Who is pulling the strings for us to dance? What music exactly are we dancing to? Now, if we continue at this particular rate, for those that are entering into bilateral or service agreements with, be it companies, be it nations, are we really getting into this agreement with the interest of our nations as the priority? We have seen individuals in power sell their country for personal gains. It's not new. It's all over the place. Typical example, the P&AD issue. Nigeria was about to lose 11 billion. Now you ask me, how much, those that fronted this particular deal, how much did they make? How many of this kind of deals, this kind of bilateral engagement, this kind of negotiations, this kind of signatures are signed without African countries being the people or the citizens being the priority in signing those things? Whose interest is being protected? Who exactly is fronting? Who exactly is pushing? Most times we don't get to talk about this. We just say, okay, it's government people, government come, government go. No. We pay, I'll say it for the third time, we pay for the consequences of what is being done in those government houses, in those civil service offices, in those big glorious hotels where the people that are supposed to represent us go and sign these deals. We pay for them. Now we've seen a case whereby some African countries, as we speak, the resources in those countries cannot help them because they've been signed away long before a government even came to power. Then the government in power will now protect those that went. Why? Who is held accountable? Who exactly should the people hold accountable? Then in the first place, why don't we get to see the full details of all these transactions in the open? Government business is everybody's business. So when it comes to signing off property that belongs to government, everybody's property, signing off resources that the government has been put in care of, everybody's resources, I think the people should be carried along. Citizens of every country, of members of that country should be carried along. We look at loans that have been taken and can't be accounted for. When is this going to stop? Loans are taken from Bretton Woods organizations. Loans are taken either in be it a trap, whatever you want to call it. But okay, show what they've been used for. No. Account for them. No. Okay, the person that takes that loan or the government that takes that loan, can't we have a law whereby whoever takes a loan must pay that loan before leaving office? These are things we should sit and talk. Are these loans direct traps? The person that is giving it to you, the organization giving it to you, they know very well that you are not going to pay for these loans. They make it a burden in some instances, but yet some group of government officials collect these loans for the next generation to pay. We have seen cases where loan servicing of loans is almost at par with the monies nations are making. The revenue a nation is making is almost same with the money they are using to service loan for a year. How did Africa get here? Then you ask me, Africa is poor. Why will Africa not be poor? If this is the route we've taken, is this the path we walk, why won't Africa be poor? Then the burdens that come with these loans, why is no one held accountable? You will hear things like there's nothing wrong with loans. After all, other nations are taking loans. How are you faring? How are they faring? If you say the West is burdened with loan, are you faring better than they are? We'll go on a very short break. When we return, we will take this a notch further. But remember, why exactly is Africa poor? We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you're quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse, and we are looking at Africa's stolen future. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks, and we are asking ourselves directly this question: the taker or the keeper? Who is the thief? Now, let's get to the meat of this matter. Stolen monies are not invested in Africa. Across board, if you look at it, well over 98% of money stolen from Africa by Africans are not invested here. Then we ask again, what exactly is their fear? Why are they scared? It doesn't matter how other nations deal, but we see that a lot of their investment, however they get the money, is invested in their own economies. If 95 or over 95% of these stolen funds from Africa are stashed and saved in legal institutions outside Africa, then who exactly is the thief? I'm sorry for you hearing that word thief, thief. In my language, we don't have a word for corruption. It's called thief. So if you give a loan with full knowledge that that particular money will be stolen, and in return, that money will be saved in your country, I ask again, who is the thief? If you officially bribe, or in your own words, you paid the government official for drilling licenses, for contract, for mining licenses, and you know the money will be shared, who is the thief? If your economy is at wash with legal binding remittance to your central banks, all at the expense of poor African states, who is the thief? These are things we can't run away from. These are issues we can't run away from. These are present realities we cannot run away from. People will say politics or diplomacy is all about interest. I agree. I 100% agree. It's all about interest. But while you pursue your interest, be it the West, be it Asia, be it the Middle East, be it Africa, while everyone pursue their interest and your interest is favoring you, why stand and start a narrative that counters the livelihood of the other person? Why call a nation or a continent poor when you are directly involved in what is causing poverty there? We read and saw news of a particular nation where we 100% know that there is conflict going on right there. But what is coming out from the news is 100% different. They say there is economic growth. If we flip it and it happens to be in Africa, what sort of narrative are we going to hear? We all need to grow. Africa needs to grow too. We are not just a market. We also want to sell in a market. So while we all talk and say, let's get talking and not be silent, I'm talking to also my brothers, my sisters, fathers, mothers, those before me, those that will come after me. It's our responsibility and we must stand to it. For Africa to grow and in any form of, make any form of meaning progress, we must eradicate this word called corruption. Now, I say again, there is no word called corruption in my place. So we must eradicate the thief and his agent. Every one of them. So if you followed us from the beginning, you know where we are heading to. If you see yourself in the mirror, spell it out. It is time for the Africa and Africans to enforce her independence. We don't have a choice. We must demonstrate a strong, renewed, and active commitment to combat every socio-economical consequences of bad leadership in Africa. Because it's an involvement, it's a chain, it just plays through. If I wake up and say, this is the leader in my community, then we as a people should hold my leader, responsible and accountable. If it's called a democracy, then let it be a democracy. If we must get to the market, then we must sell. And between producing and getting to the market, selling and coming back, we should be able to account for every single expenses, the profit, and the people should know. Then Africa can grow. We have no excuse. We can't keep giving excuses anymore. We must make sure that this generation, we don't lose them. Because Africa, we can't afford to lose them. We are at that crossroad right now as we speak. And this generation is not as patient as those before them. They will not forgive us. Who exactly is the thief? My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, and this is SOUQ Pulse. Bye.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insights that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo, early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ enlightenment.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Captures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991, and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko-greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Property, a unique blend of architectural design, stunning locations, and thoughtful details. It plays a vital role in our life, providing shelter and security, wealth creation, and a sense of belonging. Properties leave a legacy for future generations, create business opportunities, and convey social status. The real estate market is constantly evolving, with trends and prices shifting in response to economic, social, and environmental factors. In-demand properties include sustainable homes, multi-generational homes, urban condos, and suburban single-family homes. The real estate market is a dynamic and ever-changing landscape, influenced by economic, social, and environmental factors. Otumbagbemi Oyeneyi, an expert in the field, shed more light on the real estate industry.
The trend now, and that is where terraces are coming in now, so that you can have multiple, one bed apartment and all that, all structured together in, in a small space of land. So that is a trend. Developers are now building smaller apartments that are easy to sell or easy to rent or lease.
Affordable housing initiatives are on the way to provide options for low-income earners, while luxury properties in cities like Lagos and Abuja cater to the growing middle class. Commercial properties such as office space and retail centers are also in high demand due to economic growth. Globally, sustainable living and smart homes are gaining popularity, with eco-friendly properties and integrated technology becoming increasingly desirable. In Lagos, there have been commendable innovation through this industry.
The low-income earners definitely, we just have to wait. In a civilized environment, that is where government comes in to bring SOUQ to create opportunity, mortgage, and things like that. We don't have an effective mortgage system yet in the country. So good for them to understand, because sometimes when you want to buy a property and you hear the price, and then you wonder sometimes the why. But if you also know that the cost of building material has gone up by almost 300% just in the last 12 months, then you will understand why. So it's easier for you to, appreciate the value and then the cost. Yeah, we are talking to governments to liberalize the mortgage system to make it affordable and accessible to the ordinary citizen. What the government has done so far is to, through the Federal Mortgage Bank, to ensure that civil servants and all that can access it, through their pension. But what about the market women? What about the, drivers? Recently, the government is actually trying to do something in that regard to make housing. In fact, there is a program now where the government want to set up or construct 1,000 housing units in every state. A committee is already set up and they are already going around all the states for the state governors to allocate, land where this is going to take place. So government is already doing something on that.
In other parts of the world, median home prices vary widely, ranging from $200,000 in the US to over $1 million in cities like Hong Kong and Singapore. Understanding this trend and cost is crucial for buyers, sellers, and investors to make informed decisions and capitalize on emerging opportunities in the ever-changing real estate market. Praise Matthias for SOUQ News.
Makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes these women more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State.
In the 60s and 70s, I remember very well, we used to have political parties, Action Group, NCNC. NCNC was Nigerian Council for National Council for Nigeria and the Cameroons, NCNC. So we had political activity extending to the Cameroons. That is as far as I can remember about Cameroon. Cameroon was part of Nigeria. And most Nigerians grew up in the Cameroons in the 60s and 70s. The other side of Cameroon was that they are both English and French speaking. But the French speaking side were very close to Nigeria. And some of us got to know so many Cameroonians in the process. So it was common then to be educated in Cameroon, to get your education in Cameroon, to have relatives in Cameroon, because it was part of Nigeria.
She's the third of 7 children. She attended St. Paul's African Primary School, Lagos, and the famed Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos, before proceeding to study chemistry at the University of Ife, now known as Obafemi Awolowo University.
Talking about Ibukun Awoshika, I think you have a woman of substance, a woman who have left an indelible mark in the financial sector of the economy. You have a woman who's proud of what she's doing, who's passionate about what she's doing. And the fact that she attended the University of Ife, where my brother was the president of the student union for a time, Wole Olaoye, I think they have that DNA of hard work, enterprise, and industry in the University of Ife. Femi Falana and the others were also in Ife. So this was a generation of committed, young, dynamic, intelligent, knowledgeable, and patriotic men and women. So she has made a mark after consistently building herself and being consistently dedicated to her profession. The other side of her is that she's a woman of substance, who loves women, who have cared and supported women, regardless of status, social standing, religion, or class. She has always been behind Nigerian women. And so, it's a woman that should be celebrated by all of us.
Her father, while her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from at age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant, finally only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps (NYSC) in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akintola Williams & Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after her service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said, thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager, in a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just months before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into SOUQ Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with SOUQ SA and Guarantee Trust Bank in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it.
It goes without saying that in Nigeria and in most African countries, the girl child suffers a disadvantage that boys don't necessarily suffer. And it's really helpful that people of Ibukun Awoshika's stature have grown to a level that they can now create spaces, platforms, and opportunities for other girl children. Things that were not necessarily available to her, she's been able to create for many more people. And it's just striking that when people become wealthy, you know, it's important that they don't look after themselves only. They sort of take on a societal, you know, godmother in a way, which is what Ibukun Awoshika has done. So if you look at her trajectories, things she's been able to do for herself and things that she's doing for other people is really impactful, and it's good that she's in that space now.
Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from her entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolayan movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of SOUQ SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the Board of Trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigerian PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence.
In the history of First Bank of Nigeria, over 100 years, they've never had a female chairman. Ibukun Awoshika is the first. And these are things that don't happen by chance. These are things that are not just random. There has to be something that the board has identified about her that made them repose this much faith in her to take on this role. And you cast your mind back, what was her pathway to this point? You know, she had a chair center at a point that most of the chairs that were being used in Nigerian corporate organizations were being imported. But there was a law, you know, that banned the importation of, you know, chair and furniture. And that was our first big hit, so to speak. So you have somebody who could identify a need that was going to be created by government policy, and she positioned herself well to be able to take advantage of it. Is that type of thinking that people who run First Bank, shareholders, board management, can entrust such a huge institution to a person like Ibukun Awoshika? And then when you look at how she's been able to navigate the treacherous waters of business, business is hard. For a woman, it's twice as hard. In some cases, thrice as hard. So she's been able to navigate it because she understands perfectly where she's coming from, what her peculiar story is, and how we can now morph into other things. So it's something that I think not only women should learn from. As a matter of fact, all Nigerians of all genders, all Africans can learn a thing or two, or 10 or 20 from the career of Ibukun Awoshika.
26 years of existence, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman of core value.
Ever seen Ibukun Awoshika speak, you think that she's talking specifically to you because she packs a lot of conviction into her speeches, into her sermons, into her talks, whatever she's doing. And it's not far removed from her own story. I mean, she's one of several children. She had to reinvent herself. You know, she had a specific name that she was given at birth, but as she grew up and admired other people in society, she took on another persona, basically recreating herself. I think that's the first step, you know, that every successful person needs to take. Look at yourself, look at what is lacking, and see how you can recreate yourself.
Ibukun Awoshika's Octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Lukbeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awoshika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of SOUQ Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Okuanu, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika. The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Union of Food, Beverages and Tobacco Employees Senior Staff Association has made a passionate appeal for urgent presidential intervention by President Bola Tinubu to resolve the crisis created by the refusal of the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration (NAFDAC) to comply with the resolution of the House of Representatives directing it to lift the ban on the production of alcoholic drinks in sachets and small PET bottles. The association made the appeal in an open letter sent to President Bola Tinubu and made available to our newsroom on the 16th floor of Necom House, 15 Marina, Lagos. In the petition, signed by National President of National Union of Food, Beverages and Tobacco Employees, Comrade Garba Ibrahim, and the National President of the Food, Beverages and Tobacco Senior Staff Association, Comrade Jimo Uyibo, the union requested for the fatherly intervention of the President in what is called this lingering, unnecessary, intransigent refusal of the Director General of NAFDAC to comply with the resolution of the House of Representatives which directed it to lift the ban on alcoholic drinks in sachets and small PET bottles in its resolution on the whole House dated on the 14th of March 2024. The union expressed its profound gratitude to the President for his fatherly concern and exemplary leadership in the resolution of the minimum wage crisis, and expressed the hope that this groundbreaking achievement will go a long way in calming tensions in the unions and the organized private sector in the quest for the improvement of the economic well-being of the struggling but ever-enduring Nigerian working masses. It explained that it had resorted to the last-ditch attempt to resolve once and for all the avoidable impending crisis in the industries, which, if not quickly tackled, could appear to jeopardize the industrial peace that the resolution of the minimum wage negotiations are expected to lead to. The union noted that there have been copious presentations by the various stakeholders in the industry in response to what is called the sudden, ill-advised and ill-motivated draconian imposition of the ban of NAFDAC at the beginning of the year on the production of alcoholic drinks in sachets and small PET bottles, pointing out that the proposed ban will kill industries and investments. The union was of the view that the ban will invite economic disaster in Nigeria, which will affect hundreds of thousands of businesses, homes, and families in the country. The petition stated that as members of the unions dealing with food and beverages, they were of the opinion that the actions of NAFDAC was injurious to the economy at this difficult time, stressing that it was no surprise that the patriotic, honorable members of the People's House of Representatives unanimously passed the resolution due to stave off the looming danger to the economy. It observed that the position of the Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, after the resolution was that she was waiting for ministerial directive before compliance. It wondered how long it will take the DG of NAFDAC to get the so-called ministerial directive months after the resolution of the House of Representatives. The union said that it did not want to allege or suggest that it appeared that the DG of NAFDAC was acting against national or public interest, as even the Distillers and Blenders Association of Nigeria, the BAN, have appealed to NAFDAC to suspend the ban. In its resolution, the House of Representatives stated that government regulatory bodies should place more emphasis on regulation, monitoring, and enlightenment campaign to educate stakeholders and the general public on the dangers of underage consumption of alcoholic drinks and its sale in motor parks. It also resolved that the enlightenment campaign should be carried out in secondary schools across the country as practiced by the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency (NDLEA) to educate students on the dangers and vices associated with the abuse of alcohol. It tasks parents, religious bodies and non-governmental organizations (NGOs) should be tasked to counsel their children or ward, especially the underage, on the dangers of alcohol consumption, and that regulatory mechanisms should be strengthened to ensure enforcement and compliance. We call on Professor Muji Adeyeye, the DG of NAFDAC, to conform to and comply with the resolution of the House of Representatives in the interest of the public and adhering to the rule of law. There is no individual in Nigeria that is above the law. She should do the needful by lifting this ban on the production of alcoholic drinks in sachet and small PET bottles. I am Bayo Olaoye.